Kim Dain is an ordinary guy, suddenly transported into a superhero comic called Stardust. In this world, Dain decides to become a villain, thereby boosting Stardust's powers and proactively preventing all the tragic events from the original story that would affect her. However, after everything, the story's first heroine, who holds a grudge against him, becomes attracted to him, even obsessed with this villain. One day in particular, Dain hatches a plan called villain hunting, because from his knowledge of the plot, these guys will get stronger later. So Dain will eliminate them before they cause chaos for the city and Stardust. Aware of and assisting with this plan is Seo Yoon, who has super intelligence. He talks to him through an earpiece. The current target is in sight, sitting motionless in a chair. It's the perfect moment. Dain cocks the gun, ready to execute the plan. His first power is teleportation. In the blink of an eye, the gun is pressed to Rhino's forehead, a top-tier villain, and his second power is psychokinesis. Dain bellows a hellish greeting like a demon king. Not even a second for him to react. He promptly sends Rhino to meet his maker, and after finishing him off, Dain picks up the stack of papers the man had been fiddling with. As expected, it's indeed a terrorist plot in the making. In the original, this Rhino later becomes an S-rank villain, wearing a rhinoceros mask and killing hundreds. At the same time, Seo Yoon warns the police, and the heroes have arrived. Before leaving, Dain smears a bloody message on the doorframe. Shortly after, the police and heroes show up. They deduce that the perpetrator of this incident and the previous one are the same person, and the message Dain left is directed at Stardust. This successfully enrages her. The press starts reporting. In the comments below, many people support what Dain did. They even complain about how the heroes operate. Dain, reading these comments in his room, feels awkward. He's been tugging at his ear the whole time. Seo Yoon peeks in because it's too noisy. A flame of determination rises in Dain. He can't let this stand, because then only his reputation would rise. What about Stardust? Public opinion would surely turn against her. Thus, Dain is determined to become an extremely evil villain. From this moment, the villain Egoistic officially debuts. He prepares a timed bomb and stuffs it into a backpack. At a location in the city, everyone is intently watching their phone screens, waiting to see the spectacular scene. Just as it's about to start, Dain, as the villain Egoistic, hacks into the screens and greets them. Every electronic device in the city is flooded with his live video. Dain introduces himself by revealing he's the one who just took out Rhino and Zodiac, two rank villains, earlier. He arrogantly points toward the tower at 127, his other hand aimed at the observation deck of Building 61. Everyone inside that building is watching it too. Dain directly reveals that he has planted bombs in those two buildings. All the people instantly share a look of sheer terror. Some panic and scramble to escape. Others are so shocked they freeze. In front of hundreds of cameras, Dain issues a challenge to the hero, none other than the one he's referring to as Stardust. Not keeping him waiting, Stardust arrives as fast as a gust of wind. Dain checks everything from his long cloak, pants, and shoes to his mask. One thing is his hand won't stop shaking, since it's his first time meeting his favorite character in person. Stardust lands, quick and utterly commanding. At the sight of her, Dain can't help but let out an impressed wow. No wonder she's stunning like a movie star. In the face of that radiance, Dain freezes for a few seconds. Memories rush back. At the moment he was first brought to this world, Dain, his body scraped, looks at the chaotic scene around him. He badly wants to return to his old world, but when he arrives at one place, the screen lights flash across Dain's face. He recognizes Stardust, the heroine he once read about in the comic. At that moment, Dain pushes aside the thought of wanting to go back. If he became a hero, he would be able to stay by her side, but being someone who had read the original story, he knew that even if he became a hero, he could not protect her. Therefore, to protect Stardust, Dain decided to become a villain dedicated solely to her, returning to when our male lead Dain was just 15 years old. The intense laughter that made the stomach twist of the person dazzled on the TV couldn't stop. His face was still very pleased, laughing crazily. At that time, I truly couldn't understand, was Jackie really crazy? Even as a villain, this concept was a bit over the top. Now that I understand the mindset of a villain, I join in with a terrible laugh, haha, regardless of the hero in front of him looking at him with an angry gaze, ready to beat him to a pulp at any moment. The world seemed to freeze, even the panicked crowd below. It seemed like there was only one hero and one villain left on the rooftop. Rewinding a few minutes before the two officially met, Dain pointed at Stardust with a smug look. I know what you're thinking right now. Even my subordinate who controls the broadcast has a detonation task. So don't think about overpowering me with strength. The hero's footsteps paused briefly at those words. He spread his arms with a swarm of drones buzzing behind him. This stage I created is made just for Stardust. What do you think? In response, her face frowned. Bastard, release the innocent immediately, then fight a few rounds, and that's it. Dain still held a calm smile. He leaned forward, raising his hand, looking into the camera. Yes, I have to release them. That's what the righteous hero Stardust said. So focus. Everyone look at me now. I'm going to hack the elevator at each observation tower. He snapped his fingers with a click. A sound echoed from the elevators of both buildings. Stardust's eyebrows furrowed slightly because she knew too well the nature of these villains. It wouldn't end this easily. The residents in the building rushing towards the elevators as they started working again. Then a voice shouted quickly to stop them. Wait, this is still part of Dane's plan. If we let them go now, it won't be fun anymore. The down button is lit. He excitedly told them, just press the bomb at the other observation deck, and it will explode simply right. His tone hummed, let's see. There are still several dozen minutes until the bomb explodes, gradually growing extremely excited. But before that, hurry up and press the button and go down. Din became a devil tempting the weak-minded people. Hurry up. After all, they are complete strangers, right? On the large screen, scenes of chaos inside the building were displayed. The loud crying of children mixed with the sounds of arguing. Stardust clenched her teeth, cursing those bastards. Din pretended not to care about her mood and said, today here I will show everyone the ultimate selfishness of humans. This is Egostic's game. People inside the building had gone completely crazy. If the others press the button first, we will die horribly. But we have to survive too. Once the time is up, it will explode. Does that mean you want to kill the people over there with just one button press? They were all anxious and uncertain, yet doubtful at the same time, wondering if the others would press it. There is no time to think like this. The bomb will explode in a few dozen minutes, so what now? They will press the button. The current situation is truly chaotic. Some people are restless. Stardust stood still, unable to act rashly immediately, even if she rushed to take down the guy in an instant. If there were still detonation devices elsewhere, it would be useless. If things continued like this, the hostages would die. Her eyes were ice cold. Her voice gritted. Playing with human lives like that, is it fun? Facing her was Daein, still casually squinting and smiling. Daein laughed loudly. The fun isn't in that, Stardust. One of South Korea's few Class A heroes. A person who believes in justice and her own convictions. Never compromises with evil, actually. I quite respect you, Stardust. Those words made her furious and blush. What nonsense is he talking about? He gleefully rubbed his nose proudly. I just wanted to compliment you while the whole country is watching you on TV. Din's voice rang out again, drawing attention, seeing her in a helpless situation, unable to do anything. His face crazily touched the bomb button, truly very interesting. His figure flickered and disappeared. I also give you a chance to join the game. Now I will connect you to those urgently waiting for the hero. Stardust's face showed confusion and caution as she stared at him. What? Daein continued acting. If you succeed in persuading them and no one presses the button within 30 minutes. He crossed his legs and gave a wicked smile. The bomb won't explode. Of course, Stardust did not believe it. Tell me to trust a bastard like you. Not only was he unafraid, but he also provoked them. Better than letting them helplessly stare at the sky. She clenched her fist tightly by her side in frustration. Din didn't need her opinion. He waved his hand to signal. Well then. A loud shout rang out, ready. All the cameras started moving around her one after another. 3, 2, 1. After the countdown ended, a dramatic performance began. The hero's face appeared on the huge LED screens atop the buildings. The people immediately recognized her. Stardust, Stardust. She took a deep breath under the invisible pressure. She looked into the camera as if staring straight into their eyes. And with those gazes, she said, hello everyone, I am the A-rank hero Stardust. Each person holds their own belief inside. Din's handsome face went blank. That's right. This is exactly what I want. The half-real, half-fake world was just like a dream. I will be portrayed in the public eye as the villain causing terror. His dream came true and she would shine. This is her stage, Stardust. Her radiant posture, so that later on everyone can be proud of their choice today. Let's show this evil villain. Her voice was like a warmth spreading through everyone's hearts. We are very strong. Their eyes gradually became firm. Our faith does not waver. We never submit to evil, thank you all. Din smirked mysteriously. The countdown on the screen was down to 5. Those trapped inside the building held each other tightly and prayed. Stardust's face was filled with worry as he looked at the screen. As soon as the number reached the end point, everyone closed their eyes and braced themselves. Each person was in a state of tense unease, not knowing whether the punishment would be dealt, or if the villain was telling the truth. That was also the moment Din stepped onto the stage. Right now, the entire camera fell, accompanied by his unbelievable scream. No way, selfish people like. The camera captured his confused and pained expression. Surely they wouldn't just let themselves die. No, impossible. There must be at least one person who pressed the button. There has to be a selfish person like me who pressed it. Din held his head, murmuring dramatically, Humans can't be this kind-hearted, why? At this moment, Stardust spoke up. Egoistic, people aren't as selfish as you think. Her image appeared shining with radiant glory. No one is completely selfless, but I believe in the kindness of people. Dun said, it's thanks to you, Stardust, you made them unite. He suddenly changed his expression, chuckling, interesting, Stardust. Before Stardust charged forward, he politely bowed his head and said, the next game is certain. Din glanced at her one last time. Wow, Stardust's sky-blue eyes full of determination made him exclaim. Her gaze was filled with righteousness. Finally, he disappeared with a confident statement, I will win. All the people burst into joyful emotion. They cried out loudly, happily embracing each other to celebrate the hero's victory. Everyone shouted in unison a single name, Stardust, Stardust. Nevertheless, the hero remained silent, standing in midair. Din quickly teleported to another place. As soon as he landed, he collapsed helplessly. He groaned and lamented, oh dear, I'm doomed. This is exactly the consequence of teleportation. The deadly side effect of instantaneous movement ability injuring the body, proportional to the distance traveled. The heavier the body, the more he struggled to crawl, probably bedridden for several days. A girl exclaimed, I told you not to wear that hat anymore. The white-haired girl looked at him with disdainful eyes. So ugly. Din whispered a plea, Seo Yoon, I'm really about to die. Give me a glass of water. The girl shrugged off mercilessly and left. Drink it yourself, leaving him frozen in place. The large LED screen displayed breaking news. A terrorist attack at a building, but the number of casualties was 0. Stardust hovered in the air. She gritted her teeth in hatred, playing with other people's hearts. Next time, I will definitely catch you. She would remember this name forever until she caught him. He ghosted. Early one morning, at the Korean Hero Association, the association of superpowered individuals in Korea. On the big screen, countless tabloid headlines are posted online. These are recent news titles. The radio wave kidnapper watched by the entire country, who exactly is the hero Stardust. A review of his actions, who is the A-level egoistic villain, a hot topic, no casualties from the terror attack. The reality spreading across the peninsula, kidnappings via radio waves abroad, is South Korean television security really okay like this? The meeting host moves to the next page. Next is the analysis profile on Egoistic's villain information, along with some details about Din when playing the villain role named Egoistic. Male, mask, function causing identity recognition impairment. Predicted residence, Seoul. A fat, balding, middle-aged man spoke up. All right, let's start the report. This was Park Jun-ho, chairman of the Korean Hero Association. Images appeared showing several murder scenes in sealed rooms. He looked on with disgust. All right, this part has been reviewed many times already, moving on, he said, confirming. Yes. The host continued the presentation. I'll explain in detail about yesterday's incident first. It seems the perpetrator exploited teleportation ability to plant a bomb in advance on the building's exterior. After disarming, it was confirmed to be a high-powered homemade bomb with explosive force enough to blow up the entire observation tower. It was identified as a high-performance improvised explosive device. The conclusion is that it appears he manufactured it himself. Park Jun-ho rubbed his shiny, distressed scalp. Still no clues about the star kidnapping. The secretary replied awkwardly, yes. How he managed to bypass the advanced security system to broadcast remains a mystery. They still have some specific analyses, however, since no one with wave-related abilities has ever appeared before. We think it's highly likely he has an extremely skilled tech assistant behind him. Their temporary guess is only this. The secretary's expression became serious. And there's one more thing I want to add. That is, he seems to be very obsessed with Stardust. Everyone's gaze immediately turned to the blonde-haired girl. Through these scattered clues, he can be sure that he left a message aimed at her at the crime scene, sending it to Stardust. And in this case, it has also been confirmed that he mentioned her directly through the villain's words. The rank hero in charge of Seoul, Stardust. Park Jun-ho, hearing this, directly asked the person himself, how did it feel meeting that guy face to face? He pointed directly at her name, Stardust. She gently stood up and gave her opinion. He seems like someone with a psychological disorder who enjoys playing with people's hearts. Furthermore, he has the capability to organize large-scale terrorist attacks. Truly a dangerous villain. 2 days after the previous terrorist attack, in Dane's room, he lay in bed moaning, oh my God, this is deadly. He forced himself to sit up, stumbled into the kitchen to find something to eat, just as he was gulping down a bottle of orange juice. A sudden sound rang out, he's like this again. Din was startled, spat out water, then hurriedly explained, no, it's not like that, Seo Yoon, I'm not like that. Let me introduce you to this girl. This is Han Seo Yoon. a person with super intelligent abilities. At first, I was not used to her calling me older brother, like in the original story. According to the original, in the future she will grow up to be an S-class villain, a genius hacker. Well, that's in the original, but now I've kept her by my side. The girl is angrily causing a commotion. This is my home, don't behave like it's yours. Because in fact, the two of them are in Han Seo-yoon's underground base. He smiled casually. Ha ha, anyway. I'm the one who takes care of the living expenses and everything. Han Seo-yoon immediately cut him off, spit, anyway. You should shut up and drink, got it. Dane smiled softly at that cute threat. He gently patted the girl's head. All right, I understand. The warm moment did not last long before the girl shyly pulled him and the water bottle away. Ah, something else is happening, hurry up. The door of the modern electronics room opened and then closed. Han Seo-yoon sat in front of the advanced control screen. Remember the girl named Lee Subin I mentioned before? She is the candidate to be our assistant. Dane didn't have to think much. Ah, the girl who operates on the deep web. It seems she's a fan of mine. The girl made a few moves, then pointed at the screen. Look, she's here. The announcer's voice rang out. The fanatics following Egostic are causing a hostage terrorism incident in the heart of Incheon. Those who planted bombs in that building. He was stunned as he approached the screen. What the hell is this? These crazy people, is that girl being held hostage here? Han Seo-yoon pointed at the trembling gunman. No, it was the girl wearing the mask. The announcer reported the situation. The fanatics supporting Egostic declared no negotiations, only seeking terrorism and death. The police confirmed that, so far, at least 3 people have died due to the terrorism, and about 300 hostages remain trapped inside the building. His voice went silent. Seo-yoon, what is our principle? The girl still recalled her brother's strict instructions. Absolutely never harm civilians. His eyes flashed with danger. We have to clear them out. Help me, Seo-yoon. Han Seo-yoon nodded firmly. He was still thinking about how to handle that other person. The girl would observe the scene and then make a judgment. At the sight of the hostage terrorism incident, Stardust stood before the blazing building. She pursed her lips and stood silently for a long moment, then spoke into the radio. Headquarters, I request permission to breach, but the other side declines, waiting for orders. After the police complete their final negotiation, we will be allowed to breach along with an elimination order if necessary. This incident only deepened her hatred for him, all because of that bastard. Previous terrorist incidents were mostly the exclusive domain of villains with superpowers. This drama, whether more or less, caused a huge shock in the villain community. But this time he did not focus on superpowers. Instead, he used explosives and kidnappings as the spearhead to pressure the heroes. Clearly, his image of cornering us inspired other ordinary people. She angrily railed against it. And the very next day, copycat crimes occurred. Suddenly, an announcement came over the walkie-talkie. Stardust, Egostic appeared at the scene, streaming the interior content live on YouTube. Check it immediately, she was stunned. YouTube. Stardust immediately pulled out her phone. Indeed, the new villain who once mocked others' deaths was now appearing. Viewers flooded in quickly. What is this? Is villain Egostic live-streaming a terror attack? The #1 villain in the world, the chat was full of crazies. This is a crime scene, yeah, as long as it's not me. Release Kim Seon-woo, release Kim Seon-woo, release Kim Seon-woo. Where's the moderation? Are they censoring the broadcast again? The footage showed Egostic inside the building facing a group dressed exactly like him. They pointed guns and shouted, "Who's there?" They quickly realized and immediately rejoiced. Our hero Egostic has come down here, Egostic. Unaware of what they were waiting for, he has arrived, truly arrived. He's going to slaughter all these fools right before our eyes. Din's face showed little happiness with this group of people. Oh my God, I used teleportation over a long distance again. So my body aches all over, all because of these guys, damn it. The terrorists looked puzzled, Egostic. Suddenly a loud laugh rang out. Ha ha, this is interesting, ha ha ha. They didn't understand anything but forced a laugh along, ha ha. At this moment Han Seo-yoon reported, 3 o'clock position. A guy standing by the column holding the detonation device. He glanced at that person and confirmed, and immediately the guy met his fate. His body ruthlessly carved into the shape of a donut. The terrorists were shocked and shouted, "No, this person is Egostic. He's definitely an undercover police officer." They quickly aimed their guns at him, but before they could pull the trigger, the guns were already knocked out of their hands. What followed was the barrels, pointed straight at each of their faces. Dane sneered, raised his hand, and used his power. I've never had any fool like you be my subordinate before. A volley of gunshots erupted, and the building filled with thick smoke. The agonized screams of those shot caught in the live stream video, the comments showing confusion alongside those still sane speaking up. Are they on the same side? Why were they all dealt with already? Just kill them all like that, so satisfying. Who is egoistic that he acts so violently? Those madmen, someone is already dead. What are the heroes doing? The villain has taken over now, ha ha ha, what will happen to the people there? Boo-hoo, is this a psychopath wanting to kill everyone? Not only that, even from behind, egoistic looks handsome, right? There are truly many crazies here. This is a real situation, everyone. At this moment, the superiors gave permission for Miss Stardust to advance, prioritizing the safety of the hostages from the terrorists and egoistic. Without hesitation, she rushed forward and confirmed that there was only one person left who had not been shot, the very person he was searching for. Han Seo-yoon's voice rang out. Honey, save her. From my observation, she was forcibly dragged out by those crazed people. She's not involved in terrorism. She curled up, holding her head and crying in a corner. Help me, sob, sob. Dane's hand startled her, causing her to hiccup. He directly threw off her mask. His voice asked loudly, Did you do something wrong or not? Lee Subin, tears welling up, choked and said, All right, I admit my fault. The more she cried, the louder she got. All right, I admit my fault. Dane was not so patient. If you keep crying like that, you'll get shot. Lee Subin immediately fell silent, clamping her mouth shut. His footsteps turned towards the civilians taken hostage, yet he solemnly bowed his head and apologized, even though it wasn't caused by me. I felt a great responsibility because the imitation behavior originated from my case. This action stirred heated comments. What is this? Is this the villain? Wait, what exactly is going on? He sincerely conveyed a message, respectfully addressing the hostages and those affected because of me. I will send compensation money to the account. Please check. I deeply apologize to the 3 deceased victims. I will pay the highest possible compensation. However, Dane still hesitated inwardly due to drawbacks of this matter. Oh dear, transfers from fake name accounts are also easily traced. Not sure. Seo-yoon will manage it though, right? Han Seo-yoon sighed and urged, now take her home. Just hearing that, it's clear the girl agreed to do it, okay. Dan immediately lifted Lee Subin onto his shoulder, sniff. His body instantly felt shattered. The effect of teleportation made him tremble. Suddenly, a shock hit the entire floor. Dan immediately realized the only one who could do that was Stardust. She was charging in without yet fully grasping the exact situation here. A few more days passed amid the commotion at Yonhee University. At a coffee shop, KPS News reported the villain taking financial responsibility for compensation. The public plunged into chaos. Villain egoistic bowed at the scene of the terrorist attack, confirming that verifying the hostages' accounts was truly not easy. Who exactly is this man? KPS investigates deeply. A blonde girl sat alone at the table, her eyes focused intently on the phone screen, her fingers scrolling through the comments, everyone chatting. Who is egoistic anyway? Sounds like a legend. Egoistic only rescues women, right? Stardust, when not a hero, is an ordinary person named Shin Ha-yeol, currently a university student. Somehow she sighed wearily, recollecting the moment when she had stormed recklessly into the building. The attack caused tremors throughout the entire building. Just as she rushed in, she immediately caught a surprised look on Egoistic's face. She instantly locked onto the target. Egoistic, you bastard. This time I will definitely catch you. She abruptly changed her direction to charge at him. Luckily, Dane leg was limp at that moment, and she managed to dodge in time. Stardust was truly too impatient to react fast enough. Oh my god. And just like that, she let the villain she needed to catch escape. Thinking back, she felt even more frustrated. Shin Ha-yeol sighed in distress. And just then, another girl came over and pulled out a chair. She gently and kindly asked, Ha-yeol, what's wrong? Is the assignment too difficult to do? Kim Ki-hyun, Ha-yeol's senior, Ha-yeol snapped out of it and looked up. Oh, it's nothing, sister. She nervously turned back to her lesson. I'm fine, just a little distracted. Stardust, South Korea's top-ranked hero, whose real name is Shin Ha-yeol, conceals her identity by using a perception-altering filter when acting as a hero. So everyone thinks she is just a normal student named Shin Ha-yeol. Or maybe she isn't completely normal either, since all the men's eyes are fixed on her. After all, recently she has been worried about something, which is Ha-yeol constantly mumbling the name Egoistic. She circled that resentful name. Everyone is selfish. A big question arose in her mind, but why did he save the hostage? Suddenly, the person in front pinched her cheek. Look at you, making that sad face again. Ki-hyun happily made a suggestion, setting aside the homework. Let's go eat mango bingsu, Ha-yeol's favorite. Ha-yeol's face immediately lit up, mango, but instantly replaced in her mind was the crazed expression and perverted laugh of Egoistic, ha ha ha. Ha-yeol winked, then her face darkened, clearly showing. Ki-hyun was stunned as he closely observed her expression. Mango doesn't solve it either. Impossible. Then she was heard snapping her pen while mumbling, Mango is mine. Ki-hyun coaxed her like a child. All right. Mango is yours, all yours. The fire within her burned like hellfire. I'm haunted by that name, egoistic. I will definitely make you show yourself. Although angry, she still cutely ate the mango ice cream. In the heart of Seoul, where the villain haunts the hero, in a house that looks very ordinary. But when the front door opened, next to the entrance there was another door. When the second door opened, it was truly surprising. An elevator appeared. After entering the elevator and inputting the code, the door would close, and the elevator would begin to descend. Down dozens of underground floors, the destination was the base of Egoistic. Din proudly lay inside the glass chamber, simply called the Ego Base. Seo Yoon showed irritation. Hey, why would you just go ahead and name someone else's house? He used a very natural reasoning. Why? Well, between us there's no distinction of whose house it is, right? Your house is my house and my house is your house. The pain suddenly in his knee wouldn't let him relax like that. The pain spread, causing him to thrash and shout loudly. Seo Yoon scolded irritably. Stop babbling nonsense. Lying like that will help you heal faster, so don't make a fuss. Din whimpered, please don't say more, because the instantaneous transfer and carrying someone else made me twice as tired. Suddenly he smiled slyly, hand Seo Yoon, the one with superintelligence ability. He was definitely directing a covetous look at the girl sitting on the sofa. Where did you get to reading? His face showed satisfaction. Although the reason for hearing an assistant wasn't this, the fatigue recovery capsules really were the best. Seo Yoon looked at him and casually gave a thumbs up. A strange look, what's that? The door suddenly opened. The person he risked everything to save stepped in. I'm home. Seeing the fridge was empty, Lee Subin shyly asked if anyone wanted some snacks. Din suddenly shouted, hey, aren't you being hunted down or something? She excitedly explained again, I covered my face before going out. He was stunned and alarmed. That's even more suspicious. However, little Seo Yoon put the book down and obediently ran over to the Melona ice cream. But this attitude made Dane have an unusual suspicion. Could it be that she was telling him to catch someone to work for her? He immediately teleported in front of the little girl and asked, why did you tell me to bring this person here? The little girl peeled off the ice cream she received and casually replied, oh, I just intend to ask for a little help. Dane was shocked and shouted, what? He whispered earnestly, that kind of thing should be considered carefully before someone becomes a terrorist. I oppose bringing a terrorist into our home. Seo Yoon, can you guarantee she won't open fire inside our house? The little girl sighed and denied, no, that won't happen. The little girl firmly asserted, and this person has no intention of joining terrorism, but was almost forced out by your henchmen. Then she pointed directly at the girl, saying, sister, oh no, brother, oh I mean sister, it's Lee Subin, right? She was startled and asked, how do you know my name? Seo Yoon's expression clearly showed she understood everything. I know everything already, Sister Lee Subin. The little girl even knew the household registration of the girl. Both her parents are researchers at the HANUN Corporation, right? Her face turned pale. How do you know that? Seo Yoon calmly explained, I have read the articles you wrote on the deep web. Those shielding programs have many flaws. Do you want revenge? The little girl approached Lee Subin and said, the HANUN Corporation, do you want to take revenge for what they did to your parents? I am looking for the leaders of that corporation. I have also suffered a lot. The girl clearly and firmly extended an invitation. We have to find those bastards and crush them before I can feel at ease, sister. Will you help me? In the blink of an eye, Din realized Seo Yoon's reason. So it was like that girl was also a victim of HANUN, just like Seo Yoon. When I wanted Seo Yoon to become the first assistant, I persuaded her by promising to help her get revenge. I wanted Seo Yoon to become the first assistant. I persuaded her by promising to help her get revenge, of course. My aim was so that later she wouldn't become an S-class villain, but anyway, this Lee Subin girl in the original story left me no impression, so she's probably just a supporting character, that might be proof she's harmless. But first, let's see if she can be of help to me. Suddenly, he snapped awake when he saw the two girls hugging and crying. Dane was dumbfounded amid the sobbing of the two. Crying? Sis, Seo Yoon, this development is really too fast. I'm the only one who can't keep up emotionally. Seo Yoon, your cool and tough image has shattered. He silently watched the two emotional girls for a while. Then he settled down and returned to the storage compartment. Well, I might as well just lie still. That evening, at a cozy little restaurant, everyone was worried about a young couple. The restaurant was quiet except for the wife's sobbing cries. Tears streamed endlessly down her cheek. Her desperate voice begged for an answer. Why have you treated me this way? However, the person opposite glared gloomily at her, which spoiled my appetite for this meal. I'm confessing to you, so why does your face look so sad? This incident caused someone to report to the police. A man with a cold expression approached their table, saying there was a report of assault and asked them to come to the station with him. The man muttered curses, "Damn it. Let me eat a bit, go away." The police officer, unable to wait any longer, placed his hand on the man's shoulder. "All right, consider yourself fully arrested." His body flashed with a red light. Suddenly, the police officer was teleported to the edge of the railing on the rooftop of the building. The man's perverted tone echoed behind him. "So we're going to the station together." He contemptuously kicked, "All right, but let me take you there first." The police officer, caught off guard, suddenly fell from the high floor. The man smiled coldly. "Who do you think you are to argue with me, fake cop? This is an A-grade villain, Kim Hakchul, the one who manipulates spatial shifts." The world appeared in a chaotic state. A scream rang out. "Did you think killing me would change this world?" Han Seo-yoon, the fifth-rank white witch villain with a completely different appearance now. A call interrupted the reverie, honey, back to the present. 16-year-old Han Seo-yoon, who loved orange juice, shouted, "You drank all my orange juice again, didn't you?" Lee Subin, awkwardly washing the dishes, spoke up. "Seo-yoon, I'm sorry, that was me who drank it. I'll buy some more for you." Seo-yoon was scolding her brother when he suddenly ran over and hugged her. The girl instantly changed her expression, smiling brightly. "It's okay, sis." Doin, seeing this scene, sneered and scoffed. "With me, it would have been different." He suddenly spoke up, "But Seo-yoon, in the end, you finally stopped pretending to be a boy, huh?" The girl immediately shouted angrily, You. Din took the opportunity to get the upper hand, ha ha ha. The lives of the three flowed happily and peacefully, recapping the misfortunes mentioned in the original work. Han Seo-yoon with superintelligence. She was the sole survivor of the Blossom Project conducted by the Hanun Corporation. Hundreds of children were illegally experimented on. One day, a child developed unexpected complications. Everyone involved died, except for Seo-yoon. At that time, the entire building collapsed. Afterwards, with a body full of injuries, she escaped from the laboratory and hid in an underground shelter, creating the hideout she has now, thus living in solitude for many years. Until I found her. Dane's sudden appearance came at a time when the girl was at peace. A chair crashed down, making a loud noise. Seo-yoon bristled like a hedgehog. Alert, Dane calmly made an offer. "Don't you want to take revenge on them?" "I also need your help," Han Seo-yoon. Under the girl's fearful gaze, he reached out his hand in a friendly gesture. "I'm not here to harm you." And that was the beginning leading to the present. He came to save her. Unlike the original, where Seo-yoon became an S-rank villain out of resentment and died, poor thing. I promise I won't let her fall into the villain path ever again. I do have some questions, though. But now that you're my accomplice, does that count as being a villain? Either way, let's stay on the right path. Feeling his intense stare, Seo-yoon turned around and waved her hand. "What are you looking at? You don't understand anything anyway." Dane's eyes glanced at the other person. While Subin's parents were both researchers but have passed away, she taught herself and got accepted into a prestigious university. He also knew well about this girl. Majoring in computer engineering, she'll probably be responsible for supporting Seo-yoon in technical matters later. He casually took a sip of water. Although she was a character he'd never known and seemed a bit suspicious, he had to admit her cooking skills were top-notch. Suddenly, Seo-yoon held out a small spider-shaped device. "Here you go, an external tracking sensor." Din's face recoiled as she took it. "What's the tracker for?" The girl clicked her tongue in exasperation. Tusk. Have you forgotten our occupation already?" She pointed at the figure on the screen. "It's for the villain you picked from the list." He was stunned with surprise. The teleporting person is him. Din knew clearly and summed up his ability. This guy can teleport infinitely over short distances with absolutely no damage. He can't be bound by motivation. Extremely troublesome. The little girl laughed excitedly. The tougher the opponent, the sooner they must be dealt with. He rubbed his head in anguish. "Do you understand how exhausting it is for me to teleport continuously?" Seo-yoon cheered him on. "Come on, egoistic, get to work." They quickly set off. Their destination, a small apartment located in a remote area. Din peeked anxiously from the rooftop. "Seo-yoon, have you gotten in yet?" The little girl urged. "What? You still haven't gone in? Hurry up." However, he remained nervous and tense. Was teleporting straight into the living room really the right move? What if the guy was there? Seo-yoon sighed and reminded him once more. "I've told you countless times, you fire the bullet equipped with the locator. Even if he dodges the bullet by teleporting, he'll still be hit." Din glanced at the gleaming gun. "What? Why?" The little girl started to get annoyed. "Because I engineered it to be faster than the bullet itself. You study social sciences. Even if I explain, you wouldn't understand. Just go in already." Still, he hesitated. Wouldn't it be quicker to kill him outright out on the street? Seo-yoon wanted to flip the table at her brother's attitude. From the start, he never goes outside. He only uses teleportation. "I've investigated and prepared this plan beforehand. Oh God, I'm so nervous." The little girl grew hot with anxiety. and gulped down a bottle of water hastily. Lee Subin anxiously cheered from the side. "Come on, Egostick, you can do it." Hearing this, the little girl shyly echoed, "Yeah, Egostick, do your best." Dane seemed reinvigorated. "All right, thanks, let's get started." He suddenly teleported inside the criminal's house. Just as he finished showering, he was startled by his appearance. Immediately, Seo Yoon shouted, "Honey, shoot!" He raised his gun and squeezed the trigger. In fact, two small spiders instantly shot out at an unbelievable speed. But anticipating this, Hak Chul immediately disappeared on the spot. Dane threw the gun away. "Damn it, Seo Yoon. Does the tracking sensor have a lock?" On Seo Yoon's side, they clearly understood the situation. "It's locked on," Sister Subin report his position. She quickly found his location. Currently, he is 500 meters east from here. Without much thought, he followed the directions. Okay. Suddenly, he appeared right in the middle of the street. What is that person? What is that?" The people around immediately recognized him. "Hey, isn't that Egostick?" It's really him." He frowned, observing around. Damn it. This situation wasn't in the plan, and his presence instantly spread widely across social media. At Yonhee University Lecture Hall, Shin Ha-yeol was focused on studying, unaware of what was happening. Suddenly, a voice over the radio announced, "Egostick has appeared in the city center. Superhero Stardust. Prepare to deploy under the association's orders." She panicked and jumped up, shouting, "What?" Everyone in the class turned to look at her. Sorry everyone." Ha-yeol hurriedly packed her things and left. "Sorry for the disturbance." She rushed off, wondering what mischief he was up to this time. Egostick. Seo Yoon carefully checked the tracking. "Honey, over there, right at the intersection ahead." Din quickly saw Hak Chul staggering away. Had he been shot? Just then the light turned red. He recklessly jumped out to block his path. No matter what just come. The startled voice of Seo Yoon rang in his ear. Din. His impatience to catch that top-class criminal made him neglect to look before crossing. A truck rushed toward him at a frightening speed. It was uncertain whether he could react in time to survive. While fleeing, Kim Hak Chul suddenly recalled that fateful day. "Hey, Kim Hak Chul, you must have been really happy when you robbed us and ran away." The Kim Hak Chul of that time was weak and helpless, only able to moan and plead. "I will pay, please spare me." Feeling his begging wasn't sincere enough, he began to shout louder, "I will pay." These words annoyed the ringleader. Unable to stand it any longer, he ruthlessly pressed a cigarette into the rope tying Kim Hak Chul and said, "I don't want it anymore." Witnessing this, Kim Hak Chul struggled even harder. "No, please, I was wrong. Please spare me just this once." No matter how much he pleaded, the rope burned through and he fell straight into the sea. At that moment, with nothing left to lose, Kim Hak Chul began cursing harshly. "Damn it, you bastards." As his face was about to hit the water, he shouted with all the rage in his heart, "I curse you all to die." At that very moment, Kim Hak Chul suddenly disappeared, and when those men were about to leave, he reappeared suddenly nearby. This strange phenomenon made the others turn pale with fear. What's going on? As for Kim Hak Chul, seeing himself still safe and sound, he was bewildered and didn't understand anything. What? Once they calmed down, the group quickly rushed over to him and grabbed him. Before long, Kim Hak Chul was surrounded. Yet he hadn't moved an inch. This ability. After standing still for a while, Kim Hak Chul clenched his hands tightly, full of joyful excitement. "So now no one in this world can catch me anymore." Thinking of this, he quickly disappeared, causing the two sides to crash into each other and then flee. No one could. Back to the present, the truck immediately slammed on the brakes upon noticing someone. But Egostick had already vanished, suddenly appearing in the cabin and startling the driver. Seeing him safe and sound, Kim Hak Chul was furious. Damn it. Realizing the situation was unfavorable, he turned and fled quickly. He had timed it perfectly, yet it still avoided him. Damn it. As soon as he got out of the vehicle, Kim Hak Chul teleported to the rooftop of a nearby building. Carefully observing the situation, he gritted his teeth in anger. It was definitely Egostick. Could it be that he eliminated the two villains not because of any personal grudge? The more Kim Hak Chul thought about it, the harder it was to swallow his anger. Clearly, he and Egostick had nothing to do with each other. Down below, as Egostick got out of the car, he was surrounded by a large crowd of villagers. Yes, I'm busy working so I can't talk much. Oh my God. Oh, don't be afraid. I'm not here to harm anyone. Now go straight to hell. You rank a villain with instant teleportation powers." These words had just been spoken when a crazy thought flashed through Kim Hak Chul's mind. Could it be that he specializes in hunting down villains and finishing them off? Just as Kim Hak Chul shook off that thought, Egostick suddenly appeared from nowhere. Since then, wherever Kim Hak Chul went, Egostick followed. Trash belongs in the garbage bin, and worthless villains should be erased from the world. Come here. Today I cleaned up a piece of trash, damn it. Being followed too closely, He went berserk and quickly grabbed hold of a nearby villager. Why can I still hear that guy's voice right next to my ear? Kim Hak-chul immediately threw that person behind him and ran away. Before the girl could even fall, Egostic reached out and caught her. Oh God, oh God. While the girl was still dazed, he gently asked, "Are you all right?" His tenderness made the girl blush deeply. Yes, sir. After repeatedly using instant teleportation, Kim Hak-chul had exhausted most of his strength. Unable to endure any longer, he finally collapsed. Why was it me? After letting the girl rest, Egostic shifted his attention to his original target, the rank A villain with instant teleportation abilities. Not hearing him say anything, he pulled out a pistol and pressed it straight to his head. You've already confessed your crime. Suddenly being scolded like that, Kim Hak-chul, who was unconscious, still felt the need to argue back. Egostic sneered and snapped back. Damn it, you're the villain too, aren't you? Yeah, but at least I'm not as cowardly as you. Finishing his words, he turned to shout loudly at the onlooking crowd. Everyone, this scumbag has stolen tens of billions in assets and has even killed 4 innocent people. Those people were husbands, fathers, friends, sons to someone. Do you want to forgive this cold-blooded murderer? Asked like that, the crowd didn't hesitate to respond shortly. End him. That's right, end him. Kill him, kill him. Hearing these words, Kim Hak-chul struggled angrily. You sons of bitches shouting to end me, how am I different from you? Egostic, hearing everyone's response, smiled with satisfaction. Hak-chul, actually your greatest crime is becoming an S-level villain later, killing hundreds and torturing Stardust countless times. Breaking from that thought, he turned sharply and threatened. You mean those two things are the same? Sorry, but it seems you're going to die here. Immediately after that moment, a painful scream pierced the air, making Egostic cautiously look around. The first thing that struck his eyes was the joyous excitement of the townspeople. This reaction surprised him. What was going on, having just witnessed someone getting shot dead? Everyone should have been scared and screaming. But after finishing the task, he stood up dazedly, observing the joyful faces of the crowd. This world, apart from having superpowers, is not much different from my old world. But moments like this truly make me realize that I am in a different world. The people here are indeed strange. After some thought, Egostic put that aside, took off his hat to greet. But I'm the villain here, aren't you guys scared? Witnessing this expression, the surrounding people also showed some hesitation. Just then, a familiar voice rang out. Egostic immediately recognized the owner. The voice made him quickly lift his head to look up at the sky. Stardust. Damn, I've been drawing attention for too long. Stardust swiftly landed and pointed at him while scolding. You bastard! Egostic paid no mind and focused instead on watching the newcomer, who was normally a somewhat cold university student. But when she became a hero, her tone changed just like in historical dramas. Thinking of this, he exclaimed, "So adorable." However, that expression was misunderstood by Stardust. What did you do? No matter how infatuated I am, Egostic still portrayed the villainous face very well. Do what? What do you mean, do what? I just dealt with an evil A-level villain who was both a murderer and a bank robber. I was simply doing the work a hero should do. Faced with these words, Stardust could not argue against anything. He witnessed that reaction and he continued speaking. I didn't do anything wrong, did I? A top-tier villain can originally be judged by the hero right then and there, with no room for argument. She completely changed the subject. Egostic, do you think you're the hero? These words successfully left Egostic bewildered. I'm the villain. As he spoke, he suddenly realized something. There must be a lot of people filming and cheering for Stardust, right? This place is crowded exactly right. Snapping out of his thoughts, he smiled and clapped casually. Indeed, Stardust. A villain like me punishing evil is truly against the rules. But I really don't accept her ironclad sense of justice. Perhaps today I should just retreat. These words caused those present to buzz in discussion again. Exactly. Are villains only supposed to be hidden from heroes? He spoke impressively. After all, you came late, didn't you? You didn't defeat the teleporting person. Honestly, Egostic didn't actually do anything wrong. These words made Stardust feel unsettled and melancholic. Not only did she feel that way, but Egostic also felt like the world was in utter chaos. What is this? Something seems off. Just then, Han Seo-yoon urged him through the earpiece. Hey, stop rambling and hurry up. Being urged and combined with the current situation, he panicked and explained. No, I don't mean I'm doing the right thing. I will continue to do evil, and Stardust can just keep trying to stop me. He paused briefly, then switched back to a cool demeanor. Then let's call it a day, he said, and immediately vanished using his power. There was nothing more to gossip about, and the crowd left, leaving Stardust still deep in thought. We should probably go too, right? Yeah, let's go. After everyone left, she went over to Kim Hak-chul, who had collapsed. Looking sad, back at the base as soon as they arrived, Egostic collapsed, and Han Seo-yoon had already prepared and called out loudly, "Sister Subin, over here, hurry up." When Lee Subin was called, she ran over in a panic. "What's wrong?" The girl sat down, examined the situation, and explained that it was a side effect of the teleportation power. After checking, the two girls simultaneously pulled him back to the room. "Come on, 1, 2, 3. Just then, Egostic's phone in his pocket rang. Turns out an article about this afternoon's event had already been posted on the free forum, Testing for Goodwill. Who prefers the cool big brother Egostic over the old-fashioned Aunt Stardust? Probably me. That evening, Stardust sat on some building, quietly reading that post. After reading it, she couldn't hide her sadness as she sat on the rooftop. Stardust recalled some unpleasant memories from the past. When she was still Shin Ha-yeol, a 17-year-old student, something sorrowful happened. No mother, father. Witnessing her painful expression, the smug thief holding the stolen wallet in his hand thought she should have obediently handed it over. After examining his loot for a while, he put it away, pulled out a handgun threateningly, and said, "Blame your stupid parents." Even with a gun to her head, Shin Ha-yeol had nothing left to lose and wasn't afraid at all. Unable to see the expression he wanted, the robber felt disappointed. Then he smiled brightly, put away his gun. Lucky, truly lucky, wasn't it? After speaking, that robber discarded his cigarette and turned away to leave, letting the person who had killed his parents get away. Shin Ha-yeol was unwilling, but could only helplessly collapse and cry. "If only I had the strength to protect my mother and father. No matter how much I regret it, everything has already happened. Mother, father, I will put an end to that bastard." After that declaration, Shin Ha-yeol could only sit by her parents' bodies and weep bitterly. At that moment, a ray of light appeared in the dark sky. Immediately after, a shooting star flew straight down into the narrow alley. The student Shin Ha-yeol, who was crying, looked up and observed the strange light. Just as she looked up, a blinding light struck her eyes. Then the alley was filled with a strange light. When the light gradually faded, Shin Ha-yeol had fainted and her hair had changed from black to blonde. The next day, at the secret base, after resting well, Din finally opened her eyes. Han Seo-yoon had been watching by the glass, just waiting for this moment to cheer. "He's awake." Before he could say anything, he encountered the girl, feeling tired. "Seo-yoon, I'm about to enjoy a hot meal." Suddenly, Han Seo-yoon brought his phone over. He ate while listening. Immediately, the girl read the article on the phone screen to him, summarizing the facts about the level of villain Egostic, stating only the facts about the level of villain Egostic. Reading the article carefully, Han Seo-yoon recounted countless feats Dian had achieved, having eliminated the A-rank villain Rhino, and having eliminated the A-rank villain and Zodiac. For the weary Korean people, he also orchestrated and suppressed special situations at the observatory without any casualties. It seemed the article ended there, but the girl read on. At the same time, he also suppressed a group of fanatics who caused disturbances and held hostages, then compensated the hostages. Pausing briefly, Han Seo-yoon finished reading the remaining parts of the article. An A-rank villain, an instant teleporter who had been hiding for a long time, despite rewards being offered. Officials considered capturing him extremely difficult. Truly, Egostic hardly seemed villainous at all. Feeling not yet fully shocked, the girl smiled and shared another piece of information. 7,842 likes and 12 dislikes. What do you think? Hearing this, Dane anxiously asked, "And what about Stardust?" Upon hearing that name, Han Seo-yoon couldn't hide her sulkiness. "Stardust, huh?" "Look at the comments right below this." Before he could take his phone, the girl read aloud. "Actually, Egostic's even more accomplished than Stardust. Stardust hasn't really done anything to date." Hearing these words, Dane sprayed food out of her mouth in surprise. It didn't end there. The girl read on. "The King Egostic has already taken down 3 A-rank villains." After calming down, Dane asked hesitantly, "So why is Stardust being criticized?" In response to this question, Han Seo-yoon thought for a moment and replied, "Maybe because among the 3 A-rank heroes, she is the least active, actually. Shadow, Walker, and Icicle have each saved dozens or even hundreds of people by themselves, but Stardust hasn't done much." Having read everything, the girl hesitantly observed the reaction of the person next to her. "See, that's how people react." Hearing these comments, Dane was hopeless and couldn't hide it. "Is that the majority?" The situation wasn't shocking enough, so Han Seo-yoon directly showed the screen with a strange mango and proudly boasted, While Egostic even has an official fan club." This information officially shattered Duin, who knelt down clutching his head and pulling at his hair. "No, that can't be. These lunatics. What do you mean a fan club for the villain?" Unable to accept the situation, he stood up, his mind working on a plan. "All right, we can't just let this slide." After some thought, Dane decided to start preparing the next terror attack. Come on, Seo Yoon Subin, can you two handle it? Suddenly being called out by name, the two girls froze in panic. Hey, me again? Seriously. Ignoring the two girls' gloomy appearances, Dain was filled with excitement and anticipation. Anyway, we have to show the people of Korea who the real villain is and who the true hero is. Wait for me, Stardust. I'll bring you back to the top. At this awaited moment, someone was thoroughly enjoying a cup of mango smoothie, absolutely delicious. While enjoying a glass of water, Shin Ha-yeol suddenly noticed something. It turned out that the cherry blossoms outside had fully bloomed, creating a scene full of romance. So poetically romantic, yet in her mind, she only heard people's comments, making out like she's some great hero. Finishing work before arriving, sometimes not even able to catch that instant teleporter. Remembering those words, Shin Ha-yeol sighed. Swept away by the tide, countless negative thoughts flooded her mind. The public was still more enthusiastic about Egoistic, the villain slayer, than heroes who dealt only with suspended sentences. She had done her best, so why was she still being criticized like this? Not wanting to stay negative like this, Shin Ha-yeol slapped herself a few times to sober up. Just then, a familiar voice rang out. Ha-yeol, why are you slapping yourself like that? Hearing this voice, she instantly woke up. Looking at Kim Ki-hyun sitting down gently beside her, Shin Ha-yeol excitedly smiled and suggested brightly to her junior, "It's such a beautiful day, let's take a little break." Being invited like that, Shin Ha-yeol didn't hesitate and agreed immediately, right? Since when did the cherry blossoms bloom so fully? Kim Ki-hyun excitedly pulled out her phone. "Oh right, do you want to go see this? It's really popular these days, but you probably don't know about it yet." She showed a dancing mango photo and said, "What do you think? Pretty funny, right? Lately, I've noticed Egoistic has a lot of appeal." Looking at that image, Shin Ha-yeol gritted her teeth, unwilling to accept it. Even senior Ki-hyun liked him. She was scrolling through her phone when suddenly something caught her attention. "Oh, what is this?" Kim Ki-hyun held out her phone screen. "Ha-yeol, is live streaming right now." Hearing this, she was surprised. What? Just as she took out her phone, a familiar voice rang out. Egoistic was once again targeting Stardust, immediately returning to the association, then setting out to the scene. As the announcement ended, Shin Ha-yeol slammed the table and stood up. "Sister Ki-hyun, I have urgent business, so I have to leave now, sorry." Finishing her words, she turned and quickly ran out of the cafe, not giving Ki-hyun a chance to respond. Ha-yeol. As she ran, Shin Ha-yeol was resolute. "Just wait, Egoistic. This time I will definitely catch you." At this moment at some cliff, a familiar screen appeared, followed by Egoistic's voice. "Long time no see, hello everyone. I am the villain, Egoistic." Having finished the introduction, he eagerly watched the comments streaming by, wondering how people would react. Crazy, they are treating this like some kind of surprise event or something. Without overthinking it, Egoistic took out his phone and joked, "There's been a lot of news about me recently. I'm not a hero but the villain, and there's even a fan club." Saying this, he flashed a sly smile, controlling the phone to project onto the railway track. "Perhaps everyone is misunderstanding. I am the villain," pointing at the hostages who had been taken. Then he pointed back toward the distant train. "Ah, the train is about to arrive. Are you watching, Stardust?" When the question was posed, a comment arose that he was still a genuine die-hard fan of Stardust, unconcerned with it. He began explaining, "The rules are simple, you choose." Egoistic turned the camera down to the tracks, starting the pressure. "Keep the lever in place to save one person instead of 5, or sacrifice one person for the majority. Pulling the lever would kill one person." He thought of Lee Subin, who was controlling the train, and continued the pressure. "Don't decide hastily. If you try to pull these people off the tracks, I will derail the train immediately. Understand, Stardust?" After explaining the rules, Egoistic invited, "Your choice is only one. Pull the lever." No sooner said, Stardust appeared. "You bastard, Egoistic." The girl didn't hesitate, rushing straight down to stand above. He watched with satisfaction. "It's coming, isn't it, Stardust?" Looking at the hostages, she began to calculate, "If I try to save them, then the passengers on the train will be in danger. Think about it, Stardust, how can everyone be saved?" Witnessing that hesitant expression, Egoistic, against his conscience, urged, come on, the Pentakin train is entering the station. How will our Stardust choose?" She has done nothing yet, the viewers were already guessing. Egoistic was very pleased with these comments. Indeed, everyone thought Stardust would backstab, but I believe the Stardust I know isn't that kind of person. Just then, Lee Subin panicked and shouted through the earpiece, "Doin, she's running towards me, what should I do?" Seeing her silhouette speeding like the wind, he comforted her. "We're live streaming, so turn off the mic for broadcasting first. Don't worry, she won't come to harm you, keep moving forward." At this point, Lee Subin felt a bit more confident. Yes, successfully comforting, Egoistic continued playing the villain. Okay, now turn the mic back on. Oh, can this really work? What is Stardust doing? She actually managed that. If so, it's going to be disastrous, Stardust. Why are you rushing to commit suicide? Stop. No matter what, Stardust and the train collided head-on, and with all her strength, she tried to encourage herself. Just hold on a little longer. But suddenly the train sped up. This state surprised Egoistic. Was it moving faster? Realizing something, he panicked. Subin, wake up. But she had already fainted 8 lives ago. Receiving no response, he was frantic. I didn't guard against this situation. Looking at Stardust, standing dazedly at the foot of the mountain, Egoistic continued the psychological attack. Come on, the Pentakin train is entering the station. How will our Stardust choose? Though he said this outwardly, inside he was eagerly watching the girl below. The righteous girl who would choose. The person he had been longing for was now struggling with intense psychological turmoil. After a moment of reflection, having made a decision for herself, Stardust gritted her teeth and dashed straight toward the train. Witnessing her action, Egoistic was very satisfied, lowering his hat brim even further. Good, everything here was going exactly according to plan. Pleased with the events unfolding, he carried a frightened, struggling girl closer to the tracks. Once there, Egoistic gently set the pale-faced girl down onto the railway. Not stopping there, he also took some tape to secure the girl. Despite acting this way, Egoistic's mind was screaming, oh, how exhausting. Without the Shadow Walker, it might have been easier at night. Preparing to terrorize during the day requires constant vigilance. No matter how much he complained, he still completed the final knot. After securing the hostage, Egoistic used his power to instantly teleport to a cliff to watch the performance. Observing the 5 people he had tied under the platform, he was very pleased with the result and felt a bit proud. Looking at the peaceful scene before him, Egoistic recalled some information. In the original story, Stardust would weaken after clashing with the villain, but in return, she would mature more. So if he eliminated those villains early to help her, she would lose the chance to grow. Breaking away from that train of thought, he reached out and wrote a few familiar lines on the ground. Finishing writing, Egoistic smiled proudly to himself, thinking, consider this a special physical training camp made just for you. Back to the present, seeing Stardust charging full force into the train, he was somewhat surprised and hurriedly stopped him. What's wrong? If you do that, you'll be smashed to pieces, Stardust. That scene also caused those watching at home to start debating, and reading through the comments, one felt despair. This was not my intention, he said outwardly, but deep down he was very satisfied with what was happening. It truly was his plan. At that moment, Stardust had rammed straight into the train, shattering its front part. Standing atop the cliff, Egoistic observed and analyzed the scene. Her abilities, both muscular and flying, were lacking by about 2%. Still only a hero close to level A, so stopping this train might be beyond her capacity. But there was one trait others didn't know about her. Carefully watching Stardust's tightly determined and tense face, Egoistic sincerely assessed that when in danger, her powers would surge dramatically. Thinking this, Stardust was gradually being pushed backward. Nonetheless, he remained confident, so she could definitely stop this from happening. With that strong belief, the train's engine began to clatter. However, it not only didn't stop, but pushed forward even harder. This phenomenon made Egoistic somewhat uneasy. Could the train be going even faster? Realizing this, he quickly called for backup, but Lee Subin had already fainted 8 lifetimes ago. Subin, Miss Subin, wake up. Not receiving any response back, Egoistic immediately fell into a state of panic. He hadn't anticipated this. Just like that, the worst-case scenarios played out like a movie in his mind. Could it be that if the people tied on the tracks ended up dead, then no matter how much the road was paved with flowers, the brave superhero image of Stardust would definitely be shattered? Thinking of that situation, Egoistic held his head and pulled at his ears a little. What should I do? At the same time, the train was approaching the unfortunate girl. Noticing this, Stardust gritted her teeth and exerted more strength than usual. Seeing that the train didn't stop, she used all her might to hold it back. Although the front of the train was nearly mangled, it hadn't slowed down at all. Standing above, hoping to see Stardust below, please. As the distance between the train and the hostages slowly closed in, he could only pray, please. Suddenly, Egoistic noticed something. It turned out that after so much effort, the train had finally been stopped by Stardust, and the entire event was recorded on video. Witnessing this unbelievable scene, Egoistic's face lit up with joy. It stopped. We've temporarily escaped a dead end. Amidst this wild and chaotic scene, he was filled with hope. Come on, show yourself. Stardust, will she be okay? The train was moving too fast. Watching the live stream on his phone, Egoistic began to overthink. Could it be that she died? could it be? At that moment, the familiar figure of Stardust appeared. Seeing that the girl he longed for was still safe and sound, he couldn't hide his excitement and cheered. After a while, realizing he was still the villain, he quickly pulled himself together. No, wait, no, she had managed to block it. She really did hold out. My plan wasn't like this. Turning his attention to Stardust, who was dazed, Egoistic hypnotized himself. She had found her own way to resolve the dilemma in her own style. That's right. This declaration caused the commentary to erupt once again. Reading every word, his entire face lit up with excitement. Yes, this is exactly the reaction needed. See. With that overwhelming pride, he took the chance to shower compliments on the girl standing below. This is the hero named Stardust. Watch how her abilities erupt purely out of her desire to save others. After exerting herself to the utmost, Stardust could no longer hold on and directly collapse. Witnessing this, his eyes were filled with worry, not caring about appearances anymore. He directly jumped down there to assess the situation. Approaching the girl, he felt a pang of sadness when he heard a soft scolding. The name damned Egoistic. No matter how upset he was, Egoistic still focused on the current issue. All right, Stardust, you did very well. In a way I had never imagined. This is your victory. Finishing his words, he rubbed his eyes to let her rest, and then gave a few final instructions. I'm leaving now, rest well, soon other heroes will come to assist you. Once Stardust had rested, he stood up, took off his hat, and expressed his condolences. Yes, my terror attack ends here, thank you all for watching. Following that statement, the screen faded to black to conclude. A shocking comment was made. What kind of vague atmosphere is between those two? The next morning at the secret base, Han Seo-yoon burst with energy running around. Wake up, come on, you late sleepers. The two deigned together with Lee Subin looked completely drained after yesterday's event. Oh my god, this is deadly. Good morning, Seo-yoon. This appearance makes the little girl reconsider a bit. Just one terror attack and everyone looks so exhausted. Not blaming them anymore, Han Seo-yoon pointed to the table full of food and invited them. Come on. Seeing those hot dishes, the two pairs, eyes lit up brighter than headlights. Seo-yoon, did you prepare this? Den was fully awake now, stepped forward to stroke Han Seo-yoon's head in praise. Thank you so much, Seo-yoon, it's nothing. After a brief moment of embarrassment, the little girl directly reached out and pinched his waist. Taking advantage of Den still fidgeting, Han Seo-yoon quickly sat at the table urging, eat quickly, it's getting cold now, really. Well then. The three of them then all sat down at the table and began enjoying breakfast, wishing everyone a good meal. After saying that, each person focused on savoring the delicacies. While eating, Han Seo-yoon suddenly noticed the nearby remote control and immediately reached out to grab it. She then quickly ate up and ran to the sofa to watch TV, checking out the latest news. As the news broadcast appeared, Han Seo-yoon excitedly pointed at the screen, saying, let's see how our achievements from yesterday were reported. Next news. Hearing these words, Do-in, still eating, could not hide his pride. His image as the villain must have been deeply engraved. Of course, Stardust also soared in reputation. A single arrow hitting two targets, getting the bird and the eggs. At that moment, Han Seo-yoon suddenly burst out laughing, a strange expression that confused him. What's that? The little girl pointed at the screen and shouted excitedly. They say the two of you are dating. At that moment, the commentator's voice rang out. That is the story after the level a hero Stardust stopped the train yesterday morning. First, please take a look at this photo. Immediately after, the moment he brushed the girl's hair to let her rest appeared, and the commentator continued. Looking here, you can clearly see that between the villain and the hero, there's nothing different than a couple in love. In another corner, Shin Ha-yeol was watching the entire news broadcast, unable to suppress her anger as she crushed the glass. While Do-in, the person involved, was terrified, thinking, what the hell is this? The host said that in South Korea, the most beloved villain is Egoistic, a rising rookie superhero, Stardust. The rumored romance between the two has recently become extremely hot. Reporter Park, what caused this romance rumor to explode? Reporter Park pointed at the screen and continued, look here, do you recognize it? The host said, yes, this is a line displaying the name Stardust. Reporter Park slammed his hand on the table, stood up, and said loudly, that's wrong, it's not just a simple line. Sent to you, Stardust. This is a gift I give you. That's the real meaning. Next, on the screen was a scene of Dan kneeling on one knee beside an unconscious Shin Ha-yeol. He said, all right, Stardust, you've done very well in a way I never imagined. This is your victory. Reporter Park pointed at this scene and firmly stated, look closely. If this isn't love, then what is it? When Egoistic spoke those last words and closed Stardust's eyes, Stardust quietly fell asleep. Reporter Park added, if these two aren't dating, then what else could it be? Elsewhere, Shin Ha-yeol was sitting alone in the study room, watching that segment of the discussion. Shin Ha-yeol's mood was gloomy. She held her forehead with her hand, thinking to herself, is everyone still clear-headed? I swear I would never date that crazy villainous guy. Absolutely no chance of that. Shin Ha-yeol fell silent for a moment. Then she asked herself, what is this? Clearly I feel rising hatred and resentment toward that guy, but somehow there is also a strange feeling mixed in. While Shin Ha-yeol was gloomily muttering to herself, a girl approached. Kim Ki-hyun said sympathetically to Shin Ha-yeol, Ha-yu, your soul must be exhausted from all that studying. Then Kim Ki-hyun pulled out a flyer advertising ice cream and smiled brightly at Shin Ha-yeol. Today let me heal you. Next, Kim Ki-hyun tossed the flyer aside, her eyes sparkling with emotion, saying, just trust me for today, let's go out and have some fun together. Elsewhere, a constant whining noise came from a house. Come on, come on. Han Seo-yoon was lying on the floor throwing a tantrum, just wanting to go. Lee Subin didn't know what to say. Seo-yoon, don't be so whiny. Han Seo-yoon refused and said, we've already had 2 terrorizing incidents, but now I want to go out. At this moment, Din also spoke up, Miss Subin, Seo-yoon, how about we all go out together? The moment Han Seo-yoon heard this, she immediately sat up, stopped throwing a tantrum. The girl joyfully shouted in celebration. Subin also smiled. Din also held an ice cream festival flyer like Kim Ki-hyun did earlier. He smiled to himself thinking, this wasn't in the original story, but it probably won't be a problem. On Shin Ha-yeol's side, she was also in a better mood, eagerly thinking, an ice cream festival at the ice cream festival. Everywhere you looked there were people. The scene was full of life. Dain exclaimed, wow, even though it's just a weekday noon, it's still quite crowded. Han Seo-yoon held an ice cream cone walking beside her and asked confusedly, honey, are you wearing black again? Dain smiled and replied, Seo-yoon, men have to wear black. Han Seo-yoon laughed and said, what nonsense are you talking about? Dain was quite surprised. Oh, why is she smiling so brightly, even calling me honey? Dain thought with a light smile. It seems she is genuinely very happy. Han Seo-yoon exclaimed and pointed forward. Rice ice cream is here. Then Han Seo-yoon immediately excitedly ran towards the ice cream stall. Dain smiled and said to Lee Subin, going out to play is really worth it. Lee Subin cheerfully replied, yeah, definitely, she looks very happy. Lee Subin activated the Reduce Awareness filter for herself, which had been used once when Dain recruited her. Dain tasted a spoonful of ice cream. He exclaimed in surprise, oh, this is really delicious. As Dain scooped another spoonful, he said, Subin, you should try some too. Lee Subin blushed shyly as she looked at the spoonful of ice cream Dain offered. Han Seo-yoon stood beside them and innocently asked, what's wrong, sis? Hurry up and eat. Lee Subin stammered, wait for me a moment. Lee Subin, embarrassed, slowly opened her mouth and moved closer to the spoonful of ice cream, thinking, isn't this like an indirect kiss? Finally, Lee Subin tasted the spoonful of ice cream. Right after that, her face was full of enjoyment, exclaiming, this is really delicious. Han Seo-yoon had also finished her cone ice cream. The little girl happily ran over to another ice cream stand. Over there, mango-flavored ice cream, Dain hurriedly said, hey, wait for me, will you? Han Seo-yoon gazed brightly, staring intently at the ice cream behind the glass. Then the little girl quickly excitedly told the vendor, give me 1 cone ice cream, please. The vendor smiled as he scooped the ice cream and said to Dain, oh my, this kid is exactly the spitting image of her parents, so adorable. Dain was speechless. What? Then the man closed his eyes and accepted it right away, haha. Yes, that's right. Lee Subin, standing nearby, blushed deeply, while Han Seo-yoon turned back with a quiet smile to tease Dain. This guy really looks older, doesn't he? Dain didn't back down either and teased back. Maybe it's because of my height, not because of you. Han Seo-yoon couldn't argue with him and just snorted. The vendor brought the ice cream over. Here's the kid's ice cream, 1 cone and 2 cups. Everyone took their ice cream. Dain smiled and asked Han Seo-yoon, did you order for us too? The little girl replied, since you're the leader of the Mango Club, of course you have to eat mango-flavored ice cream. Dain was confused about his new identity and asked again, Mango Club? Dain looked at the vendor's smile, not knowing where to hide his face, and awkwardly said, oh, it's nothing. Suddenly, Dain widened his eyes in astonishment. It turned out that the sales clerk was showing off the image on the back of his shirt, which was a picture of Dain in his egoistic persona. The clerk laughed and said, I did this myself, looks good, right? Dain couldn't really comment, but Han Seo-yoon generously gave a thumbs up, absolutely cinematic. After a while, the 3 of them sat together on a bench, relaxing and eating ice cream. Suddenly, Dain noticed something. Dain asked Han Seo-yoon, Seo, you used to be a master at dart throwing, right? I know that. Din was about to show off his skills, saying, I'll show you what I can do. Han Seo-yoon seemed to catch on, and she asked, hey, are you planning to cheat using your remote control powers? Din immediately stiffened. The clerk explained that there was an ongoing event, and the female employee at the dart booth introduced. If you hit the target 10 times in a row, you'll be rewarded with a 10-layer ice cream cone. Han Seo-yoon said she preferred the second prize. That teddy bear was much cuter. Din asked the clerk whether the first prize winner got to choose freely, and the clerk agreed, yes. Din confidently promised Han Seo-yoon, Seo, listen up, I'll get it for you. Din thought to himself that he would pretend to concentrate, then at the right moment discreetly use some power to shoot the dart, and that would be it. At that moment, Kim Ki-hyun also walked up to the dart counter and asked the clerk how much it cost per throw. She caught Dane's attention beside her. He thought to himself, this person looks so familiar. Right after, Dane was startled. He recalled this person, Kim Ki-hyun, Shin Ha-yeol's senior in university. Kim Ki-hyun said again, Ha-yeol, the prize even includes 10-layer ice cream. Another female voice spoke up. Let me try to get one for you. Han Seo-yoon, noticing Dane had been stunned for a while, asked curiously, what are you doing? Hurry up and throw it away. At this moment, Lee Subin and Han Seo-yoon finally noticed Shin Ha-yeol's appearance. The group of three officially broke into a cold sweat, not daring to say a word. Then Shin Ha-yeol glanced at the three of them. She looked at Dae-in, while Dae-in was still frozen, holding the dart ready to throw. Kim Ki-hyun smiled brightly with excitement, pointing ahead. Ha-yeol, there's rice ice cream over there. The two went to the ice cream shop. Kim Ki-hyun was ecstatic with the flavor. It was incredibly delicious. In a happy mood, she looked at Shin Ha-yeol. Ha-yeol, try this one. Shin Ha-yeol bent down slightly and tasted the ice cream with her lips. After tasting it, her cheeks flushed pink, her eyes shining brightly. It really was delicious. Kim Ki-hyun, holding the ice cream box, smiled contentedly with her eyes nearly closed. Finally, your expression has relaxed, Ha-yeol. It seemed the two of them were attracted by something, turning their heads at the same time. She held Ha-yeol's hand, her heart filled with radiant roses. Let's go. Over there is the flavor you like the most, Ha-yeol. Her eyes focused on the food stall with the mango flavor. Hurry and eat. Seeing the mango, Shin Ha-yeol's eyes sparkled with utmost delight. But not long after, her mood abruptly turned gloomy. Her face lowered. The staff member happily turned his back to show the back of the shirt featuring the chibai egoistic image. I made this myself, Kim Ki-hyun proudly praised. Oh my God, it's so cute. After that, the two ladies rested on a cool stone bench. Kim Ki-hyun stretched comfortably. This is really nice. She gently tilted her head and looked at Shin Ha-yeol. You like it too, don't you? From feeling annoyed to becoming positive, Ha-yeol smiled and replied, of course, sister. Then Shin Ha-yeol's eyes closed tightly as she savored the moment. Under the big cherry blossom tree, a few flower branches gently fell. Shin Ha-yeol thought, how long has it been since I last got to go out and enjoy a view like this? She smiled faintly at the corner of her lips, eyes closed. It was wonderful. Not long after, Kim Ki-hyun pointed at the food stall in front of them. Ha-yeol, let's finish eating this first, then we can try that one, okay? Shin Ha-yeol looked at her attentively as she got excited. Darts, huh? Immediately, Shin Ha-yeol smiled brightly, seeming intrigued. Balloons were neatly decorated and arranged on top of the stall in vibrant colors. A friendly staff member gave the two girls darts. There's an event going on. If you pop all 10 balloons, you'll get a 10-layer ice cream as a prize. She gently gazed and responded. Yes, ma'am. Her distinctive blue eyes shifted around. Her gaze landed on three players who were sweating profusely. They looked like a young married couple, but why was the girl's hair silver? Maybe she was the granddaughter. It would make more sense. She stared long at Dae-in, who looked worried, then thought, what about this man? Why does he seem so familiar? Without thinking for long, Kim Ki-hyun shouted from behind. Ha-yeol, give it a try. She quickly agreed. Oh yes. Shin Ha-yeol darted forward, emitting a blazing orange light, and Kim Ki-hyun laughed delightedly, eyes sparkling, scoring a direct hit immediately. Din watched the sweat trickling down with some worry, thinking to himself that Stardust's abilities were monstrous strength and the power of flight. Each day he looked at her longer, but this monstrous power was not simply about strength. Then he used the item in his hand to speak more precisely. At this moment, Shin Ha-yeol gained an additional supreme throw. It was an extraordinarily superior physique. Excited and joyful voices rang out. 2 hits already. He bowed his head, feeling a bit disappointed, then thought that for now her power was a terrifying burst when needed. But later, she would gradually become a superhuman beyond human limits. Ha-yeol threw the dart happily. Not only had her 5 senses, but also her 6th sense developed, or in other words, Her instincts would immediately alert her if something was amiss. Ha-Yul found it strange to see Dain so dejected. He thought long and hard to prove that fact. Right at that moment, enough for her to sense that the guy might actually be. If he revealed his identity here, the image of Shin Ha-Yul becoming a superhuman flashed in his mind, and she would throw him straight into prison. Seo Yoon and Subin embraced each other in joy. A dart thrown by Shin Ha-Yul at high speed hit the balloon. Kim Ki-hyun, seeing that, stood beside her pleased and congratulated her immensely. "Ha-Yul, you're amazing, you hit all 10 shots." Upon hearing that, she immediately became shy and bashful. "It's nothing, just a small thing." The staff happily handed the two girls 10-layer ice cream cones. "Here are the 10-layer ice creams." The staff then involuntarily turned to Din. "Oh, sir, aren't you going to throw?" The man was caught off guard, but quickly answered. "Oh my, there's someone next to me throwing so well that I couldn't take my eyes off them. Now I'll throw right here." Din looked over at Han Seo Yoon and forced a hesitant smile as he spoke. "Seo Yoon, look here, I'll show you my dart-throwing technique." The girl cheering him on seemed a bit doubtful. "Come on, hurry up." Din picked up 10 darts at once and worriedly thought, "No need to use any special skill, just throw a few quickly and then slip away." He swiftly threw decisively and quickly forward, but unfortunately his throw completely hit all 10 balloons. Everyone was stunned, mouths agape and eyes wide in shock, but Din was the opposite, wondering, after all, how did that happen? In Kim Ki-hyun's hand was the 10-layer ice cream cone as she looked at him in surprise. The guest beside her was also very impressed. A stuffed bear was brought out by the staff. "You said you wanted the bear more than the first prize, right? Here, the bear is ready for you." But Din chose to rush away quickly. The female staff raised her hand to stop her. "Wait a moment." The three of them ran off, then laughed awkwardly. "It's okay. We're leaving now." Han Seo Yoon also quickly joined in. "Yeah, stay behind, okay." In Kim Ki-hyun's hand was a long ice cream, smiling brightly. "I'll bring it over to Ha-Yul for you." Shin Ha-Yul held the bear and turned his face away. "Yes." But halfway there, the ice cream stick was so tall that it all toppled. The layers of colorful ice cream headed straight towards him. Din thought immediately, if even a little bit sticks, it's a bad ending for sure. With wide-open eyes and mouth agape at the same time, she had to avoid it at all costs. Din's mind raced quickly. She dashed over to the side where there was no ice cream sticking, then fell flat onto the ground. Everyone who saw it hurriedly ran over. Han Seo Yoon panicked. "Sir," she exclaimed, while she herself felt guilty, mouth wide open. "Are you okay?" Kim Ki-hyun's eyes suddenly drooped. Putting a hand over his mouth to show concern, he quickly replied, "Ah, I'm fine, you don't need to worry." Then slowly Dane cautiously stood up, touching her neck with her hand. "It's nothing, I overreacted a bit, just had to dodge a little." "Come on, let's go." The girl accompanying them already noticed and looked a bit annoyed. "What do you think? Please hurry up, if this continues, we'll all die." Sweat was already dripping down Dane's face, and halfway through speaking, a dark smoke appeared from behind. "Let's go quickly." Shin Ha-Yul, and he immediately turned to look at that strange thing. A blood-red sky accompanied by thick black-gray smoke caused the people to scatter in panic. The sharp canine teeth of the green crocodile appeared. It stood tall, stretching its body forward, while shouting, "Stardust, Stardust, come out quickly." The system board announced, "Crocodile Man, level a villain." Din hugged the two girls, making the accompanying girl shy. "Stay here for now." His sharp and skeptical gaze arose, thinking in the sequence of the original story, that guy shouldn't have appeared yet. So why did he suddenly start acting now? Shin Ha-Yul seemed to have understood the situation and rushed forward. Kim Ki-hyun was surprised. Ha-Yul. He gritted his teeth as pain showed up. Running back to the association to get the perception-reducing filter now is too urgent. If it's Stardust from the original story, the moment she revealed her face was the start of a path of misfortune and decline. The image of a woman with blonde hair hiding her face appeared. No, in the original story when she appeared, bad things happened. Din's body ached painfully. He clenched his teeth. Even if the sky fell down, he wouldn't let that happen. Din screamed loudly. Sudden purple light rays enveloped his entire body. Those lights grew stronger and stronger. Din's regular clothes fell off completely, flying elsewhere. He appeared wearing a suit and a classy hat, completely different from usual. "I'll pack things up later, Seo Yoon." The girl standing behind asked, "What are you planning to do?" Not long after, he began giving orders to the little girl to help broadcast for him. Han Seo Yoon sat alone hugging a stuffed bear, while the monster crazily raked everything up with its hands. "Stardust, if you don't show up, I will destroy everything." Its eyes blazing with golden light. Then a voice came through the speaker. "Hello, dear viewers." The black speaker emitted a resonant sound. The true villain of this era. Din held the mic, smiling to reveal his teeth. The common enemy of South Korea, Egoistic. His voice echoed through the speaker far and wide. Dare to trespass on my territory, you little crocodile. He stood below, angry and ready to act. What? On forums and websites, discussions began. Mangostic. Some exclaimed, oh my God, is he mangostic? Another account said, openly admitting he's the common enemy. Some said, wasn't he a hero before? Truly incomprehensible, everyone was excited, laughing their heads off at the opening. It was just like a music festival. Din's terrifying face appeared. His eyes glanced down as he softly said, now you will die here. 3 years ago, inside the building of a large corporation. At this moment, inside an association lecture hall, a voice rang out. The device you see in front of you is indispensable for heroes. A middle-aged man was standing before a group of seated people. He pointed at the modern machine beside him and said, the so-called perception-reducing filter, commonly shortened to filter. He explained that once inside the device and then out, for a certain period the filter will be applied to the face. Only those faces that have been filtered will cause viewers to experience recognition disorder. He continued, but if the face is exposed in front of someone who already knows it, the filter will have no effect. Everyone understood, right? The people below heard this and all spoke in unison, yes. Then his expression grew serious. He gripped the microphone tightly and said, even a fool knows how dangerous it is when a hero's identity is revealed. Forget about the career. You lose your whole life, remember this well. Shin Ha-yeol, sitting below, heard this and firmly shouted back, yes. Returning to the present, the streets had become desolate, shrouded in dust. Kim Ki-hyun and Shin Ha-yeol were desperately hiding by the roadside. Shin Ha-yeol turned her head to look around with a worried expression. She thought to herself, it's too late to go back to headquarters to get the filter. What should I do? Suddenly Shin Ha-yeol clenched her fists tightly, showing great determination. Then she looked toward the panicked crowd and thought, in this situation, should I become a hero to escape? Shin Ha-yeol immediately untied her hairband. Her shimmering golden hair fluttered in the wind. Her expression was resolute as she clenched her fists and stepped forward, thinking, no. Kim Ki-hyun saw this and shouted in panic, Ha-yeol. Suddenly a group of people looked at their phones with happy expressions and then shouted, Egostic is here. Egostic has arrived. Shin Ha-yeol was startled when he heard it and turned around, a confused expression escaping him as he exclaimed, what? Shin Ha-yeol said, the truly evil figure of this era, the common enemy of all Korea, Egostic. At this moment, Daeun was standing on the rooftop of a building. Next to him, 2 gigantic speakers blasting music at full volume. Below was a green crocodile monster. Daeun then yelled loudly, how dare you invade my territory, you little croc. The crocodile was surprised and exclaimed, what? Daeun smiled savagely, pointed at the crocodile monster and said, now you will die here. Then Daeun picked up the microphone and thought to himself, no, absolutely not. Stardust in the original story suffered so much after revealing his identity. The everyday life of a hero is really important. Daeun said angrily to the crocodile, do you understand that, you crocodile? The monster shouted back, confronting Daeun, you bastard, isn't the one always acting close to Stardust none other than Egostic? Suddenly, the crocodile monster shot up to Daeun's spot as fast as the wind. Daeun said, hey, why do you keep bringing up Stardust? A comment popped up. A crazed Stardust fan has arrived. Hey, Mr. Crocodile. The crocodile charged at Daeun angrily and shouted, I will kill you. At this point, it quickly climbed up the wall of the building. Then it used its strength to cling tightly onto the edge of the rooftop. Quickly, it climbed up to the rooftop where Daeun was standing. After seeing Daeun, it showed aggressiveness and howled, come here to me. Daeun immediately used a teleportation technique to move backward. The crocodile monster, seeing that, rushed over to Daeun. Suddenly, Daeun used teleportation and was standing on top of the crocodile monster. He said, what are you doing, you bastard? Daeun struck the crocodile monster hard on the head with a satisfied expression and said, you know my name but don't know I have teleportation powers. The monster, shocked by the hit, was startled. It wildly flailed its arms and legs to hit Daeun. But whenever it came close to hitting him, he vanished from its sight. It angrily shouted, you damn fly, fight me one-on-one properly. Daeun calmly replied, hey, I'm the villain here. As soon as he said that, comments appeared saying, the villain, still insisting today that he's the villain. Daeun looked at these comments with great confusion. They continued, but why did Egostic run over there? Then he thought, wait, I need to explain this a bit. If I ignore it, people will misunderstand that I came because of Stardust. Suddenly, Daeun stopped and shouted at the crocodile monster. Hold on, listen to me first. The crocodile monster replied, okay, speak quickly. Daeun shouted in an interrogative tone, all right, but first I have to ask this. Why did you suddenly attack me? The crocodile heard that and immediately responded without hesitation. Of course, I've targeted Stardust, and since you seem very interested in Stardust, you are my enemy. Dane was surprised, stunned, and thought to himself, "What's this? What kind of logic is that?" A comment appeared. "That stupid villain also knows Egostic likes Stardust. I wonder if he can teleport, yet he knows Egostic likes Stardust. Ha ha ha." Two guys fighting over a girl. "Isn't Egostic here standing in for Stardust? What's going on? How did these two get involved like this? Ha ha ha, why now?" Suddenly, the crocodile pointed at Dain, who was standing dumbfounded, then shouted loudly, "Also, you were the one who said you'd kill me first." A comment displayed. "Ha ha, exactly right." Dain was stunned and replied, "When did I say that?" Hearing that, the crocodile became extremely angry, its aura blazing like a flame. It shouted, "You said it. How dare you trespass into my territory, little crocodile? I threaten you. Now you will die here." It continued to question, "You did say that, didn't you?" Dain, flustered, tried to explain, No, I didn't say that." A comment appeared. "Why is the crocodile suddenly speaking so sweetly? What kind of threat is that?" Suddenly, the crocodile seemed to have reached its limit. It screamed wildly at Dain, "I'm really furious now." Then it opened its long mouth wide, and a fireball slowly formed inside its mouth. Seeing this, Dain showed a terrified expression, his eyes wide as he thought, "Hey, isn't that the ultimate skill?" Before he could finish thinking, a large flame burst out from the crocodile's mouth, almost burning everything in front of it. Crocodile Man's ultimate skill, an extremely powerful fire breath. Fortunately, Dain quickly used his teleportation technique and dodged a fatal hit. He teleported behind the crocodile. Looking at the horrifying scene just now with fear and astonishment, he said, "Getting hit once would result in instant death." The crocodile turned its head to look at Dain and said with a sharp tone, "Surprised, Egostic." At that moment, Dain did not hesitate and flicked out a black claw. Instantly, countless guns appeared from Dain's black claw. All the guns lunged toward the crocodile. Dain looked at the monster coldly, without a hint of hesitation, clenched his fist and said, "See you in hell, you bastard." Immediately, all the guns fired simultaneously at the crocodile. After a series of loud explosions, everything was engulfed in smoke. Dain flew up, looked into the smoke, and wondered, is it dead yet? Surprisingly, even after being hit by all those bullets, the crocodile was still alive. It rushed out of the smoke and shouted, "Do you think those bullets can injure me?" Suddenly, Dain's mask fell down in front of the livestream screen. He quickly used teleportation to move away from the phone, then slowly took out a gas mask, stood on high ground looking at the crocodile and said, "No, gotta do this to catch you off guard." Suddenly, Dain threw something, indeterminate, towards the crocodile. The crocodile saw it and looked down on it, immediately opened its mouth wide and swallowed it whole. It shouted loudly, "You damn flies and mosquitoes." At this moment, a strong light emitted from the previously indeterminate object inside the crocodile's mouth. The crocodile was now like it got electrocuted. It convulsed in pain. A golden light appeared around its body. Seeing this, Dain thought, "Hey, you there. In the original story, Stardust suffered so much because of your thick skin. Do you think I don't know that? Did you think I wasn't prepared in advance?" At this point, after receiving that attack, the crocodile was covered in blood. It was dazed for a while, then collapsed, completely unconscious. Comments kept appearing, "Mangostic, Mangostic," demanding the association immediately appoint Mangostic as a hero. Yet he calls himself a villain. At this moment, the guns from earlier also lost their power and slowly fell to the ground. Dain also slowly landed on the rooftop, along with the guns. The ground everywhere was full of guns. Dain slowly gathered them up with a trembling and tired look. He looked up at the sky and complained, "Damn it, that took way too much energy." Wanting to pose cool using telekinesis, but his stamina was completely drained. Even holding this phone was a struggle. At this moment, Dain suddenly remembered the phone that was live streaming. He read a comment, "So you came here to deal with the villain?" Seeing that, Dain flustered and frantically explained, Right, oh no, everyone, I came here just because I hate that crocodile guy. Don't think I acted for Stardust or for the community's benefit." The comment displayed, "Whatever he says, it's all true." Suddenly, a golden beam of light flew from somewhere and landed on the rooftop where Dain was standing. It turned out to be Shin Ha-yul, who slowly stood up after a spectacular landing. Then Shin Ha-yul slowly approached Dain and spoke up, questioning, "Was that guy taken down by you?" Dain calmly replied, "Yeah, since he was blocking the way too much, I dealt with him right away." Hearing that, Shin Ha-yul was somewhat suspicious. She looked at Dain coldly and asked, "Why?" Dain shrugged and answered casually, "Why what? Because he kept shouting that me and Stardust here are all lovey-dovey and ambiguous, and that annoyed me." Shin Ha-yul was startled hearing this, saying, "What?" Then Dain put on his earphones and said, "Ah, Stardust." He looked at Shin Ha-yul and smiled, continuing, "Next time if something like today happens, don't just think you can reveal your face and show off. Once your face is out, your life will be really hard." Shin Ha-yul was a bit surprised. staring at Dane in bewilderment. Then he turned to pick up the phone and said, "All right, today's broadcast ends here. That surprise situation really exhausted me. There's a big event next month. Everyone stay tuned. Comments are showing." What are those two saying on air that they turned off the mic? Then Dane suddenly disappeared along with a flash of light. Well, goodbye. Shin Ha-yeol saw this and raised her hand, saying, "Wait a moment." Her expression was somewhat sad. At that moment, Dane had teleported back home. Suddenly, blood gushed out from his mouth. Dane's face was expressionless, looking like a soulless person. Han Seo-yoon and Lee Subin saw this and rushed over in panic with worried looks. "Brother Dane." At that moment, he collapsed onto the ground. On the rooftop floor, Shin Ha-yeol found Dane's mask and picked it up. She examined the mask thoughtfully, wondering, how did he know my thoughts? Why? Who exactly are you, Ghostic? Shin Ha-yeol was sitting in front of the computer screen watching the news. On the screen appeared two breaking news reports from KPS News. Exclusive news stirring chaos at the Ice Cream Festival. Top-tier villain Crocodile Man has been captured. He was subdued by Ghostic and transferred to the Eastern Hero Detention Center. The building destroyed by the crocodile 4 hours ago. Close-up of Ghostic, who is faster than anyone else. Top-tier villain Ghostic. Is he really a villain or something else? Searching for Ghostic yields about 20-30 results. The official fan club Ghostic, Mangastic, the Mango Association. The Hero Information Portal. The genuine hero of this era for Mango and by Mango. A fan club established to honor Mangastic. Shin Ha-yeol held her head in frustration. Then suddenly she saw a comment. What did the hero do today? Lately, Mangastic goes out on the streets and fans keep cheering blindly. If Korea keeps like this. And under that post was a humorous icon comment from Do-in. That's great, isn't it? Ha-yeol exclaimed, eyes damn it. She lay down on the bed, closed her eyes, thinking she was the only one who didn't like Ghostic. She recalled the ice cream seller proudly showing off the Mango Association shirt. "I made it myself." Kim Ki-hyun beside him also praised it. "Oh, so cute." Then she remembered him warning her. "Ah, Stardust, next time if something like today happens, don't just think it's okay to reveal your face and show off." Ha-yeol agonized over the answer. Could it be that everyone is right and only she is wrong? On the other side, Lee Subin and Han Seo-yoon were standing in front of a glass cage. Dae-in was lying inside. Seo-yoon was continuously angry, all because of that Stardust. Suddenly, a sound made the girl freeze. Dae-in opened her eyes, tapped on the glass asking, "Why is everyone crying like this?" The other two couldn't help but look at him with worry. Immediately, Seo-yoon rushed in to hug him, crying loudly. Seeing that, Dae-in reassured, "It's okay, it's okay." Finally, he recovered and had dinner with everyone. He could hardly believe he had been unconscious for 3 whole days. Looking back, it was probably because he had teleported a lot and even lifted his body using external powers. It was truly exhausting. Suddenly, Seo-yoon spoke up, saying he had to take proper care of his body from now on. Dae-in quickly promised. "All right, I'll do that." He smiled warmly at the girl, thinking that since she had shed tears for him, spending time with her seemed to have a real effect. Over on the other side, Subin worriedly said, "This Dae-in guy, why did he run off so quickly? People might think he's a hero or something." Seo-yoon agreed and questioned. "Exactly, I just don't get it. He's always talking about villains this and villains that." Dae-in calmly replied, "If I don't intervene, Stardust will. What if the girl still doesn't understand?" He retorted, causing Seo-yoon to pause. "It's really dangerous." Dae-in explained, "If that situation happens, when a hero reveals their identity, their personal information is completely exposed. Next, the usual villains holding grudges or evil people will come searching to hunt down and eliminate the hero." Seo-yoon still didn't see the significance of it, wondering what that had to do with her. Dae-in patiently explained, "Seo-yoon, the world we live in is misaligned. A misalignment between good and evil. Most heroes don't actually follow the heroic path. They choose the path of the villain. The reward for the effort to eliminate enemies is too small, and they are constantly harassed. So instead of stumbling and suffering as heroes, many choose to be villains to live more easily." According to him, just in South Korea alone, there are only 3 A-rank heroes. Stardust, Icicle, and Shadow Walker, but there are plenty of A-rank villains, aren't there? After hearing this, Seo-yoon could only sigh. That's why he planned to eliminate the villains for them. What a dark hero. But what does that have to do with us? Dae-in scratched his head, at a loss for words. Not that bad. He just cares a little about South Korea's fate. Suddenly, Seo-yoon darkened and asked, "You and that Stardust girl, do you like her?" Immediately, Dae-in turned serious. "Hey, don't call her that, Seo-yoon. Speak respectfully." The atmosphere between the two grew tense, and Subin could only advise them to calm down. Seo Yoon changed the subject. Why don't you tell Dane about the plan we discussed earlier? Immediately, Seo Yoon brightened up and exclaimed, right. The girl turned to Dane and said, hey, you're being difficult, huff. Seo Yoon begged, summer is coming soon, let's go on a trip to the beach. Dane replied, a trip, huh? That could be nice. She cheered happily upon hearing that, but Dane suddenly had an idea. But let's carry out one more terrorist attack first, then go. Seo Yoon was confused, another attack. He wanted that to reduce some of his fame. Actually, Dane has another purpose, which is to strengthen Stardust. I'm not sure if those kinds of crocodiles won't come out again. If Stardust faces them, it will probably be very difficult. Seo Yoon was a bit sulky. Are we really going on a trip? To comfort her, Dane extended her pinky for a pinky promise. The little girl happily cheered, you promise, okay. Then Seo Yoon happily ran off to pack her things. She worked at full capacity, saying that she had actually considered dozens of plans. She clearly said, if I were to propose one, Dane and Subin would probably think, how proactive, huh? She outlined the plan. Previous terrorist attacks occurred at observatories or on trains, terrorist acts on the ground. Both were terrorist attacks on land, weren't they? She proposed a new idea. This time, let's do it underwater or in the sky. Immediately, Dane chanted a spell. Underwater and in the sky, come here, O god of terrorism, grant me an idea. Suddenly, he felt an electric shock rush through him, making him shout aloud, got it. Subin tightly held his hand, anxiously asking, what's that doing? He replied, try to guess. He thought of an idea. A plane crashing into the sea. The idea made Dane and Seo Yoon smile slyly, while Subin was a bit scared of these two villains. A plane was flying in the sky. Everyone on the flight was relaxed, unaware of what was about to happen. Suddenly, the plane lost power. Everyone remained optimistic, saying, look, when the lights go out, the sky becomes clearer. It really feels like traveling. The screen on the plane suddenly lit up, displaying the text, the Ego Live. A sound reverberated throughout the cabin. Everyone was very happy to meet again. The biggest puzzle in the sky at 25,000 feet. No, it should be called the biggest quiz game in the air. Welcome to the Ego Live. An angry passenger shouted, stewardess, what is going on? Dane continued to announce to them, yes. And of course the plane you are sitting on also has a bomb already attached. A bomb was attached to the fuselage. At this moment the pilot realized and wondered, when did he attach that? Hearing this, everyone immediately panicked and shouted loudly. On the other side, Dane smiled slyly. Come on, let's start the game. Cut to the hero's headquarters. Ha-Yul rushed into the room and asked, how much time has passed since the incident? Sitting in the room, Mr. Junho spoke up, even if you go, you might not make it in time to do anything. This immediately made her angry, throwing a strong punch on the table and yelling, that is the chairman of the Star Association's words. I have to leave immediately. He turned around and said, I didn't say not to go, daytime is truly difficult. Suddenly someone walked in. Upon seeing that person, Ha-Yul smiled brightly and exclaimed, Shadow Walker. The person who just walked in was the A-rank hero Shadow Walker, King of the Night. He turned to Mr. Junho and said, quickly get to Ju Airport and then rest. The fight is too much for me, he warned. Don't overexert yourself, we can't save everyone. Shadow Walker activated his ability and Ha-Yul responded, I will remember that. As she stepped closer to Shadow Walker, the two were engulfed in a wave of dark energy. Instantly, they were transported to the scene. Ha-Yul quickly rushed off, not forgetting to thank him. Thank you for your hard work. Meanwhile, on the other side, someone clutched their mouth and collapsed on the stairs, nearly fainting. Ha-Yul dashed outside swiftly. Looking up at the sky, she couldn't help but feel horrified. Her legs suddenly froze in place. Despair showed across her face. How could she possibly stop this from happening? Before her eyes at that moment was an airplane engulfed in flames in the sky. Cut to 1 year earlier. In a building, some villains were holding a meeting. Everyone turned to listen as the man seated above spoke. The day we put all of Seoul, all of the Republic of Korea under our heels is not far off. That man laughed triumphantly. He was Needle 1000, an S-class villain. Suddenly a voice rang out. But I have a different idea. They are on guard. Who is it? Shadow Walker appeared in the corner of the room and replied, it's the hero. Shadow Walker, the rookie A-class hero, the King of the Night, crossed his arms coolly and said, you villains. Needle 1000 stepped forward to intimidate. Hey kid, do you know whose territory this is? A confusing, subordinate villain. How did he sneak in here? Suddenly, Shadow Walker's eyes turned glaring white as he stood still. Needle 1000 charged forward, throwing a fist and shouted, this is my territory, Needle 1000 here. He unleashed a powerful punch. That force rushed toward Shadow Walker, but he still stood unmoving. Then it stopped when it touched Shadow Walker. This made Needle 1000 incredulous. He and his subordinates looked around, Confused, where did it disappear to? Suddenly, something strange appeared beneath the shadow of a figure. He was immediately swallowed into the shadow. The remaining subordinates quickly shared the same fate. Needle immediately surrounded himself with power, thinking he could not be careless. He was no ordinary person. Shadow Walker's shadowy power crept onto his shoulder. He appeared from behind and charged forward. But Needle Thousand was somewhat skilled too. He shot power from his back like a porcupine toward Shadow Walker, thinking, "You're too cocky." He smugly turned his head and said, "This brat dares to bare his claws at me." But when he looked back, Shadow Walker was lying on the ground covered by shadowy power. Suddenly he vanished, causing him to panic. Shadow Walker with blood-red eyes appeared behind him and asked, "Hey, little porcupine, you said this was your territory earlier, right?" He extended his hand with gray power surging. "Sorry, this place has become my territory now." A dark hand enveloped and trapped the guy into another dimension. Remembering that scene where Shadow Walker was lying on the stairs, breathing just out of reach, he must be dead for sure. All this time, Din had been watching the entire scene between Ha Yul and the King of Darkness. He thought, "Okay, the main character has stepped onto the stage." He grinned slyly and said into the microphone, "Well then, now for the final thrilling riddle. Let's get started." Everyone held their phones, praying in desperation. A man couldn't help but sweat nervously. Rewind to 30 minutes earlier, when everyone was still terrified. A piercing sound rang out alongside an image of Din. Everyone was worried and silent, afraid to make a sound. At that moment he spoke up. "All right. Before the game starts, I will announce the rules. Everyone open TA phones and turn off airplane mode. Have you all seen the messages that just arrived?" Everyone looked at their phones anxiously. A message read as follows. "The Ego Live, a pointless quiz. There are a total of 10 questions. If just one person answers all questions correctly, the bomb will be disarmed. But if no one answers any question correctly, everyone will be deleted. Send your answers to this number ready." Then Dan continued, "From now on, all silence, cheating, or discussion is forbidden. Understood? Any noise and you're immediately disqualified, so question number 1 begins." On the phone appeared the question, "How many people can the Titanic's lifeboats hold?" 59 seconds countdown for this question. A woman tried to glance sideways, and Dan immediately announced that the girl who just cheated was eliminated. Because she panicked and let out a sound, he then announced that the noise was made, right? She's been eliminated, so the man next to her is eliminated in her place. Everyone watching live commented lively. "Indeed, it's a hellish game of survival. Just watching makes you tense." Some even wondered how cruel it was. Who said Egostick was a hero? Truly terrifying. When the timer hit 0, Dan announced, "All right, that was too easy, wasn't it? The answer to question 1 is 9 people. Why? Because 9 sounds like rescue." Seo Yun watched silently, feeling pleased. A seating chart of everyone appeared on the big screen. He announced that over half have been eliminated already. It's just the beginning and it's already this chaotic. Everyone should be a bit more tense now. Let's go for it with the next question. Time slowly passed, and the number of eliminated contestants grew. Some sighed in relief for passing the question. Others clasped their hands in prayer. Now the final question had come, and only one person remained. How is it? The tension's at its peak, isn't it? Din looked at the screen and saw Ha Yul stepping forward. He thought, good job. Then Din extended the time because it's the final round. Let's try a little interview and see how it goes. Everyone's lives depend on your words. This is Kim Dokbae from Banpodong. He has become the last surviving contestant. How do you feel? When the man was called out, he panicked. Oh, that indeed was an extremely heavy responsibility. Suddenly Din teased, "Why like that? I already said what would happen if a sound was made." The man and everyone else were extremely frightened, but then he breathed a sigh of relief because Din said, "Oh my, after all, it was the last sentence. So forgiving such a small mistake should be okay, right everyone? But I don't quite like that, haha." After saying everything, that man was also rejected. The plane shook violently along with the screams of the people. The plane caught fire and plummeted freely into the sea. Din laughed proudly. Now, the performance is ready. It's time for the hero to appear, Stardust. However, Ha Yul was horrified when she saw that scene, her face clearly showing despair, not knowing how to save everyone. Shin Ha Yul looked up at the object exploding in midair, then silently asked, "What should we do now, president of the association?" From the other side of the line came a dismissive reply, "What else can we do? Just forget it. I'm busy drafting a statement to deal with the criticism now." Damn it, this time it's the president's call. I have to hang up now. Shin Ha Yul's hands clenched tightly in anger. Then she collapsed helplessly, thinking she had already stopped the ship moving at 100 km/h. But in the end, was her current strength still not enough? Damn it, what is the right way to do this? Suddenly, Shin Ha Yul seemed to recall some memory from the past. In that desperate situation, the helpless girl's tears fell uncontrollably in the face of pain from losing her loved ones. Mother, father, I will kill that man no matter what. A deeply tragic situation. A girl holding the body of her dearest relative in a dark, narrow alley. Recalling that painful memory, Shin Ha-yeol slammed her fist down hard, creating cracks. She clenched her teeth full of hatred. Back then it was the same, and now it's still the same. I couldn't save anyone. Suddenly, there was a connection through the communication earpiece. To her astonishment, a voice spoke on the other end. Hello, Miss Stardust. This is Egoistic. Elsewhere, Kim Deun was stretching and yawning, saying this terror attack is easier to handle since we're using remote control. Seo Yoon, typing at the keyboard, suddenly tensed up and called out, Hey Deun. He looked over curiously. Seo Yoon turned around pointing at the screen and smiling. That Miss Stardust, no, Sister Stardust is frozen on the ground. Kim Deun's eyes widened in surprise, then suddenly got excited and jumped up shouting, making Seo Yoon startle in fear. What's wrong, Stardust? The image on the screen showed Shin Ha-yeol intently listening through the earpiece. Deun seemed to have realized something, then immediately turned and called to the girl, Seo Yoon. Can you connect to the earpiece that Stardust is wearing? Seo Yoon quickly typed and said, connected, but why? He urged, there's no time, hurry up. Turning back to Shin Ha-yeol's side, she was stunned to hear a voice coming from the earpiece. Hello, Miss Stardust, this is Egoistic. She immediately got agitated and shouted curses, calling it a piece of rotten trash. Deun on the other end continued. You're making me curious. Why aren't you going to save people but just standing there? It's falling now. The plane is about to crash. Shin Ha-yeol looked furiously at the plane that was burning and falling down. It's because of you, isn't it? Now you want me to stop it? Deun asked back. If you don't do it, then who will? Shin Ha-yeol was so upset that tears streamed down her face. Just touching that chunk of metal falling at a speed of 1,000 kilometers per hour will shatter my body. This is your plan, isn't it? You intend to throw me into death, don't you? On this side, Deun cracked a dangerous smile. You can do it, Shin Ha-yeol. What? He continued. Just act, clench your fist, fly up there and save everyone. You will manage it because it's you. Only you can do it. Shin Ha-yeol became even more confused. Damn it, what is this crazy guy saying? Inside a blinding white space, Deun stepped toward her and asked, why would I want to kill you? Without you, Stardust, I'd just be an ordinary villain. You have helped me become whole. Stardust was momentarily stunned by these words, then quickly propped herself up on her knees. Even if this might be a scheme set up to eliminate me, I will give it a try, she said as she took off the earpiece. On the other end, Deun was stunned. What? Shin Ha-yeol clenched her hands tightly, crushing the earphones, then pressed her hands down. Following the force, the space began to shatter, flying apart into small fragments, and she launched upward at full speed like a rocket, heading straight toward the nose of the descending plane. Shin Ha-yeol pressed her lips tightly and thought to herself, that's right, if I just stand by and watch the people die like this, I will carry the burden of guilt my whole life. The image of Deun appeared confidently saying, it will be fine, because it's you, you can do it. Shin Ha-yeol's face was filled with determination. Better to sacrifice herself to protect them than live a lifetime of regret. Thus, the two forces collided, creating a large shockwave in the air. I already killed them, if I focus a little more right now. The image of a happy family appeared for a moment. Darling kids, mom, dad. The man shed tears as he looked down at the scene. Then he closed his eyes tightly, as if surrendering. Inside the plane, the little girl covered her ears tightly, gritting her teeth and trying to stay alert looking outside. Suddenly, she froze in astonishment before the window. Tears streamed down her face as she thought, is the speed slowing down? Those outside, tense about the situation, had to widen their eyes to watch. At this moment, a staff member nervously reported over the radio. It's unclear what happened, but the plane is currently being assisted from outside and is gradually descending to the ground. The reminder voice sounded in the airplane cabin, asking passengers to please keep their seatbelts fastened and wait for instructions. In the sky, Shin Ha-yeol was giving her all to support the tremendous weight of the plane plummeting at a terrifying speed. She clenched her teeth and jaw, veins bulging on her face, just needing a little more. Scene shifts to another location, where a blurry view is gradually becoming clear. A flight attendant anxiously watches the person awakening. Mr. Kim Dokbae, are you still all right? The man called Kim Dokbae, newly awakened, holds his head in exhaustion, then looks around bewilderedly. After a moment, the two of them step down from the airplane together. The flight attendant supports the victim, while Kim Dokbae looks around disoriented. His expression full of confusion, he exclaimed, what's going on? Up ahead, Shin Ha-yeol is kneeling on the ground amid everyone's curiosity. Kim Dokbae exclaimed, was that you? The flight attendant looked at him in bewilderment. Kim Dokbae's tears streamed down joyfully. That is the person who saved us, a hero. Beside Shin Ha-yeol, she lifted her head to look at the sky, panting from exhaustion. Tears streaming down her face, she uttered, "Ghosting." Then this story quickly made the news, of course, with clear images of Shin Ha-yeol printed prominently. America is terrified, Japan is stunned, China praises loudly, and even France has to rely on itself because of this hero who is Stardust. China is forced to admit that when it comes to heroes, they have completely failed against South Korea. Even when combining 10 Japanese heroes, they still can't match Korea. The Japanese Minister of the Interior reveals shocking information. According to that, news reports quickly caught the heat and broadcast it. Hello, dear viewers. This is the Morning 9 News kickstarting the morning. Yesterday morning, the level villain Egoistic used a remote control to seize an airplane and caused it to crash. Fortunately, all the passengers were miraculously saved. The one who controlled the plane was none other than Stardust, our proud hero. Many experts previously predicted that with her known abilities, she would not be able to prevent this incident. But in the end, the plane slowly slowed down and... Finally, Shin Ha-yeol has returned home and has already heard the news about herself. She quickly turned off the TV and took a sip of water. Shin Ha-yeol had just finished bathing, looking very relieved and adorable. Suddenly, the phone rang. She quickly answered, "Hello." After hearing the person on the other end speak, she asked again, "Really?" On this side of the line was a person with blue hair who confirmed, "Yes, I have asked the association president to grant Shin Ha-yeol some leave. Let's go to the beach to see the scenery and take a day off to relax. It's been a long time since we went out together like this." Shin Ha-yeol happily exclaimed, "Okay, I'll set off first thing tomorrow." The blue-haired one said, "Yeah, call Kim Jae-hyun over right away." Later, Shin Ha-yeol went out to the balcony to catch the breeze. Her expression turned serious, as if she was pondering something. Then someone's words echoed in her memory. "You can do it. Since it's you, you'll manage it." Shin Ha-yeol smiled softly, wondering if anyone had ever trusted her like that before. After all, she's just an ordinary villain. Suddenly, she seemed to realize something. Wait, but why did he tell me to go rescue the plane? If he's sure I can block and save it, then why did he cause it to crash in the end? Dane's words echoed again. "I'm just an ordinary villain." She was the one who helped me complete myself, causing Shin Ha-yeol to hold her forehead, feeling a severe headache. Egoistic. There are too many hidden motives, but somehow I feel like he's deliberately doing all this for some purpose. I have to thoroughly investigate his movements. Her eyes filled with determination. Suddenly, the phone screen showed an incoming call from the Hero Association. The voice on the other end spoke for a while, making Shin Ha-yeol exclaim in surprise, "What? Recalibrate the force parameters, huh?" The morning of the next day arrived very quickly. The roosters crowed loudly, "Ooh, ooh, ooh." Han Seo-yoon wore a golden float around her waist with excitement. Finally, the day had come. Dane came out to remind her, "Seo-yoon, since we're just about to leave, release some air from the float. Put it in the trunk." The excited little girl responded, "Yes, Din." Din looked on with a weary expression. "Hey, man." Suddenly, he rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Now that I think about it, this is the first vacation I've had since coming to this world. Should I enjoy it or not?" Then Din also broke into an expectant smile. But just a short time later, seeing the road packed with traffic ahead, a voice full of resentment sounded. "What's going on here?" Inside the car, all three were flushed from the heat, sweat pouring down. Din sat in the driver's seat full of dissatisfaction. "Why is the air conditioner broken today of all days?" Han Seo-yoon looked about to lose it and suggested, "Hey, can we instantaneously teleport this entire car?" He panicked and said, "I'd die right there. Let's stop at a rest station to fix this first. Seo-yoon has super intelligent powers. If it's too hot, just take off your jacket." Seo-yoon took off her jacket while shouting, "If I'd known, we should have just taken the train. Why make such a fuss?" Din immediately objected, "Too much stuff, no way." Seo-yoon curiously opened the gray box beside her. "What's this? Isn't this supposed to be vacation supplies? Turns out it's a suitcase for holding guns." Dane gave a thumbs up with a smug look. Who knows what will happen? Seo-yoon in the back was boiling with anger. The little girl shouted, "What kind of trip is this?" Dane hurriedly reassured her, "Sorry, Seo-yoon, put the gun down quickly and then we'll talk." After a round of problems on the way, their group finally arrived at the travel destination. Seo-yoon changed into a cute swimsuit and excitedly dashed into the sea with the yellow float. "The sea over there." Dane, sitting on the shore, saw this and laughed, saying, "With this, you really look like a child." At that moment, Lee Subin popped open a can of soda, then handed it to Doin. "I just bought some drinks. You can have a can too." She also changed into a beautiful bikini. He took the drink and replied, "Thanks, Subin." Suddenly, Lee Subin kept staring intently at Doin, causing him to look back puzzled. I've always been grateful to you, Dane wondered. Grateful? For what? Subin said, just for everything. Thank you for saving me back then. Thank you for treating me well. Faced with her beautiful and charming appearance, Dane, like a wooden block, smiled with squinted eyes and gave a thumbs up. What are you talking about? I'm the one who should be thanking you. You agreed to do the housework for us and cook so well. Lee Subin raised her hand to tuck a strand of hair shyly. Hearing that, I felt very touched. At that moment, Dane swallowed hard, and his expression turned suspicious, as he thought inwardly, could this be a dead flag in a comic, or is there a betrayal? Then he anxiously looked down at the can in his hand. Could he have been poisoned? His distorted expression caused Lee Subin to look at him with confusion. The scene shifted to the large building in the city. Shin Ha-yul appeared here. The employees were talking among themselves. We didn't measure wrong. The data clearly shows that she couldn't have stopped the plane. Another employee added, maybe there's a mistake somewhere. It could be because we haven't truly grasped her real strength. Shin Ha-yul was standing in front of a strength test board at this moment, thinking, no, the ability test was not wrong at all. When I was able to block a seemingly impossible disaster, clearly. As she thought this, she unleashed her power, ready to test once more. This action caused the nearby employees to stare in astonishment. Shin Ha-yul shouted while swinging her powerful fist. That punch struck directly against the test board. The test board cracked and shattered from the force. All the screws were even popped out. The surge of power spread into the surrounding space. The employees looked on in horror at the scene. Shin Ha-yul stood before her fist and exclaimed, I have become stronger. The sun was still blazing down below. Seo Yoon leisurely enjoyed floating on a swimming ring in the sea while attentively watching from the shore. Din nervously responded to Lee Subin, haha, I hope to get more help from you in the future. Seo Yoon quickly went ashore, pointed at the two and exposed them. Hey, you two. Are you planning to flirt while leaving me alone? Lee Subin panicked and shyly denied, what flirting? What are you saying? Dane calmly replied, puzzled. The little girl angrily fired back. If we're on a family trip, we should play together. He gave a sly smile. Oh, really? Seo Yoon frowned in confusion as she looked at that expression. A moment later, Dane transformed into a scary uncle, lifting Seo Yoon and the float up, making the little girl panic. What are you doing? Wait. Dane playfully tossed the girl into the sea while grinning mischievously. What do you mean what? Just playing together. Seo Yoon fell into the sea and struggled to surface. Immediately after, she threw a piece of seaweed at Dane's face while shouting, I'm getting water up my nose. This is really annoying. Dane forced a smile and wiped the seaweed off his face, thinking to himself that it had been a long time since he felt this peaceful. How nice. Then, baring his teeth like a demon king, he splashed water at Seo Yoon. Lee Subin sat on the shore watching this scene, laughing joyfully. Time passed quickly, and it was evening again. On the road, strange cars sped by accompanied by voices saying, where should our team hit tonight? Busan Marriott Royal Hyperion Hilton Grand Ambassador Hyatt Hotel. All of them. The leader exclaimed in the gloomy atmosphere, let's make a truly spectacular strike. Cut to the Marriott Royal Hyperion Hilton Grand Ambassador Hyatt Hotel. After a fun day playing at the beach, Dane's group returned to the hotel to rest. The receptionist asked, hello, may I have the name for the reservation? Dane replied, it might be Han Seo Yoon. The receptionist smiled brightly, handing over a room card. Yes, I've confirmed it. Here is the key to room 2708. Dane asked hesitantly. Is there only one room? Seo Yoon went up, standing next to Chu, pouted and whistled nervously to explain. Then gave up, saving a bit of money is good anyway, so she let it slide. The three of them went out to wait for the elevator to their floor. Suddenly Seo Yoon exclaimed, oh right, the bed is super huge, so let's just all sleep together. Dane rolled her eyes and blurted out, is there really only one bed? Lee Subin, although very happy and looking forward to it, calmly said, it's been a long time since the three of us slept together. It will be fun. Whatever, Dane broke out in a sweat looking at the others. Well, yeah. We've never slept together before. But quietly praying inside. Surely nothing will happen, right? Really, nothing happened at all. What are you waiting for, haha? The three of them really slept together on the bed. Seo Yoon slept soundly in the middle and even snored. Dane was closing her eyes to rest when suddenly whispering voices came from outside the door. Wait. I want to get into this room. Then came the countdown shouts. 1, 2, 3. Two robbers dressed head to toe, holding guns, kicked the door and shouting, FBI open up. Dane flicked a finger up. Immediately the two were struck on the chin and fell backwards. After a while Dane sat up, rubbed her eyes and yawned, saying, where the hell did these guys come from? The two had been lying unconscious on the floor. Dane cautiously peeked outside the door and saw the guests in other rooms still in their pajamas being dragged away by those FBI guys. Hurry up and check on these kids. He exclaimed, is this terrorism, really? Then he gritted his teeth and crushed the door frame. Damn it. Only been out twice and both times something annoying happens. On the phone screen, Dane was looking up some information. Wait a minute. Shadow Walker is still here and they dare to cause trouble at night. On the screen was the news, shocking news. An A-rank hero, Shadow Walker, was found collapsed in West Incheon. Oh my god. Seo Yoon had also woken up by then. Yawning, she asked what was going on. Was there a terrorist attack? Din replied yes, but inwardly she rolled her eyes, thinking she wasn't surprised anymore. Then he disappeared from that spot, reminding, wait a minute, I'm going to check the parking spot. You wake Subin up and wait in the room. Seo Yoon was still rubbing her eyes drowsily, wondering if they really encountered terrorists while traveling. All right, I'll follow orders. Din had now appeared in his car. He looked outside and saw the terrorists skulking around the cars. He couldn't just leave quietly without dealing with them. Thinking this, Din rummaged for something inside the car. Pulling out a creepy mask, he immediately put on a sinister expression. Never expected the spare mask he brought would come in handy right away. Serves those bastards right for ruining our vacation. Come on, show your face here so I can see. After grabbing the gear, Din returned to the hotel room, where the two girls were already awake and sitting properly waiting. Din tossed the gear toward the two and announced, just receive orders through the in-ear. Let's go, everyone. His expression was immensely delighted. Seo Yoon sighed wearily. At times like this, he really looked excited. Outside the hotel lobby, the terrorists piled a heap of chairs into a small mountain. The leader sat atop it, while below were his henchmen pointing guns in every direction. At this moment, the leader, named Monkey Spanner, and a level villain, stroked his beard and spoke. Is everything ready? Two men below nodded in response. All set, he praised. Good. Then he loudly pointed downward. Declare to the Hero Association and government that we are currently holding hundreds of hostages here. If the ransom is not transferred into the given account immediately, all will be eliminated. Below were the captured guests kneeling on the floor, bound. Monkey Spanner continued shouting. The account number is 1002. Suddenly, a noise rang out, making both the hostages and terrorists look in one direction. Monkey Spanner cautiously shut his mouth and paid attention to the sound. Din, now wearing an orange mask, stepped forward applauding and laughing. Enough, this kind of ridiculous terrorism ends here. Then he extended his hand, generating a surge of energy. Immediately, a gun in the hand of one terrorist was pulled away by that power. Then countless guns were controlled by that force, their barrels pointed at the foreheads of the very terrorists holding them. Then Dunn raised his fist. A wave of power erupted from the vast hotel lobby. Inside, the hostages were terrified by this and screamed. Dunn's pupils darkened, a bit tense as he thought. Was all the energy he'd accumulated over the past few months really used up just like this? Then he jumped up, rushed forward to strike Spanner with an attack. Dane kicked him down to the floor, while he took Spanner's place. Looking down from above, he gave a sinister smile. It was ridiculous. These weaklings dared to cause terror. Suddenly, Monkey Spanner's eyes flashed a red light. He pulled out a gun and aimed it straight at Dane. A shot rang out. A bullet pierced straight into his abdomen. Even he was stunned, looking down at the wound. Then a mad laugh broke out. Ha ha ha, just one bullet. Dane's expression shocked Monkey Spanner. Dane sat above, the bullet still lodged in his stomach, calmly smiling and asking, "That's all?" Monkey Spanner now seemed like a giant who could control everything within the palm of his hand. Above, Dane was silently sweating profusely. Beneath the mask was a face twisted in pain. Damn it. This is serious. If I move here, I'll die from bleeding too much. Below, Monkey Spanner was beginning to move his steps. A premonition told him he had to leave immediately. He began calculating inwardly. Damn it. I originally planned to take advantage of Shadow Walker's absence to hit fast and retreat. That guy must be ghosting. Could it be that I'm also on the list of targets he's eliminated, which is why he hid here in advance? Above, Dane was trying to endure the pain and laughed out loud, saying, "It seems you're really tense. I'll give you a chance to run away right now if you can." Monkey Spanner gritted his teeth and raised his fist to question. "What are you scheming?" Dane sat there continuing to tease. "What you're racking your brain over is the real scheme. Now my vacation has been ruined because of you. Don't bother me. Retreat while you still can." Inside, he was tense, urging the other party. "Please don't overthink it anymore. Just go. Just opening your eyes makes me dizzy." Monkey Spanner calculated in his mind. This is the opportunity. That's right. If I just boost my power, I can revive at any moment. Then, to the horror and panic of the hostages, he shot out of the hotel door like a lightning bolt. Silently, he vowed, "I, Monkey Spanner, will one day become the king of Korea. I cannot die here." But at that moment, A fist swung from outside the door accompanied by sharp shards of glass. That punch sent Monkey Spanner flying strongly backwards. His body became distorted. It was like a misguided rocket flying off course. Shin Ha-yul appeared just in time, loudly warning the terrorists. "You are surrounded. Drop your weapons and surrender, Monkey Spanner gang." But when looking down at the floor, she saw a group of terrorists lying sprawled out long ago. At that moment, a pair of long legs stepped in. Shin Ha-yul was bewildered by the situation. Then Icicle, an A-rank hero, said coldly, all dead already." Shadow Walker, an A-rank hero standing nearby with a frustrated expression, said, "So boring, are they all lying down? Spread some fake news a bit and they get terrorized immediately." Then he noticed Dane sitting atop a stack of high chairs, wondering, who is that person anyway? Dane at that moment wore a dazed expression, pink bubbles floating around her head, quietly thinking, why is she here? Shin Ha-yul furrowed his brow and looked up, asking, "Who are you? Did you subdue these terrorists?" Din tried to tightly press her wound, thinking, if you don't focus, you'll die right here. "Luckily, it seems they don't know I'm egoistic, so I just need to stall a bit longer. I only need to recover enough to teleport twice." Elsewhere, Seo Yoon and Subin listened tensely to the voice through their earpieces. Din, acting dangerously outside, asked, "Who am I?" "I'm an S-rank hero operating secretly in South Korea." This statement astonished the three people below, who looked up. Shin Ha-yul hurriedly pointed and exposed her. "There's no record of any S-rank hero in the association. What nonsense are you spouting? Who exactly are you?" He calmly replied, "I'm Stardust, an A-rank hero. Don't you know what it means to operate secretly? Icicle, an A-rank hero, and Shadow Walker, an A-rank hero. I am a hero who has been active since the generation before you all." Seo Yoon wondered confusedly, "Din, what the heck are you doing?" Subin frowned anxiously. "Din outside is still arrogant. When you meet your seniors, you should greet them first. These guys are too foolish." Shin Ha-yul looked up with a face that was both annoyed and a bit suspicious. He continued to shake his head in disappointment. Just by the expression, you can tell you don't understand anything. In that case, I'll introduce myself. Listen carefully, I'm a hero." His gaze shifted to a boy wearing a t-shirt with the words Apple Mango printed on the back. The image of a delicious fruit appeared. In promptly blurted out that identity, Apple Mango. The released guests listened, and then their expressions stiffened at that name. Suddenly, Icicle overheard some information through his earpiece and responded, "Yes, yes." He says he is Apple Mango." "No, there isn't." Then coldly beckoned and exposed, "Hey, you over there. They say no one has a hero nickname like that. Who exactly are you?" Din angrily shouted, "You insolent rascal. I even know the association president's real name is Park Mansion, now Park Junho, right? My name was too rural, so I changed it. Check it quickly." This statement stunned all three. Inside, he was very tense. He didn't expect that the miscellaneous information from the original source would be so useful. Icicle replied, "After all, the president said he doesn't know you." At this moment, a guest spoke up, "Hey, heroes. I've been watching for a while and feel annoyed, so I have to say something." That extremely dissatisfied voice rang out. The boy wearing the mask had controlled these bad guys for us. So none of us really matter. Icicle was nervously sweating. "That matter. I mean everyone should stay calm." Dane screamed inwardly, "Oh God, that's perfect. Just a little more energy and I can escape." That man continued to tell the story, and I saw him make the gun float in the air and then shoot in all directions. What was that? "Oh, he's like that guy who often appears on TV." Shin Ha-yul caught the main point. Dane hesitated awkwardly, "Uncle." The uncle below gave a thumbs up to him, and if that's the case, so what? Thinking back, I felt a rush of joy. He screamed inwardly, "Stop, stop it." Icicle smirked faintly. Seems a bit suspicious." Dane silently tensed up, sweating heavily just a little more. The three people below began to exert their power. First, we should control them, then expose their identities, see how it goes. Icicle stretched out his hand, projecting power forward. An ice pillar pierced firmly into the floor. Dane gritted his teeth inwardly. Cut 3-2. Shadow Walker silently closed in behind him. Den tightly covered his wound and shouted inwardly, "Please, please move." Shin Ha-yul's sharp gaze fixed on the opponent, then dashed toward him like a missile. Den's face grimaced with great worry about the situation. At that moment, Den managed to use his power to move downwards and avoid that control. It was Seo Yoon and Subin who appeared just in time to catch him. Then both quickly disappeared, taking away the injured Dian from the scene. A little later, their car showed signs of movement. Several people rushed out from inside. Seo Yoon's eyes were spinning and he sat unsteady, hurriedly asking, "Are you okay?" Den's face twisted in pain. Seo Yoon, right now we need to erase all evidence that we were ever in Busan, including the hotel guest logs and the CCTV footage if they find out. At this point, he couldn't continue speaking. The two girls looked up in panic. Hey, are you okay? What's wrong? Blood from the wound on his abdomen kept flowing. Subin shouted, we have to get him to a hospital immediately. Dane tried to stop her. No, you can't. I don't have the strength to move anymore. We will definitely be caught and taken back to Ego Base. Subin gritted her teeth tensely. Then while steering the wheel, she loudly instructed Seo Yoon. Seo, first get the first aid kit and do some basic treatment. Seo Yoon, with tears welling up, seemed to be seeing a haunting scene, sobbing. Subin turned around and shouted urgently, hurry up. The girl regained her composure and wiped away her tears hurriedly. Yes, yes. Subin, with a serious expression, sped off driving. I'll get everyone out of here first. On the pitch-black road, the car raced forward like it was flying. Back in the hotel lobby earlier, the hostages were all being reassured by the police. Icicle stood aside sighing. Ah, really, such a rare vacation, and yet these villains still don't let us rest for even a day. Shadow Walker frowned darkly and asked, can I take a short break? She turned and replied, ah, sure, you've worked hard. It's also because I invited you here to relax a bit. Icicle turned to Stardust, saying, since we're already here, Stardust. Meanwhile, Shin Ha-yeol was pursing his lips thoughtfully, not paying attention to his surroundings. At this moment, a car was passing by on the road. The driver yawned repeatedly, tired and sleepy, thinking to chew some gum. Suddenly, he saw another car approaching rapidly behind him through the rearview mirror. What is that? He shouted. That car is speeding like it's on fire, overtaking us. Is that driver crazy? The speedometer now showed over 220 kilometers per hour. Seo Yoon tried to treat Den's wounds. Subin held the steering wheel with a frightening expression. At this moment, he was covered in blood. His wound kept bleeding despite being bandaged, sweat dripping from the pain. Meanwhile, Shin Ha-yeol clenched his fist tightly and said seriously, we need to observe his movements carefully. The scene shifted to the past. In Dane's room, voices exclaimed, it's the villain again, they harass Stardust by any means. Dane snapped the book shut forcefully. He lay on the bed with a vacant expression, saying, so this is how it ends. This was 19-year-old Dane in the past. With dark circles under his eyes, he thought about how this matter was truly a theme of utter despair. The ending like that. Then the book fell to the floor. Dane tossed and turned on the bed, lamenting Stardust. He muttered something, then fell asleep. At that moment, a flash of light streaked across the night sky through the window. The scene shifts to the present. At some apartment complex, Seo Yoon was tending to Dane's wound, the girl's face pale from extreme exhaustion. Subin brought over a tray of food, which the girl immediately refused, saying she wouldn't eat. But she was persuaded. Seo Yoon, have a little, Dane will wake up soon. Dane lay unconscious on the glass bed at this moment. Seo Yoon buried her face, crying uncontrollably, while Lee Subin sat beside her, comforting her with a heavy heart. Just as the girl was both crying and swallowing food, a voice suddenly rang out. You still eat so well, our Seo Yoon. Dane turned around and smiled, saying, and I'm about to die here. The two girls looked toward that direction in astonishment. Then Seo Yoon whimpered and burst into loud tears once again. The little girls screamed and struggled, striking Dane, while Subin sat beside them moved to tears. He could only laugh wryly and cry out in pain. Ouch. Outside it was still pitch dark. The image of Dane wearing a white mask appeared, holding a golden mask in the other hand. Online, news about him was all over the place, questioning whether the terrorism incident without casualties was really terrorism. Shin Ha-yeol sat in front of the computer screen searching for information, saying, indeed, the plane incident also had no casualties. So what if Egostic's call failed and I couldn't act? The image of Diane appeared and smiled, saying, it'll be fine because it's you can do it. Shin Ha-yeol lowered his face tensely. He believed he would definitely succeed, as if already knowing his abilities would be enhanced. Then she suddenly curled her lips and said, how could you know? It's probably just a coincidence. Then she clenched her hands into fists again, but the fact that she was stronger was undeniable. Then she picked up someone's information board. There was another suspicious point. The villains killed by Egostic. This guy once had the power to cause a large-scale disaster one day, and he saw that too. Egostic surely wasn't a hero, but calling him simply a villain was still insufficient. I have a hunch that he's setting up some massive chess game. The next terrorist incident must reveal his identity no matter what. Shin Ha-yeol was determined. On Seo Yoon's side, the girl was also thoughtfully checking her phone, wondering what the purpose of those terrorist attacks was. Egostic knew the real name of the Hero Association chairman Park Jun-ho. It was Park Man-chun. Could Egostic once have been a level 5 hero in the past who, after conflict with the association, switched sides to become a villain? The conspiracy theory that Egoistic is at odds with the Hero Association was spreading. The three of them were sitting at the dining table. Hearing that information made Din almost choke. Seo Yoon, I'm about to vomit, eat your meal. Subin forced a smile and put away her phone. Seo Yoon, for now, don't bother Din anymore. She's very tired right now. The girl was still very dissatisfied and questioned, what are you planning to do? Again with the I'm the villain, I have to be like this, and continuing to terrorize with that body. Again, Din flinched at the other's expression. Seo Yoon, you're at a loss for words. Suddenly, both girls facing him looked at him with sharp eyes. Din had to make a decision. We will rest for a while, about 3 months, which made both of their faces relax with joy, really. He continued chewing his food while affirming, yeah, let's lay low for a while. With the current public attention, if I disappear for some time, it will cool down. In his mind, he quietly thought, during the break we will need to recruit new members. An image of a mysterious person appeared. Dane calculated that if things stayed like this, in the future he would become a villain causing great imbalance. If we don't kill him, we must recruit him to our side. Quickly, 3 months passed, an announcement was broadcast. A villain has appeared, Stardust prepare to sortie. Shin Ha-yeol hurriedly asked, is it Egoistic? The other side denied, no, it's a villain calling himself Rockbottom. Upon hearing that, she replied disappointedly, I see. Later on, Shin Ha-yeol was again in hero form, dashing through the sky like a rocket. As she rushed off, she asked herself, Egoistic, where have you been and what have you been doing these past 3 months? Scene shifts to Dane's house. He was now watching a large TV screen showing images of Shin Ha-yeol. Oh, he's here, he's here. Din was excitedly eating popcorn as if watching a movie, while Seo Yoon sat beside him looking annoyed. At this moment, a monster called Rockbottom, and a class villain, was erupting with power and growling. Dane cheered through the screen, come on, Stardust, while she dashed forward to attack Rockbottom, shouting, are you Egoistic? No, you're not. Shin Ha-yeol seemed to be overtaken by rage at that moment, punching the opponent to pieces. And afterwards, what appeared on the ground was a punk with eyes rolled back, lying unconscious. Dane excitedly threw the whole popcorn tube up and cheered. Look, power-ups really are worth it, Stardust. Seo Yoon frowned in annoyance. Is that really that much fun? Dane was startled and felt a bit uneasy. Well, it's fun too. Then the girl loudly reminded him, making him spill out his drink. Now let's get to work, okay? I can't stand you always lurking around Stardust's fan club anymore. He looked confused and glanced over. What, Seo? Seo Yoon spoke gloomily. Dane, leader of the Stardust group, thinking you didn't know. I'm a well-known hacker. Exposed like that, Dane quickly grabbed the remote, turned off the screen, and made excuses. It's just a little hobby, the girl repeated. Anyway, today we agreed to work, right? Dane then sat up and asked, let's see, today is the 17th, right? The girl became excited. What is it? Terrorism. Dane denied it. No, Seo Yoon continued to ask. So is it to eliminate villains? He denied again. Nope, not that either. Then Dane broke into a bright smile and said, it's actually about recruiting new members. The scene switched to a high corner overlooking the town, where an elderly couple was admiring the view below. The man exclaimed, oh, this place is still the same, huh? This scenery hasn't changed at all compared to 20 years ago. At that moment, someone suddenly bumped into the man. The person, wearing a hat and looking down so his face was unclear, spoke up. I'm sorry. He waved his hand. It's okay, I'm fine, student. But after the girl walked past, she was holding a wallet in her hand. This girl had bright green irises. When she glanced down below, she saw a group of people. It was obviously a gang of thugs, each one hanging a cigarette from his mouth, looking up at her with sly, mocking grins. The girl clenched her teeth angrily. Just then a boy with clear green irises like hers appeared, running over with a bright smile, calling out, sis. This boy's name was Lee Ki-hyun, 13 years old. She pinched her younger brother's cheek and asked, are you having fun? The boy replied cheerfully, yes. She then noticed his injured knee, pointing out, your knee is scratched. Where did you get hurt? Ki-hyun answered innocently, I slipped and fell on the way home. The girl raised her hand, using healing power, and reminded him, really, be more careful next time. Seeing the wound on his knee gradually healing, she exclaimed in surprise, wow. After a short while, the gash had completely disappeared. Then the girl took off her hat. After that, she put it on Ki-hyun's head and said, you go home first now. The boy obediently nodded, yes. She took off her hat to reveal a beautiful girl with orange hair. She smiled brightly and said, I'm going to buy some delicious food and then come back. Introducing the girl, this is Lee Haru, who later becomes the antagonist named X-Saintess. After some time, it was already dark. Lee Haru had also returned with a bag of food. As soon as she opened the door, she smiled brightly and called out, Ki-hyun, I bought a bag of delicious pastries for you. Suddenly, Lee Haru's face turned pale when she saw the scene inside. A voice came from inside. I knew it, this little brat. The bag of food fell to the ground, and inside were a gang. The stray dogs from the dam area. At this moment, Ki-hyun was being held by a masked man. Another man spoke up. You're still daring to pickpocket in our territory. If I find out you're hiding anything else, I'll send you straight to heaven, understand? The man had big, small eyes that looked ridiculous but gave off a dangerous vibe. Although Lee Haru was very frightened, she still shouted, Enough, leave Ki-hyun alone and take all that stuff and get out. The man sighed in frustration and looked at the other one. Then he grabbed Ki-hyun's hair tightly, causing the boy to scream in pain. This man took pleasure in other people's pain and sneered, Hey, little girl. At this time, Lee Haru was also suddenly tackled and restrained by two other men. Bastards. The man continued grabbing Ki-hyun's head and said, Look, it seems your sister has no idea what's going on. The scar-eyed man held a knife to the boy's neck and said, Today I'll teach you a lesson. Seeing this, Lee Haru screamed in horror, No, I was wrong, please. The ruthless scar-eyed man raised his knife. It's too late, you damn bitch. Ki-hyun shut his eyes tightly in despair. Suddenly at that moment, some force snatched the knife from his hand. He was stunned and glanced back behind him, then was struck by some force and slammed forward into the wall. After that, above the heads of the wild dogs at the dam, several gun barrels were pointed. Extremely dangerous. Ki-hyun took advantage of the moment to surge forward. Lee Haru tightly embraced the boy and called out excitedly, Ki-hyun. At that moment, Dain appeared outside their yard. He thought, today is Friday the 17th. Lee Haru's little brother should have been killed by that gang by now. Lee Haru would have turned dark and gone down a villainous path. Luckily, I arrived early. If I had been a little later, disaster would have struck. Ki-hyun looked outside and saw him, stunned, exclaiming, Could it be? Lee Haru turned and stood guard in front of Ki-hyun, suspiciously questioning, Are you ghosting? Den then smiled villainously, very pleased to meet Lee Haru and Ki-hyun. I've come to take you both away. Hearing that, Lee Haru scowled and barked, Why would we go with you? Clearly, you're that cruel villain too. Din calmly explained, Why? Of course it's to save you both, didn't you see just now? Besides, if the police show up, it would be a big hassle. She refused, Even if it kills me, I won't go, you bastard. What are you planning to do? Then Ki-hyun rushed outside like a gust of wind. Lee Haru was struck like lightning by this sight. She hurriedly shouted, Ki-hyun, no. The image that appeared before her eyes was Ki-hyun rushing toward a dangerous and evil demon. At that moment, Ki-hyun had run up to Dain, grasped his hand tightly, and exclaimed, Egoistic, you're in the Mango group. The boy looked at the other with a face full of admiration and pride. Even Dain felt embarrassed by the boy's feelings. Very soon, after a short while, Dain took the two sisters to his shelter, then introduced them to the other members, saying, Well then, these are our new members, let's greet them. Ki-hyun's eyes shone brightly as he cheered, Wow, and here's also the internet terror beauty of ego. Subin broke out in a sweat at this nickname, the internet terror beauty of ego. Ki-hyun's eyes still gleamed with admiration. So that person is a hacker. Lee Haru carefully bowed and greeted. Hello everyone, I'm Lee Haru, this is my younger brother Ki-hyun. Seo Yoon wore a serious expression as if evaluating the merchandise. HMPH, a new member with healing abilities, turns out to be a girl. A little while later, the five of them became more harmonious. Dain happily opened the fridge. Mango. Ki-hyun wore an excited expression. Indeed, it's a mango. Seo Yoon stared straight ahead, thinking, It was just like the first time I met Dain. But Lee Haru, sitting beside him, was very tense and cautious. Dain was by the fridge, tilting his head back to drink juice. Seeing that, Seo Yoon screamed fiercely, Don't put your mouth on it to suck it right away like that, making Dain startled and spill everything out. It's mango juice. This is mine, Seo Yoon. Your portion is in the fridge, Seo Yoon, though knowing she went overboard, still sulkily reminded. Then remember to be more careful next time. Subin gently carried the peeled apple plate and cheerfully asked, Ki-hyun, do you want some fruit? The boy's eyes lit up even more. Wow, thank you. Ki-hyun quickly took a fork and pierced a piece of apple. Lee Haru called tensely, Ki-hyun. The boy at this moment was opening his mouth to eat a big bite, then chewing while looking over with a puzzled expression, Huh? Lee Haru helplessly turned away, still very worried. Oh, it's nothing. At this moment, Dain smiled brightly and called out, Seo Yoon, Subin, I'm planning to have an honest talk with them for a while. Could you two go outside first? Seo Yoon stuck out her tongue, playfully mocking his words. Could we go outside for a bit? Dain was at a loss for words at her personality. Subin, please accompany her back to the nursing home first. After a while, only the three of them were left in the room. Dain sat facing the two sisters. He spoke first, Lee Haru. You killed the orphanage director and ran away, right? These words made Lee Haru frown cautiously. Dain continued, I have investigated everything already. That director often abused you too. I didn't come to you by chance. I have a purpose. She asked suspiciously what purpose. Din exclaimed that to let the two of them live happily. Lee Haru frowned and stared at the other person, then exclaimed in surprise, what? Din smiled, then continued. Of course not in this cramped underground, no. I've already set up a teleportation gate. We'll move to the big house, live there, and go to school too. Lee Haru felt suspicious and questioned him. Why on earth did you do that to us? We just met today. Din thought of Seo Yoon and said, because I also have a younger sister. That's why I did it. Ki-hyun's eyes shone brightly. I've watched all those tragic bombing cases from Mangastic. I've watched them over and over, Din replied awkwardly, really? Thanks. But in my heart I wondered if elementary students should be watching those things. Lee Haru gave a stern warning. Ki-hyun, Din spoke again, just try living together once. It will be more fun than you think. We're not as bad as you imagine. Ki-hyun tightly clasped her hands with hope for a beautiful life ahead. Lee Haru seemed to have serious thoughts. All right then, later, Din led the two sisters to a place this way. A secret gate opened, revealing a mysterious spatial gate. Din turned back and smiled brightly, telling the two, follow me. Then he stepped into the gate, his whole body gradually disappearing. Lee Haru's expression remained very tense. Ki-hyun excitedly jumped to the gate door, turned back waving, you're not leaving yet. I'll go ahead. Which made Lee Haru panic and call Ki-hyun back. But she couldn't help but sigh helplessly, really. Finally, she decided to follow everyone inside. A moment later, Lee Haru climbed the stairs with a look of surprise. The scene before her was Ki-hyun standing looking out the glass door, with light shining through brilliantly and warmly. Dane said, do you like it? This will be our home. Ki-hyun seems to like it. I'll be on the 3rd floor and you'll be on the 2nd floor. There are 2 rooms for the 2 of us. Don't worry about tuition. At this age, you're supposed to be studying anyway. I have plenty of money. Lee Haru looked at him skeptically. Dane continued gently. If it feels awkward, just stay for a few days and then decide. If you want to go back, you can refuse any time, okay? Thus, Lee Haru looked at him wide-eyed. Suddenly she grew angry, her pale face looking around, recalling the image of the scarred man holding a knife to Ki-hyun's neck just now. I will teach those guys a lesson. At that moment, the boy had shut his eyes tight in utter despair. Then the image of Ki-hyun now, looking very cheerful, appeared. Lee Haru nodded in acceptance and replied, thank you very much. Dane patted her shoulder reassuringly. It's nothing, let's live well together. Elsewhere, Dane displayed a very triumphant, villainous grin, having successfully recruited the sister he cared about. Suddenly he scratched his head in confusion, as if he had forgotten something. What was it again? The time was night again, with the moon high in the sky. On the network screen was information about what you did yesterday. What the hero did today. The hero's bulletin board, is Egostic really gone? A flood of comments expressing concern about Egostic's whereabouts appeared. Shin Ha-yeol was still sitting in front of the computer screen with disappointment. After all, where are you and what are you doing, Egostic? Her frowning expression showed. She was so impatient she was about to lose all patience. In the lab room bathed in greenish light, the viscous liquid in the giant tank began to churn violently. Bubbles rose and burst as if something enormous were thrashing inside. 2 scientists stood on the balcony looking down, their eyes a mix of fear and excitement. One of them said in a trembling voice, every time I see it I still get goosebumps. The bespectacled man, sweat beading on his forehead, swallowed, a crooked smile of equal parts fear and thrill. He blurted, amazing, his eyes glittering like someone intoxicated by the mad rapture of science. Behind him the silver-haired man stood silent, his face cold as steel. The silver-haired man gave a thin smile, his voice ringing with confidence. The behemoth project must be completed. He turned to his colleague and said, we'll present it to Dr. Kim Seon-woo when he's released. The green light cast on his face made the smile even more terrifying. Beneath the liquid, the giant creature kept jerking, black tentacles flogging the tank walls with bone-chilling sounds. The silver-haired man barely lifted a corner of his mouth and said, when that happens, Korea will collapse. His eyes flashed an unhidden madness. And Hanun Corporation will dominate the entire world. No one can stop us. Around them, rows of scientists gathered around the tank, arms outstretched toward the boiling creature. Shouts rose insanely. The room shook in waves, green light flashed. The whole scene like a monster summoning ritual. Cut to the interior of Egostic Base. Inside the bright kitchen, the rhythm of a knife slicing mushrooms rang out. Lee Haru was carefully cutting each slice, her face serious but slightly awkward, hands trembling a bit from being unaccustomed to cooking. Beside her, Subin was washing vegetables. She smiled kindly and asked, you could rest at home. Why help me? Lee Haru, flustered, replied, no, I feel more comfortable helping, her voice small and bashful. Subin said softly, Thank you, her eyes closing, a gentle, grateful expression. Lee Haru faintly frowned, looking sad as if worried about something. Subin smiled slightly, watching Lee Haru help clean up, her voice gentle. We'll finish soon now. It's all thanks to you. Lee Haru bowed her head, her green eyes showing embarrassment. In her head a thought echoed. The beautiful victim of the egoistic bombing, Sister Subin. 4 months after that incident, she was living a happy and prosperous life, to the point it completely dispelled worrying rumors that she had been harmed. Seo Yoon's voice sounded beside them. Hey, can you help me up? Dain warned again. Try to stay alert while walking, Seo Yoon. You'll only hurt yourself. In Lee Haru's mind the thought continued. And the true identity of egoistic is Kim Do-in. Din flopped down in a chair, his voice mildly sharp. This house is bright, so why are you still sleeping in the pitch-black basement? His hand still tugging lightly at Seo Yoon, the tired girl retorted. You're the one always talking about that ego base. After a few seconds of silence, Din changed his tone in a flash. Fine then, let's eat. Din was now extremely eager, looking at the dishes. But Lee Haru's thoughts didn't stop. One day, if he returns injured with his healing ability. She reached her hand out in front of her, then clenched it with determination. Cut to Din now sprawled on the bed in an empty room, light streaming through the window, lighting up the calendar on the wall. He muttered with a bored air, "It's time." His face showed a touch of fatigue, eyes contemplatively staring at the ceiling. Time to prepare for the black disaster those bastards at Hanun Group will unleash. Suddenly a loud bang, quang, echoed violently. The window rattled. A cold voice reverberated. So it was you hiding here, Mangostic. Seo Yoon burst into the room, fired up, shouting, Now let's go terrorize them. I'm so fed up I'm going crazy. Din answered, All right, now we're going to go terrorize them. The girl asked in surprise, Really? He simply smiled faintly, then announced, Team Ego, all members assemble. By now everyone was present. Suddenly Lee Haru spoke up. But at first why are we going to terrorize like this? The three others' faces darkened. Din wore a proud expression and began to explain. If you're curious about the reason for our terrorist actions, the world's compassion is the answer. Seo Yoon crossed her arms and said exasperatedly, Stop, get to the point. Will you? That one Dane was helpless. It's no longer Anne. But that. His face grew serious. Lee Haru, actually we're the villains. She broke into a sweat, understood. So we have to carry out a terror act. Seo Yoon raised a finger and continued. However, we absolutely must not cause civilian casualties. We need to create a dilemma perfectly suited to Egoistic's idea. Oh, and it has to be related to Stardust. That bastard. It has to be a terrorist act that somehow benefits her. Dane could only smile wryly. Thanks for the summary, Seo Yoon. But did you just say something inappropriate? That was just a slip of the tongue, right? He uncapped his pen and smiled confidently. Anyway, he sketched an image of a bridge. The idea for the next terrorist act was, has the Seoul Bridge collapsed yet? Lee Haru was a bit puzzled why it had to be the Seoul Bridge. Because right here, a giant monster will appear at this location in Uido, and it will head straight north, sweeping across the entire Korean peninsula. But what if we make the Seoul Bridge collapse during the terrorist act? It will be drenched. The monster's weakness is water. It will be finished. We must terrorize and also capture the villain. In other words, kill two birds with one stone. After finishing his words, he tipped his hat and bowed to mark the end of his performance. Seo Yoon looked at this pile of plans and had to ask, Where on earth have you been getting this information all this time? You only left one line, it's a trade secret. Seo Yoon lightly raised a hand to hide her smile. It felt like we were both taking down a villain and committing an act of terrorism at the same time, moreover. This time it didn't seem to be about that damn Stardust. Dane could only give a helpless smile. Can you drop the word damn? Hearing that, the girl sat down happily and replied, Perfect. Is the idea decided yet? Dane answered with a confident smile. What's the one thing we have in abundance? Seo Yoon replied skeptically, Money. But he had to dismiss that with the gesture of a tycoon. No, that's not money. The day had finally come. His image appeared before everyone's cameras. He was hovering in the air with a loudspeaker and a camera. Behind him was the Seoul Bridge. Hovering above, he began to speak. Greetings, everyone, chosen as the most influential villain by the Heroes Association. His gaze narrowed slightly. I, Egoistic, have returned. Everyone knows what I'm about to do, right? What else could I do at Seoul Bridge, ha? Of course, a bomb threat. A driver shouted loudly. It's a terrorist attack. Sunlight still shone before the impending disaster. Din's face darkened as she lifted the switch to announce, Everyone hold on tight. After he pressed the button, a series of explosions lit up the bridge. The ruined bridge lay before them. His voice still echoed. It seemed the selection of new guests to assist our little game had been completed. Below, someone commented, Who in their right mind would recruit guests like that? His words continued to be broadcast to everyone. The participants in this game were the good citizens of this country watching the live stream. Yes, it was you. The method was simple. Send your bank account number to the link mentioned in the video, and I will immediately transfer 100,000 won. However, before 7 p.m. tonight, if the number of people who accept 100,000 won from me exceeds 500,000, I will blow up this bridge, of course, including those traveling on it. Everyone received this information. Some were panicked and worried, but others eagerly began entering their account numbers, offering the choice, 100,000 won for free or this possibly explosive bridge. Now your choice, 100,000 won or the bridge. With that line, the screen suddenly went dark. Before it ended, he left one last line that set the chat ablaze. "Oh, Stardust, you don't need to appear today, take a rest." People began commenting excitedly, "I'll personally protect my woman." The sweet villain telling Stardust to rest. Elmao as if she'd sit out just because he said so. She's a hero, though. Finally done, he stretched. His eyes closed. He smiled inwardly, thinking she was probably relieved not to be bothered by some crazed villain. Before he could finish speaking, Stardust came flying in from afar at breakneck speed, which made him involuntarily exclaim, "Stardust." Seeing her, he awkwardly flung the detonator control into the air. And Stardust, seeing it, immediately recognized the device. Looking at the girl before him, he thought to himself, "Long time no see, Stardust." Her face darkened as she looked at him without saying a word. Under the weight of this deadly silence, he could only call out, "Stardust." She still said nothing, only fixing him with a cold, piercing stare. Duin, not understanding what was happening, also turned to look. At this moment, he looked utterly small under the pressure of this woman. What on earth is going on? The scene shifts to a workspace. An older man speaks up. "Hey, Kim, what's the matter? Sneaking a cigarette?" The young man over there cheerfully holds up his phone and replies to the captain, "Look, on the phone is footage of Dane being replayed. If you enter your account number here, he'll actually send 100,000 won." The uncle frowned at the phone and said, "Let's see. If more than 500,000 people receive it, he'll blow up the Seoul Bridge." The young man replied, "Yes, I know he ghosted. He's staging some kind of terror on the bridge right now." The uncle beside him also remembers. "Ah, that villain who wants to act like a lunatic. Huh, what a joke, who would believe that?" The young man, his face like he'd struck gold, replied, "I just finished. 100,000 won." The uncle heard that and shouted loudly, "Hey, don't do that." The young man immediately bowed in fear and stammered, "Ah, sorry, Captain." But then the uncle immediately changed his expression, pulled out his phone and smiled. "I got it as soon as you appeared." Seeing that the young man recovered and gave a thumbs up in return, "Captain, you really startled me. You're a good actor." After that, it was just the two of them talking. "We'll really hit 500,000 stars. Forget it. Let's have a company party tonight." The young man could reply just fine. Inside a kitchen, a mother was checking on her child over the phone. "Hey, have you eaten yet?" "Huh, my bank account number." She was puzzled. Suddenly, what's wrong with the boy? Since when has he been giving me an allowance? On the screen it appeared that Ego Team 100,000 had been transferred in. She exclaimed, "Oh my, really? But what is Ego Team?" Cut to the burning bridge. Dane sat there trembling uncontrollably. Who would have thought it would be this cold today? Then he grew serious again. After all, he recalled the image of Stardust. Her gaze was as sharp as a knife. She was ready to rush in if I blew the bridge up, as if the air had frozen solid. Why was she glaring at me like that? Could Seoul Bridge hold some memories that weren't in the original? I didn't think she'd be that angry. It almost made me feel guilty. But then he resolutely came back. With no other choice, it was all for Stardust. Given the way the dark threat was portrayed in the original, her current powers would never be able to stop it. In the original storyline, it was the first true threat. It marked the moment this comic moved beyond meaningless heroic beats and into something much darker. Putting everything aside, Dane took out his phone to check the progress. Looking at the number on the screen left him astonished. 450,000 people had already signed up, and there were still 3 hours to go. He slowly jumped down onto the packed dirt, bit his lip and said, "These people are something else." Raising a hand to his neck and exhaling softly, Dane told himself he didn't need to lift a finger to win against them. Were they really that reckless? But standing before the camera, he still had to smile and say, "Good citizens of South Korea, I don't believe any of you would stoop so low as to accept that money." Below, a string of comments read, "Exactly right, of course." He placed his hand on the white car and continued, "You haven't forgotten, have you? Wait for our new guests. Their lives hanging by the whim of a merciless villain." He looked into the car and thought to himself this part was beyond his control. "I would like to say it's someone else's doing. It's just that." He said with a smile to the person inside, "Hello, thank you for joining us. Could you introduce yourself?" The man sitting in the car chuckled in response. "Yes, hello. My name is Choi Jung-jin. Dane judged from his nonchalant expression that there was no longer any worry. You climbed into the car and continued the interview. Pleased to meet you, Mr. Choi. Your life is in danger, aren't you scared? Not even a little concerned. Hearing that, Choi Jung-jin laughed even louder. Dane was a bit surprised. He was laughing. Choi Jung-jin radiated a kind of saintly light and replied, as long as people don't accept the money, including the Seoul Bridge, I'm fine, right? Dane was also affected by that light and closed her eyes. I'll apologize for them right here. Below, comments appeared one after another. I thought about taking advantage of it, but never mind. You're a good person. Am I trash, right? I'll take the money then rather than you. I apologize. I'm sorry. Dane was at a loss for words. Well then, what a splendid declaration from Mr. Choi. Trusting his fellow Koreans, any last words? Stardust watched from a distance, but could still hear Choi Jung-jin saying, Go to Korea, I believe in you. She slightly frowned. What's your game, egoistic? Dane was still lingering on the bridge, silently hopping. So tired, please, this time just a normal reaction. He looked through the window at another car. When they saw him, there were loud screams from inside the car, like seeing an idol. The girls took turns expressing themselves, mangastic. Oh my God, he's insanely handsome in real life. Hey, after this let's buy a lottery ticket. We'll die before we even scratch it. We're his loyal fans. But will he really kill us? He always saves people at the last moment, right? Another friend said. Hey, haven't you seen him crush the plane? That's right. The murmurs made him feel scared too, and he thought to himself, what a headache. Dane used the excuse to run off. All right, the interview is over. Let's get out of here. A girl quickly grabbed him. Wait, he said impatiently. She took out a tablet and asked him to sign before he left. You also had to sign for the girl. People started gossiping. He really signed. Now it's hard to say who the victim is. Inside their car, they thanked him with 100,000 won each from him. 400,000 in total. Great, let's go eat malatang later. You know we won't get to eat if we die here today. Oh right. Din resolved in her heart that she would never interview ordinary people again. This terror stunt has failed. The drone hovered. Din gave orders. Seo Yoon pulled up the screen. Din's image was projected onto the big screen. A swarm of cameras turned toward him. Yes, everyone, the appointed time of 7 o'clock in the evening has arrived. The national projection, 100,000 won on the bridge. Now I will announce the results. Everyone immediately started gossiping. Come on, no way. It's up to 500K now, don't let Jung-jin lose everyone. Jung-jin, I'm sorry. Damn, if Seoul Bridge collapses, how will I go to work tomorrow? And then the shocking result was announced. 1,250,000 people chose the 100,000 won option. And following his words, a fireworks display appeared. They couldn't believe it. Viewers from the beloved Republic of Korea, the girls from earlier, also screamed in panic. What is this? Din snapped her fingers. Please enjoy this final fireworks display. A gift for each of your selfish souls. After that, a series of explosions occurred. Stardust, watching from afar, was furious. Din raised her cap to her chest, bowed formally and said, Your host, egoistic, ends here. At the same time, the camera panned to the scene of the bridge blown to ruins. Oh my God, he killed them. People couldn't bear to watch and left the chat room. Din was a bit tired, hanging here too long. She's exhausted and about to faint. Now she's reached her limit. You stand in the night full of fireworks, so let Stardust fight them while we just watch. Suddenly, a light streaked across from nowhere. Stardust was dashing off at a terrifying speed. It turned out she was plunging toward the falling car. She reached out trying to grab it. She couldn't grab it. He began to cast his magic, silently cursing, damn it. The car was slowly enveloped by Dane's power. Even Stardust and Dane both gave it their all. Fortunately, Stardust managed to grab onto the car. She slowly lifted the two vehicles up. Dane sighed in relief. Thankfully, everyone was safe. As soon as the words left, he immediately lost strength. His heart seemed to stop beating. His whole body then collapsed downward. Luckily, you managed to teleport in time. Your body hit the ground with a thud, landing in Ego Base. Subin and Seo Yoon rushed out in a panic, shouting Dylan. Blood and other fluids were coming from his mouth and nose. His pupils clouded white. There was no sign of life. The two girls watched the scene through the glass, overwhelmed with worry and fear. Inside, Dylan lay receiving treatment. They prayed silently. Please open your eyes, Dylan. Lee Haru was also standing outside the door, thinking for a long while. She took a deep breath. She gently wiped away a tear. Elsewhere, Ha-yeol stood dazed, staring up at the night sky. She carried a deep sorrow inside her, her thoughts fixed on Egoistic, holding the newspaper in her hands. The articles about the two of them. She remembered his words. Never show even the slightest hesitation, because then you and I will be finished. Just one moment of hesitation, and your life will become a living hell. Even so, if he hadn't allowed me to retreat, I wouldn't have been able to get out here. She fell into contemplation, But that was clearly the mindset of someone convinced they could do it, as if he knew everything about her. The image of Egoistic encouraging her came to mind. You can do it. Step up and save them. Since he said that, I've been unable to stop thinking about it, even though he was the one who put them in danger. Meeting him again after so long, I was filled with a ton of questions. Are you really the villain? Are you really the bad guy? Egoistic, who are you after all? Ha-Yul gently took my hand, but because of some strange emotion, in the end I couldn't say a word. The image of her and little Dane appeared, then a scene of her desperately trying to grab the car. Please, reach for it. Suddenly the car was enveloped in energy. She startled as she realized its speed was decreasing. She looked up. It was Dane struggling to hold the car with her own strength. After saving the car, she still couldn't stop wondering. Egoistic really is. While lost in thought, a voice called out, "Why are you sitting here alone? I heard it was an attack with no casualties." Icicle stepped forward holding 2 cans of soda, her adorable little Shin Ha-Yul. Seeing her, Ha-Yul shouted happily, "Seola, thanks for coming." They shared a warm embrace. Seola replied, "What are you talking about? Of course I'd come. We're friends after all." Ha-Yul's face flushed as she felt warmth from her friend. They started drinking. Seola puffed her cheeks and gulped down each sip. She shouted with delight, "Ah, this is great. Taking in the whole view of Seoul, spending a quiet night with my Ha-Yul." Suddenly she realized something. "Hey Ha-Yul, why are you still buried in work when you're off shift? Is it because of Egoistic again?" "Forget that guy. Even the president of the Hero Association is secretly pleased that the crime rate has dropped. Of course he would never admit it. Looking at his most recent attack, it seems he is no longer trying to target you." Ha-Yul turned to respond, "But Seola, can I tell you something?" Ha-Yul's gaze hardened. "From my point of view, maybe Egoistic isn't a bad person." Moving into the ego base, a pair of feet opened the door and stepped inside. Lee Haru quietly watched Seo Yoon lying on the floor. She gently pulled a blanket over Seo Yoon so the girl wouldn't be cold. Her gaze shifted toward the side of the room where Daen was lying. Slowly, she pushed the door open and stepped in. Daen still lay there with no sign of waking. Standing before Daen, she felt a little doubtful. Should I really enter like this? Even if he seems much better now? What if he ends up like the others who try to exploit my power? What should I do? Daen's brow furrowed slightly. Lee Haru placed her hand on the glass to observe him more clearly. He doesn't even know who I am, yet he saved me. He treated me kindly without asking for anything in return. But he is in critical condition, right here in front of me. A tear fell from her eye. Can I really just let him die? I'm sorry, Daen. I'm just not brave enough. You're truly a good person. But if you knew about my power, I was afraid you would be like the others." She wiped away her weak tears. Looking at his battered body, she became determined to use her ability. "This time I will be braver." The wounds were slowly being healed by her. Shortly after they had completely disappeared, Daen still lay there. Lee Haru gently stepped out. She didn't forget to look back, "Thank you." In the end, she also stepped outside, leaving Daen alone. Nearby, Daen woke up, quietly relieved. "At last I can recruit a healer." He slowly sat up. His face was radiant with life. "Lee Haru, thank you." Turning back to Ha-Yul, Seola's voice rang out, "So let me be blunt. It's strange that Egoistic's attacks never cause casualties except among the villains. And the call during that plane incident, something no one else could have known. And what about him catching that falling SUV this time?" Ha-Yul answered with a kittenish expression, "Right, right." Seola chuckled wryly. "Oh, come on, Ha-Yul, don't tell me you actually believe that conspiracy. That Egoistic is a secret S-rank hero operating in the shadows." Ha-Yul's face darkened with anger. "I shouldn't have told him everything." Ha-Yul turned away and replied, "Not about believing or not. I just mean it doesn't feel like a conspiracy theory anymore." Seola kept teasing. He just kidding, I'm joking." "Calm down, little Ha-Yul. Anyway, you're right, there are a few things that don't add up." This caught Ha-Yul's attention. But then Seola continued, "But he still does bad things, right? Even if no civilians were hurt, he still crossed the line." Ha-Yul hummed in agreement. "That's true, but..." Seola began to counsel. "So what's important is to treat him like a villain, Ha-Yul." Ha-Yul fell into thought. "I think Egoistic is aiming for something bigger. I still don't know what it is, but..." Seola's voice rose, cutting across Ha-Yul's train of thought. "Miss Workaholic Shin Ha-Yul, don't bring up that guy with the cap anymore. Anyway, have you been interested in anyone lately? You should take a break and try dating," Ha-Yul said with disdain. "Someone who's never dated wouldn't know how to meet anyone." Seola blushed awkwardly. "It's just that my family is extremely strict about my private life. Okay, it's not that I can't date." The class a hero Icicle, real name Lee Seola, is the heir to a major conglomerate in Korea, Useong. Ha-Yul seized the chance to tease. "Hey, you're cute when you're angry," Seola pouted in reply. "What do you mean by that, really?" The scene cuts to a prison somewhere. An inner gate slowly opens. An old man stepped in. He was an S-rank villain, Kim Seon-woo. the technical advisor for the Hanun conglomerate. A white-haired young man spoke up. "Well done, Professor." Kim Seon-woo was answered by two axe-wielding bodyguards. "Skip the formalities, how's the progress right now?" The young man replied, "We've completed 56%. At this pace, the project will be finished around September next year." Before he could finish his sentence, Kim Seon-woo scolded him. "Damn it," he shouted angrily. "Too slow. I told you to have everything ready before winter, no excuses." He flinched slightly at that. Sitting in the car, he said softly, "Let's go." In his head, he calculated silently, "Just wait. Before this winter ends, everything in the Republic of Korea will kneel before me." Professor Kim Seon-woo. Cut to the ego base. On the TV, a news bulletin reports that Dr. Kim Seon-woo, who was previously accused of concealing unethical human experiments, was released at around 7 this morning. He is expected to return to Hanun Corporation's research facility. Din's gaze hardened, her voice turned sly. "All right, the players are stepping out onto the field." Seo-yoon, passing by and overhearing, also felt suspicious. What's with that tone? 3 months later, it was snowing outside. Ki-hyun shouted excitedly, "Snow!" Seo-yoon behind shouted, "Hey, come back here, I was here first." They romped around. In the distance, Subin and Haru were carrying a teapot to set on the table. They sat down. Subin took a sip. After drinking, her face brightened with feeling. "This is so pleasant," Haru beside her chimed in. "Yeah, it's really wonderful." From behind, Dane called out, "Hey, Seo-yoon," causing the girl molding a snow duck to involuntarily turn around. He scolded, "Could you walk properly? What are those steps? You ruined the whole patch of snow." The snow had been beautiful just now, pristine and untouched. "Let us start playing." But before he could finish speaking, a snowball flew into his face. The kids in the distance shouted excitedly, "Come here, Mangostic." "Get in here," Doin, irritated, lightly brushed the snow from his face and began to condense mana in his hands, not letting the children stay excited for long. Shortly after, each of them got a snowball. His eyes lit up like a war god descending. He said, "You brats, come here, I will teach you manners." His body flew into the air. His eyes shone like a star behind, as if preparing to use a very cool skill. A special skill, super speed frost. Seo-yoon, shocked, shouted, "What on earth is that?" "That is cheating." Mangostic, Ki-hyun behind also joined in. "That move clearly exploits a loophole." The boy raised both hands and shouted that he surrendered. Daen happily agreed. Meanwhile, Seo-yoon turned to look at her teammate in utter shock. The face of Seo-yoon went dark, both hands holding 2 snowballs ready to fight. A demonic voice from Daen rang out, "Seo-yoon, are you ready?" The next moment, the whole body of Seo-yoon had turned into an adorably cute snowman. On this side, Daen laughed loudly after winning. "Ah, so hungry, let us go eat something light." Ki-hyun happily followed, obeying. Eating cookies in winter is simply wonderful. They could not resist and shouted, "So delicious." They were only focused on eating, and did not notice a white figure slowly approaching. Daen turned and said with a blank expression, "Can you ask Haru to bring a few more?" Before she could finish the sentence, Seo-yoon had hefted the huge snowball and slammed it into his head, so hard his eyes seemed about to pop out. Seeing him lying there like a lump of meat, Seo-yoon was a little frightened. "Mangostic is finished." "Was that too rough?" she shouted. "Are you okay?" The girl anxiously shook him and called Doin. Haru, carrying out the cake, was a bit surprised to see that. She spoke up, "He is laughing over there. The pretending is too obvious." Only then did Daen turn and mimic her words. With his teasing face, he continued, "So touching. Seo-yoon really worried about him." The girl at this moment, both embarrassed and angry, blushed. Seconds later, another brawl broke out. Seo-yoon lugged a giant snowball with 2 cups on top that looked like a shrimp head chasing Daen. He ran while talking back, but it really hurt. The girl didn't believe him and snapped, "Shut up." Daen began to wonder. Over the past 3 months, we had relaxed and enjoyed the winter. I once thought about staging another terror attack, but Stardust is now as strong as she was in her 3rd year of the original timeline, so it's no longer necessary. Actually, the only change is that Haru has started smiling more. Perhaps she has finally thawed a little and is opening up to us bit by bit. Oh, and public opinion about me has also turned. Everyone pinned the blame for the Seoul Bridge collapse on Egostic. My reputation has completely fallen apart. I mean, 1.2 million people who received my payments obviously had to find someone to blame. It was Egostic who orchestrated that bizarre terror plot. That's right. He manipulated everything and even called us accomplices. Convenient, isn't it? After all, becoming the villain was my original goal. Now we only have to wait for Black Disaster to appear. Back in the present, Seo-yoon's voice rang out, "Got you." The girl had grabbed Daen by the hair. A triumphant smile blossomed on the girl's lips. "I won." The next second, she turned into a snowman again. Din ran off while Ki-hyun pointed and laughed with delight. The two women had to laugh at the sight. Subin spoke up. "What is that pitiful shriek?" Haru beside him warned. "You'll get hurt if you keep doing those stunts." Din, exhausted, slumped into a chair and complained, I'm starving. What should we eat tonight? We've played a lot, or should we do a barbecue?" Ki-hyun ran after them, chiming in. "Ooh, great. Hurry inside. It's freezing out here," Haru agreed, "but first we have to call Seo-yoon. She must be angry somewhere right now." Cut to the red alarm bells blaring loudly. Inside the laboratory, cracks began to form and people clutched their heads and ran. Kim Seon-woo sat before the wreckage shouting, "It can't be. It can't be like this, damn it. Where everything has disappeared." Someone beside him stepped forward to advise, "Doctor, you must leave here at once." But he wouldn't listen. He barked back, "Let me go. How could I abandon my life's work?" Suddenly he froze when he heard a strange sound. A hideous monster appeared. The others dragged him away, pleading, "Please, sir, doctor. We have to run quickly." Being pulled away, he still turned back to look. "No, it can't be. Behemoth, how is test subject number 1? It was only a prototype, yet it has consciousness." The scene cuts to some building. The staff are all in a panic. Explosions erupt everywhere. Stardust darted away as if flying. Opening the door to a room, Stardust asked Mr. President what was happening. He cried, pointing at the screen. "Urgent, Stardust, look." On the screen was the image of a monster destroying the houses around. He asked, "Where did that terrifying thing come from?" Witnessing this, Stardust also froze for a moment. Outside, people were shouting and running as the monster attacked. Each strike of its tentacle caused an explosion. The man in the car panicked as he saw something flying toward him. Fortunately, he managed to pull his hand free in time. Still worried about his car, he shouted, "My car." The man next to him yelled, "What good is the car now? Run." The monster kept ravaging everything while people stood helpless. The father and son could only cling to each other and pray to God. Suddenly, the monster leaped up. On this side, Stardust dashed off while calling back, "I will depart immediately." The president, seeing this, shouted, "Calm down, Stardust. You cannot single-handedly confront something that big." Hearing that, she angrily turned and snapped, "I will not sit idly by and watch it rampage like that. Go ahead and sit there eating popcorn, Mr. President." He, hearing that, froze. "What did you say?" Suddenly, a scream made Stardust turn around. The monster from earlier had jumped into the water. Gradually, its body disappeared into the water. They stood there frozen where they were when they saw that. The president, his face darkening, spoke again. "Stardust, I want a full report on my desk by tomorrow morning. What is this popcorn nonsense? You only know how to say sorry." The scene shifts. Dane is now eating popcorn. They did not know what they were watching, yet they were shouting intensely. On a quiet night, under the glow of a full moon, the gentle sound of the wind echoes through the city. Inside her apartment, the class hero, Stardust, clicks through web pages on her computer. She's scrolling through comments about the infamous villain, Egoistic. The public seems confused, with some people even questioning if he's truly a villain at all. Her eyes land on a popular post titled, "A must-read for anyone who still thinks Egoistic is a villain." The post praises him, calling him by the fan nickname Mangastic, for saving Korea from the recent black disaster. Stardust nibbles on a snack, a wry smile on her face as she puts the pieces together. "So this is how it turned out," she muses to herself. She realizes that if Egoistic hadn't collapsed the bridge in what seemed like a terrorist act, no hero in Korea would have been able to stop the monster. The revelation leaves her feeling uneasy, thinking, "This can't be right." Troubled by this new understanding, Stardust heads out for a walk in the dead of night. Her internal conflict rages. Despite his actions, she holds on to her conviction. He's a villain and I'm a hero. She breaks into a run, her resolve hardening no matter the complexities. She reaffirms her duty. "Even if I have to protect, I'll be the one to protect." As she steels her determination, a news broadcast reveals a shocking truth to the nation. The recent black disaster was no random event. It was caused by experiments from a top conglomerate, the Hanun Group, which has since collapsed overnight. The report continues, stating there's no trace of human presence at the Hanun Group building. The chairman, the lead scientist Dr. Kim Seon-woo, and his entire research team have vanished without a trace. Elsewhere, the villain Egoistic, whose real name is Kim Do-in, is having a celebratory dinner with his 3 teammates. Hearing the news of Hanun Group's downfall, he cheers. "Woohoo tilde, so this is how it ends up." His companion, a fiery girl with orange hair, erupts in rage. "Serves them right, those bastards," she yells, wishing death upon the corrupt officials. "Not yet," Kim Do-in says, his tone suddenly serious. "We need to catch every last one of those runners." His other 2 teammates, Seo-yoon and a brown-haired girl, share the sentiment, comically fantasizing about hunting down the remaining Hanun members. But Kim Do-in just smiles cheerfully, waving his chopsticks. "Don't worry too much," he says, full of confidence. "They'll crawl out on their own soon enough. More importantly," he continues, "can everyone gather here?" The sudden shift makes his team nervous. Seo-yoon immediately gets a bad feeling, while her friend cautiously asks, "What are you planning to do this time?" Kim Dae dramatically unrolls a massive blueprint, revealing his next target. His teammates stare in disbelief, exclaiming, "Hanun Group's underground lab." The group erupts in chaos, as Seo-yoon has a minor panic attack. The others demand to know what's so important about the lab that warrants such a risky mission. Ignoring their frantic questions, Kim Dae calmly takes a red marker and circles a specific location on the blueprint. Sector B9. With a wide, unnerving grin, he finally reveals why they're going there. Deep within that lab, he declares, lies something absolutely insane. He explains that the insane thing is a project codenamed Behemoth, an army of artificial superhumans, all connected to a single monstrous entity. It was designed to be the ultimate weapon, composed of a miraculous material capable of withstanding a nuclear blast, and even nullifying the powers of the S-class hero, Shadow Walker. He reveals that the Black Disaster that Egoistic helped stop was merely a prototype. If the true Behemoth had been completed, its power would have been unimaginable. Even Kim Dae himself seems taken aback by the sheer scale of it all, letting out a stunned, "Huh." His entire team is left speechless and wide-eyed. Seo-yoon looks around at her frozen companions, wondering why everyone is suddenly so quiet. The shock quickly turns into excitement for Seo-yoon. Her eyes glint as she realizes the danger means a chance to get stronger, asking if it's time to wreck her body again. Kim Dae playfully retorts that a few more holes in her stomach might look good on her. Seo-yoon explodes, getting right in his face. "Are you kidding me right now?" she screams, demanding a power-up for herself. The meeting immediately devolves into chaos as Seo-yoon unleashes a flurry of attacks. Kim Dae dodges and yells, while their other teammates try and fail to de-escalate the situation, begging them both to stop. While dodging the playful assault, Kim Dae recalls a key detail from the original story. The Hero Association never took action based on that. He dismisses the risk. Nothing serious will happen, right? But he was wrong. At that very moment, inside the towering headquarters of the Korea Superhuman Association, the situation was already escalating. Inside the association headquarters, an emergency meeting is underway. An official reports that multiple life signs have been detected in the buried lab. The monsters Hanun Group was creating are still alive. A high-ranking official sitting at the head of the table asks for a report from one of their top heroes, Shadow Walker. The hero, Shadow Walker, appears on screen. He reports that he attempted to infiltrate the lab the previous night, but his shadow-based powers were completely neutralized by a strange wavelength emitted from the site. The official turns to their remaining option. "You heard that. Support will be difficult. Are you still going, Stardust?" Below, the hero Stardust hovers over the massive, dark pit. Without a hint of hesitation, Stardust looks up and gives her answer. "Yes." With her confirmation, the official formally approves the dangerous solo mission. Wreathed in a brilliant golden aura, Stardust dives headfirst into the darkness of the collapsed lab. At the same time, another figure appears at the edge of the crater. It is Kim Dae-in, now in his full villain persona as Egoistic, complete with his signature mask and top hat. Speaking to his team remotely, he admits, "It's making me a bit nervous since it wasn't planned." From their base, Seo-yoon immediately teases him, asking if he wants to come back already. He scoffs, putting on a brave face for his stream. "Man, Kim Dae-in like I'd be scared of some monsters," he boasts back at the base. His teammates just roll their eyes at his antics, but beneath the teasing, their smiles show genuine concern. "Be careful," they say in unison, seeing him off as he prepares to go live. And with a flourish of purple energy, Kim Dae-in begins his broadcast. "Nice to meet you, everyone. This is Egoistic." In an instant, 10,000 viewers flood his stream, the chat exploding with questions. He playfully asks if they're curious about today's terrorism, before clarifying that today is simply an exploration. He then reveals his location, the secret underground lab of the now-defunct Hanun Group. Feigning curiosity, he invites his massive audience to discover the lab's sinister secrets alongside him. Back at the Hero Association, the officials are watching the stream in horror. They realize that the nation's most famous villain is now in the exact same location as their top hero, Stardust. The association head frantically tries to contact her, but there's no signal, he realizes with dread. She's gone deep enough that radio signals can't reach anymore. An official slams his fist down in fury. Damn it, who does Egoistic think he is, suddenly barging in there? This is insane. The senior official, however, remains oddly calm. He turns to his bewildered assistant and gives an unexpected order. Assistant, go get some popcorn, half caramel, half salt. Meanwhile, Egoistic takes his first steps into the dark, abandoned laboratory, using a small drone as a floating flashlight. The creepy atmosphere immediately gets to him as he wonders what horrors took place there. He looks around, his masked face betraying a sense of genuine unease at the eerie green glow of the forsaken test chambers. As his audience comments on the scary atmosphere, Egoistic quickly puts his showman persona back on. Would I, the one who made all of Korea tremble, be scared by mere traces of experiments like this? He boasts. His boast is immediately cut short by a loud, metallic clang echoing through the hall, making him jump in fright. Letting out a terrified scream, he instantly summons an arsenal of glowing blue guns, ready to obliterate whatever made the noise. But the source of the terrifying sound is revealed to be a small, fluffy white cat, peeking innocently from behind a corner. Egoistic lets out a huge sigh of relief, his floating guns still aimed at the tiny creature. What? It's just a cat, right? He stammers, trying to regain his composure. His relief quickly turns to suspicion in a sealed-off, underground lab where everyone has vanished. The random appearance of a live cat is more than a little strange. His suspicion proves correct as the cat begins to distort, its body twisting and contorting in an unnatural way. Egoistic stands his ground as sinister red tendrils begin to snake across the floor, heralding the arrival of a much greater threat. The cute animal is gone, replaced by a grotesque monster with glowing red eyes, perched atop a writhing mass of flesh. Egoistic turns, his face a mask of pure shock as he finally comprehends the horrifying creature before him. With its transformation complete, the monster reveals a grotesque, mask-like face and throws itself directly at the terrified streamer. The monster shrieks, its massive jaws opening wide as it closes in on Egoistic. Screaming in pure terror, Egoistic instinctively opens fire, unleashing a panicked barrage of bullets at the creature. Elsewhere in the dark laboratory, Stardust freezes. The distinct sound of rapid gunfire echoes through the desolate halls, telling her she is not alone. Her eyes narrow, her expression turning serious as she identifies the sound, heralding a confrontation to come. Gunshot. In the chaos, Dain remembered the moment before carrying out the plan. He and Seo-yoon were lying on the bed, and she had nagged that he shouldn't have come here. He himself regretted it deeply and wished he could be stronger. Back in the present, Dain panicked intensely. He blamed himself for not listening to Seo-yoon, and thought he should have stayed home to practice teleportation instead. He hadn't expected increasing his power to be so difficult. At that moment, a grotesque monster full of jagged mouths lunged straight at him, its horrific cries echoing down the dark corridor. Din quickly regained his composure. No, regretting now would do no good, he told himself, and used his powers to create guns from thin air, ready to fight. The face behind the mask hardened with determination. At this point, he would have to take the risk. Din charged into battle, directing his weapons to attack the monsters. He shouted, "If I'm here, I have to catch the behemoth before I leave." He moved with extreme agility, dodging the enemy's attacks by a hair's breadth. During the fight, Din didn't forget to raise his camera. He seemed intent on recording every moment, even in this life-or-death situation. Then the giant behemoth appeared right before him. Din showed no hesitation, reached out toward it and shouted, "Die." Suddenly, a massive beam of energy came from somewhere and struck the behemoth, knocking Din backward. The creature roared in unbearable pain as the energy burned it, its body beginning to disintegrate. The explosion was so powerful it shook and collapsed the entire chamber. Din fell to the ground, stunned by the scene before him. In the chaos, the weapons Din had created rained down and vanished from the floor. Sensing danger, Din fled in haste. He panicked, realizing he had left behind both his camera and guns in the chaos, and had no idea how deep this place extended. He tried to contact his teammates via his communicator. "All right, Seo-yoon, can you hear me?" But all that answered was static interference. The signal couldn't get through here. Din began to feel real fear, though he still tried to act tough and claim he was only a little scared. Suddenly his ear twitched. A strange sound had just sounded, indicating someone else was nearby. Another explosion even larger than before occurred at the end of the corridor. Stardust stood at the epicenter of the blast. Din hurriedly raised his hand to shield himself. When the light subsided, the image of Stardust appeared, heat radiating from her fist. Din felt a strangely familiar sensation. Din was stunned, unable to believe his eyes. The one who had saved him was the S-rank heroine he had always wanted to encounter. "Stardust," he uttered. Stardust, exuding an aura of power, turned and also recognized the familiar villain, her blue eyes glinting sharply, egoistic. The two faced each other in the ruined corridor. Stardust asked coldly, "What are you doing here?" Dane, a little flustered, stammered back, "Stardust, if I may ask, what are you doing here?" "I am a hero," Stardust replied decisively. "So it's no surprise that I'm cleaning up this place, is it?" Dane forced a smile. "Ah, yes, I suppose not." But inside he was cheering, perfect timing. His plan seemed to be going as intended. Stardust smiled menacingly. To her this was indeed an unexpected harvest. Contrary to her fearsome presence, Dane was inwardly ecstatic. He couldn't believe Stardust was smiling at him. She warned, "If you come with me quietly, it won't be too painful." But Dane seemed not to understand the threat. He was simply entranced by her beauty. Without saying more, Stardust launched her attack. Dane hurriedly used his power to barely dodge the blow. The fight between the two officially began. Stardust kept unleashing powerful strikes. Dane could only struggle to evade. His defensive abilities were gradually being overwhelmed. He screamed in despair, as the heroine gave him not a second to breathe. Knowing he couldn't hold out, Dane hastily raised his hand to signal a stop. "Wait, stop," he shouted, trying to halt Stardust's next attack. Pinned to the wall, Dane began his plan. He cried out in panic, "I know. In your eyes, I'm just a villain." But inside, Dane is screaming like crazy. What should I do? Dane began to persuade Stardust. He pointed to the ruined surroundings and said, "Look around. This place is extremely dangerous, and you don't even know where this is, right? How about we form a temporary alliance until we can descend to the deeper levels?" Stardust looked skeptical. She crossed her arms and asked back, "Why don't you tell me why you are here first?" Dane stammered an answer, saying it was out of curiosity for knowledge. Stardust explained that she had come to investigate the Hanun Corporation, the ones who caused the horrific black disaster before. She suspected they were plotting something even more terrible here. After a moment of silence, Stardust curled her lip in a peculiar smile. "All right," she said. Dane was completely surprised by her answer. Stardust declared, "Then form the alliance, come with me." She admitted she was struggling to deal with the monsters alone and Dane might help. Then she turned and walked away, leaving Dane still dazed. Dane couldn't believe what had happened. He had just blurted out an offer, not expecting Stardust to actually agree. The situation unfolded in an unforeseeable way. Both had their own calculations. Stardust thought that if forced, Egoistic might flee, so it was better to keep him close for monitoring. Meanwhile, Dane was delighted the events were going as he wished and hoped to get answers about Stardust. Stardust began rifling through the drawers nearby, searching for clues about Hanun Corporation's activities. Dane sneaked along behind, curiously peeking over her shoulder to see what she was doing. He looked more like a fanatic fan than an ally. He got too close, making Stardust extremely uncomfortable. Stardust suddenly spun around and shouted in Dane's face, "You villain! What are you sneaking around for? This is classified material. Get out." Dane flinched, hurried back, and stammered apologies. Dane was so scared he shrank back, sweat pouring down. He thought to himself, "This is terrifying." However, shortly after, Dane quickly regained his composure. It seemed he had another idea. In Dane's mind, the image of Stardust suddenly became radiant and gentle. He imagined them together in a garden of white lilies. Dane's face flushed with delight. He thought to himself, "I love this so much. Being alongside his idol was wonderful." The two continued deeper into the base, Stardust leading easily in front. Dane followed behind, wondering, has her clairvoyance developed to this level? They stopped before a metal door. On it a sign read, "Superpower Neutralization Room." Dane read the sign aloud, "Superpower Neutralization Room." Stardust suddenly called his name and stood so close it made him a little flustered. "Yes," he replied, sensing something amiss. Without hesitation, Stardust pointed at the door and ordered decisively, "Go inside." Dane was utterly shocked. "Me?" he stammered, unable to believe she would use him to test such a dangerous room. Though he felt treated like a guinea pig, Dane pretended to agree cheerfully, but Stardust gave him no chance to act. She shoved him inside. Dane staggered into the pitch-black room, not knowing what awaited him ahead. No sooner had he stepped in than Stardust slammed the door shut, trapping him inside. Immediately, Dane sensed something was wrong. His hat fell to the floor. He tried to use his powers, but nothing happened. He realized in shock, my telekinesis doesn't work, and neither does teleportation. Dane stood motionless in the silent room, bathed in strange red light. For the first time, he felt utterly powerless. The door opened and Stardust stepped in. Dane turned, both astonished and curious. "It really doesn't work. Is that so? What's the principle behind this thing?" Dane suddenly froze, staring at Stardust in horror. Stardust, using only her bare hand, punched the metal wall of the room with a thunderous blow, cracking it open. She stood there calmly, as if what she had done were nothing at all. Stardust explained coldly that she was merely testing whether the room truly neutralized powers. Dane snapped back in anger. It really works. Even as a villain, I don't lie about things like this. Dane's inner world was a mess. He admired Stardust's extraordinary strength while fearing her recklessness. His emotions rose and fell like a roller coaster. Suddenly an alarm blared. Red warning lights began flashing continuously. Thick steel doors started slamming shut, sealing off every exit. Both were shocked and had no time to react. They looked at the sealed doors and realized they had been trapped. Both Dane and Stardust sensed the grave danger of the situation. They were locked in a confined space where all superpowers were disabled. Dane realized the ironic scenario: a hero and a villain, two adults locked together. He was living out a classic plotline. Stardust was trying her best to break the escape door, her whole body emitting a brilliant red light, but the door did not seem to budge. Dane told Stardust that trying to break the door was useless, because this door was designed to open automatically in about 3 hours, and showed her a countdown clock reading 2 hours 58 minutes 41 seconds. Dane continued, saying this heavily guarded door would open in 3 hours, and advised her not to waste energy pointlessly, to go out together when the door opened. Stardust looked surprised and annoyed, standing in the dark space surrounded by strange rays of light. Blood flowed from Stardust's hand. It seemed she had been injured while trying to break the door. Dane, quietly watching, also noticed the wound. Dane slowly stood up and continued to admonish Stardust not to be foolish, saying she wasn't even in a state to use her powers. Stardust stood there, eyes determined, hands clenched tightly watching Dane's movements. Dane stood up straight, reached out to Stardust and said, "Give me your hand." Stardust looked at Dane in surprise, eyes wide with astonishment and suspicion as he kept his hand out. Dane carefully took Stardust's hand, now bandaged carefully, blood still seeping through the white gauze. Stardust stared at Dane, her deep blue eyes wide, an indescribable surprise and complex thoughts rising about his action. Stardust turned her back, saying she wouldn't thank Dane, but Dane teased that her words sounded like a thank you. Stardust angrily punched the wall and turned to scold Dane, causing him to say, "Ah, yes, I get it. Let's stop here. Be careful with your hands." Dane placed his hand on his hat and sighed softly. Dane sat down on the floor, leaning against the wall, and said he'd lie down for a bit. Stardust watched him in astonishment. Dane stretched out on the floor, saying there was nothing to do for the next 3 hours anyway, and advised Stardust to rest, nap a little to conserve energy. Stardust looked suspicious and annoyed, her face showing clear vigilance. After an hour had passed, Stardust sat against the wall while Dane still lay there with his eyes wide open, thinking to himself that though he said that, how could he possibly sleep like that? Tears streamed down Dane's face as he thought that he could not let his guard down for even a second, because the situation was very dangerous. Dane turned his face inwardly, thinking he was like a mouse in a jar, and Stardust, stronger than most grown men even without powers, prevented him from fully relaxing his guard. At that moment Stardust also turned to look, the two of them locking eyes. Seeing this, Stardust felt a little bashful and looked away. Dane seemed to have caught this endearing moment of Stardust's. He tugged his shirt slightly and smiled with satisfaction. 2 hours later, the situation worsened as Stardust began to have difficulty breathing because the oxygen was decreasing. Dane also looked tired and said that this time he was truly exhausted. Dane observed Stardust struggling to breathe. Then suddenly Stardust spoke, mentioning the Soul Bridge. Dane turned with a surprised expression, appearing not to understand Stardust's meaning. Stardust gasped and asked Dane about the car incident, whether it was him who did it. Dane stared at Stardust, eyes wide with astonishment, inwardly suspecting she found out already. Dane recalled his hands surrounding Mana, trying to hold the car that was falling into the sea during the Soul Bridge incident. Stardust, still weak, repeated the car accident and pressed the question. "I'm asking, you stopped it, didn't you?" Dane awkwardly scoffed. "What, me, a villain? How would I know how to stop? I only ever move forward." Stardust looked at him angrily, thinking he was talking nonsense. Stardust stared at Dane with determination, asking about the plane crash and demanding why he told her to save it. Dane's face showed clear horror, his eyes wide and rolling as if searching for an excuse to cover it up. After thinking a moment, Dane began to explain. "I'd already said it. I'm the villain and you're the hero. Your existence makes me more complete. That's the kind of relationship we have." Though inwardly Dane asked himself, wait, why is she like that? Finally, with sweat dotting his face, Dane concluded, "Isn't it strange for a hero to go save people?" Dane sat on the floor, still trying to explain, while Stardust curled up, her face full of discomfort. Dane thought to himself that he had overreacted out of embarrassment, and hurriedly told himself it was just the lack of oxygen. Stardust lowered her head, eyes cold, reasoning that then it was the one who made the Soul Bridge collapse. Stardust continued, asking Dane whether he had known in advance about the monster's appearance, and that it would head to the Soul Bridge to do that. Dane forced a smile, mocking Stardust for believing the ridiculous conspiracy theories online. Dane kept rationalizing that he was somewhat surprised too, but it was clearly just a coincidence. Dane looked at Stardust's resolute expression, thinking, could she really be testing me? Dane appeared flustered, wondering if he had missed something. A horrifying image flashed up. Mappo Bridge destroyed in a sea of fire and smoke. Next came an image of a plane in distress, plummeting through the sky, and then the image of a gigantic, dark monster looming like a disaster, a black calamity. Dane thought to himself, Stardust isn't believing nonsense conspiracy theories, but is suspecting whether I'm the villain. Looking into that suspicious gaze of Stardust, Dane realized this came from contact with him, suspicions naturally arising from past terrorist incidents. In other words, the hero's intuition. Dane stopped himself, thinking that if he explained clumsily, Stardust would only suspect him more, and he chuckled softly. Stardust kept her suspicious expression and wondered, while Dane thought that the only way out of this was to charge straight into confrontation. Dane burst into mad laughter, saying, yes, I knew everything. I knew the monster would come, so I took it down beforehand. Stardust sat there utterly shocked. The skill Dane imagined was a secret move like ego. Dane continued, then. Meanwhile, Stardust's expression had darkened. Dane sneered, challenging Stardust. So what will you do then? He thought this strategy could be summed up as so what, which sounded reasonable. Stardust leaned back, wondering how Dane knew, whether he could foresee the future, and then he pointed at himself and said bluntly, hacking. Dane stood in a dramatic pose, surrounded by lines of glowing red code, his eyes shining, boasting that as Korea's top hacker knowing some classified info was nothing strange. He thought inwardly, prophecy what, how naive. Stardust still looked doubtful and said, that's still strange. Dane kept a sly smile, his eyes glowing red in reply. What else is strange, Ms. Stardust? Stardust glared at Dane angrily, demanding why he prevented civilian casualties when he's supposed to be such a villain. Dane, panic on his face, explained that he hated having the spotlight stolen from him. He timed the monster's appearance and stopped it, because if civilian casualties were too high, no one would pay attention to him anymore. It was all to attract attention and serve his own spectacle. Dane, sweating, eyes rolling, forced a smile and said that as long as it wasn't completely out of control, he didn't care whether civilians lived or died, because it had nothing to do with him. Stardust turned away without speaking, the room falling silent. Dane, looking a bit flustered, tried to emphasize his point, asking Stardust if she understood, his own heavy breathing still audible. Suddenly, Dane maintained a sly smile. His eyes glowing red, Stardust sprang to her feet, causing him to slump down instinctively. Dane stared straight at Stardust, his eyes serious and thoughtful, unsure what she intended to do. Stardust glared at him for a long moment without speaking, making Dane slightly anxious and sweat. Her face went dark, her blue eyes widening. Dane watched Stardust carefully, waiting to see her next move. Stardust coldly ordered Dane to move aside, his face blankly surprised. Dane glanced at the digital clock on the wall. Only 10 seconds remained in the countdown before the door would open. The moment the clock hit 0, a loud beep sounded and a heavy door slid open, revealing the path ahead. Stardust's knees buckled, her hands still bandaged. She picked up a stone. Stardust's next action startled Dane, the stone in her hand crushed to powder. A light emanating from her hand, signaling that her power had returned. Move straight ahead, Stardust ordered. Let's go. Behind her, Dane also tried to test his power. A purple magic flowed from his hand, controlling the fragments of stone Stardust had crushed earlier, then replied to her. The two entered a long, dark corridor marked by a network of glowing green lines. Tension filled the air. They passed a damaged information terminal, and Dane stopped to check the data on its flickering screen. The screen displayed information about a creature codenamed Teleporter, recording an A-rank threat level and the ability to teleport instantly for surprise attacks. Dane looked surprised, realizing the creature had evolved beyond expectations. A flash of light made both of them look up involuntarily. The investigation led them to a giant, empty vial labeled Behemoth Prototype 0. Dane confirmed this was where the black disaster that had escaped earlier was contained. Dane then acted cheerful, claiming their job here was done and the lab was now empty, as if trying to persuade Stardust to leave. But inwardly he was amazed by Stardust. He realized she was not fooled by his act. Her instincts told her there was more to find. He thought silently that her intuition was incredible. Playing the fool, Dane anxiously suggested they check a random direction. But Stardust saw through his weak attempt to distract her, completely ignoring his suggestion. She confidently declared they would take a different route, leaving a hilariously bewildered Dane behind. And her instinct was right. She led them to another room where they found the real target, a grotesque creature floating in a giant containment tube. Dane confirmed, "This is Behemoth." While the monster was still contained, Stardust immediately got to work, checking a nearby control panel for more information. Suddenly, Stardust turned away from the panel and walked off. Dane panicked, calling after her and asking why she would leave him alone with the dangerous Behemoth. But Stardust was simply reviewing some documents she had found. Dane was puzzled by her calm demeanor. He had tried to present himself as a real villain, but she casually turned her back on him. He thought wryly that his villainous pride had been wounded. A wicked smile formed on Dane's face. He decided that words alone were not enough. It was time to show her what a real villain would do. With a loud crash, the containment glass shattered. Stardust turned in shock as Dane declared he would show her his true face. Dane reached out to absorb the monster's power. A powerful wave emanated from it, sweeping through the room. "What the hell are you doing?" Stardust shouted in alarm as Dane's grotesque arm, covered by Behemoth, reached out. A calm, mocking version of Dane's voice rang out. "What does it look like?" He was clearly enjoying the chaos he had created. Dane's face twisted into an evil grin as crimson energy surrounded his fist. He stated his intent coldly. "This is betrayal." Stardust screamed in fury, her voice echoing with scorn and anger toward the man she had reluctantly trusted. Dane looked at his hand with smug satisfaction while recalling a plot point from the original story. There was a scene where some doctor, Kim Seon-woo, used Behemoth against her. He was deliberately recreating a past event. "That means—" He trailed off, implying he would play the villain in this scenario. He stood facing Stardust, ready for battle. "I'll beat you to death," Stardust shouted. She lunged forward, throwing a punch that blazed with golden energy. Dane matched her, charging with his enhanced arm. Dane's red and black energy flared, his arm slowly transforming. It began to swell and lengthen, then lunged toward the attacking Stardust. Their blows collided, shockwaves rippling through the space. Stardust was stunned to see such a massive energy strike. She hadn't expected her attack to be so easily blocked. Dane flashed a smug smile, completely in control of the situation. Quickly, Stardust regained her composure. She threw another punch, but Dane still easily parried. The battle erupted into a series of fierce collisions. Stardust's golden energy and Dane's dark power kept clashing, causing a string of massive explosions. Stardust bravely charged through the blasts to strike, but Dane used his teleportation ability to dodge, keeping her from getting close. Dane laughed maniacally, taunting her. "Ha ha ha, so are you going to blow this place up, Stardust? It'll all collapse on us." Then Dane delivered a blow that forced Stardust to pull in to defend, but still sent her flying downward. Furious, Stardust yelled for him to fight fair. Dane, with a mocking look, replied, "Since when does a villain have to fight fair?" Stardust's anger peaked. She roared and concentrated a massive amount of energy, preparing to unleash a devastating attack. The two forces collided again, creating a more horrific explosion than before, bathing the area in blinding light. "This is what a real villain is, Stardust, understand?" Dane taunted, teaching her a lesson about the nature of evil. Stardust gritted her teeth in anger, but behind her the shadow of the monster began to appear, ready to join the fight. This even startled Dane opposite her. The mantis-like monster with long, razor-sharp pincers approached them at lightning speed. Dane assessed as he had to contend with Stardust. It's too fast. Amid the chaotic fight, Dane thought he couldn't find a good opportunity to teleport with Stardust, as the monster's pincer was very close to her. As its pincer neared Stardust's head, Dane resolved it was too late. Seconds later, Dane teleported behind Stardust. He shoved Stardust out of the attack and took the blow himself. Stardust was completely shocked by this action. Stardust, panicked and unable to believe her eyes, screamed the name of the enemy who had just saved her. Before Stardust could grasp what was happening, Dane's body began to dissolve in a beam of teleportation light. What just happened?" she stammered. Taking that hit caused Dane's blood to flow incessantly. In his final moments before disappearing, Dane's thoughts were only of Stardust. "Just now, you owe me once." His thought ended as he vanished completely in a flash of light, leaving Stardust alone among the wreckage. The scene cut to a modern room where members of Dane's team waited anxiously. Seo-yoon was complaining that he always disappeared without a word, never thinking of those waiting at home. Suddenly, Seo-yoon's face lit up. "Oh, he's back," she cried out with joy. The girl hurried to the door to greet him, honestly, suddenly unreachable. "Hey, why are you home late?" her words carrying a hint of reproach. Seo-yoon's smile froze, replaced by an expression of shock and utter horror. The two other members turned pale at Seo-yoon's piercing scream. They rushed over to see what had happened. Din lay unconscious on the floor in a pool of blood. Seo-yoon knelt beside him, horrified at her brother's condition. A terrible wound was visible on his side, blood pouring out continuously. The group panicked. Subin stammered about finding a first aid kit or calling 911, while Seo-yoon desperately shook Din, trying to wake him. Din remained unconscious, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. He looked like he was teetering between life and death. Amid the chaos, Haru spoke up, telling the panicked Seo-yoon to step back. Seo-yoon looked up at the girl, her eyes glistening with despair and hope. Haru's hands began to emit a green light, a vital healing energy. She placed her glowing hands on Din, focusing the healing energy into his wound. Green energy enveloped the room as the girl poured all her strength into saving Din. Back in the collapsing laboratory, Stardust knelt on the ground, panting. She looked at the empty behemoth containment and realized Din had lost too much blood. Stardust was utterly bewildered, her hands trembling. She wondered to herself, why did he save me? By now Din had come to. Someone was feeding him. Din weakly muttered, Subin, please. It turned out Din was handcuffed and being forced to eat by Subin. Contrary to his cruel villain image, he was screaming in despair, please let me feed myself. Let me keep a little of my dignity. Despite Din's feeble resistance, Subin successfully fed him a full spoonful. She cheerfully praised, good boy Tilda, while Din could only helplessly accept his fate. The scene then cuts to Haru preparing to leave. Din waves goodbye. Haru turns back, hesitantly apologizes for having hidden her powers until now. Her eyes well up. She thanks Din for allowing her to return to school. Din smiles brightly, dispelling the heavy mood. He says that he is the one who should be grateful and wishes Haru a wonderful first day of high school. Everyone, including Seo-yoon, waves goodbye to Haru and Ki-hyun together. The scene warm and cheerful like a real family. But as soon as Haru leaves, the atmosphere changes. Seo-yoon suddenly flies into a rage, her eyes bloodshot. She threatens that if brother dares to go out again, she won't let it slide. Seo-yoon notices a strange object Din brought home. It's a skein of black yarn, and she finds it quite heavy. Din steps closer, smiling mysteriously. He explains it's a tool for pressure point massage and asks to borrow it. Seo-yoon seems skeptical. Immediately, Din uses his power to pull it toward him, and flashes an evil grin. He whispers at once, awake, behemoth. The skein in his hands begins to glow a fierce red, brimming with dark energy. Subin and Seo-yoon freeze, both sensing the terrifying power and not understanding what's happening. A clang rings out. The handcuffs locking Din suddenly shatter and fall to the floor. Red energy tentacles from Behemoth rise, wrap around Subin and Seo-yoon, lifting them into the air as they scream in terror. Din sits back and continues eating leisurely, muttering, did I do it wrong or not yet? He turns to the two girls hanging upside down and asks, are you two going to reoffend? Subin and Seo-yoon can only scream in fear, I'm sorry, I won't dare again. They hastily shout, we won't, please put us down. The scene shifts outside the apartment on a full moon night, ending Din's punishment. In another room, Stardust is sleeping soundly. She suddenly jolts awake, screaming in terror. It seems Stardust has just had a horrific nightmare related to the monster attack she faced earlier. She sits curled on the bed, trembling with fear, her gaze staring distantly out the window, fear still evident on her face. Stardust clutches her chest, trying to calm herself after the nightmare. Her mind conjures an image of Din. She whispers anxiously, ego stick. He'll be okay. Right. Time passes. A month later, the story moves to a large school. This is where Stardust lives under the guise of an ordinary female student. In class, the heroine sits with her chin propped on her hand, her mind so absent she doesn't notice a friend approaching. A classmate comes over, noticing Ha-yeol seems distracted. She asks worriedly, Ha-yeol, why have you been zoned out lately? Is something wrong? Ha-yeol startles and quickly replies, it's nothing. Her friend doesn't believe her, moves closer and persists. Nothing, how, tell me, come on. Faced with her friend's enthusiasm, Ha-yeol hesitated, her mind full of complicated thoughts. She didn't know where to begin. Finally, Ha-yeol decided to ask a hypothetical question that had tormented her for a month. Hey, if a villain saved a hero, what would that mean? Her friend looked puzzled, not understanding why Ha-yeol would ask such a strange question. Ha-yeol stammered awkwardly, if a villain saved some hero. Ha-yeol quickly waved her hand, trying to brush it off. It's nothing, I'm probably just too into the novel I'm reading lately. Hearing that her friend eagerly dug something out of her bag. Her friend excitedly boasted that she was also hooked on a similar novel. She said as she pulled out her phone. She held the phone up to Ha-yeol and said, "Ta-da, what do you think?" Ha-yeol curiously looked at the screen. On the screen was the cover of a novel titled, The Forbidden Love of Villain Ego Stick and Heroine Stardust. The cover showed Ego Stick holding Stardust romantically. Ha-Yul was so shocked she fell forward, banging her head on the desk as soon as she saw it. Lying sprawled on the floor, Ha-Yul's mind was in turmoil. She couldn't believe her eyes. Worry rose again. Will he be okay? He can't die, right? Seeing Ha-Yul fall, her friend panicked and shouted. She tried to reassure her that a shameless guy like Ego Stick, who had toyed with all of Korea, was surely still grinning somewhere alive. Even so, Ha-Yul couldn't stop thinking about him. She even wondered when the next attack would happen, revealing her longing for Ego Stick. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Dain was leisurely peeling an apple and declared, "There will be no attacks for now." Seo-Yoon and Subin were sitting in the backyard. Upon hearing Dain's statement, Seo-Yoon immediately sprang up, surprised. Dain stretched out on a chair, enjoying the fresh air. He confirmed, "It's true, I'll rest a bit before carrying out the next plan." Seo-Yoon irritably suggested he should quit altogether, but Dain replied, "I'm not doing it anymore, someone else will take over." Seo-Yoon asked in surprise, "Someone else?" Dain had some plan in mind. Dain explained that he couldn't be the only one always in the spotlight. The problem was that at the moment he was the strongest. He cited how Stardust had easily stopped Behemoth as evidence. That showed they needed a stronger helper for the challenges ahead. Dain closed his eyes, a plan already forming in his head. He would prepare a new member for Stardust. The scene shifted to a cafe. A barista with bright orange hair cheerfully greeted customers. Suddenly, a male customer holding a large bouquet of white flowers shouted, I love you, Sihi. Please accept my feelings." The girl named Sihi froze. From another table in the shop, Dain was watching everything. He muttered, "This scene is in the original too, of course." Contrary to her professional smile, Choi Sihi was exploding inside. She hissed through her teeth, "Get out, dear customer. I'm already stressed enough, and now there's a clown causing trouble in my sacred workplace." An invisible murderous aura emanated, chilling the young man opposite her. Rejected bluntly, the poor guy could only sob and run away. From the corner of the cafe, Dain watched the whole performance and couldn't help laughing. He thought to himself, "It's more fun to watch this live." His target was right in front of him. After the troublesome customer left, Choi Sihi, 23, sighed in relief. She rested her forehead in her hand, looking exhausted. Dain remained seated, silently observing his target, Choi Sihi. Choi Sihi rubbed her head, trying to sober up. She wondered if she had just dozed off. Dain's thoughts revealed a shocking truth. In the original story, Choi Sihi would later operate under the alias Elektra, an A-ranked villain. But for now, she was still just an ordinary citizen. This part-time job was merely a temporary way for her to suppress the constant destructive urges inside her. In short, Choi Sihi was a ticking time bomb. And Dain knew it as he left the cafe, leaving her with turbulent emotions. That night, after a tiring day at work, Choi Sihi trudged home through a dark alley, complaining about the pressures of her life. She stopped, carefully looked around, and wondered, "No one here, right?" Her heart began to race. Once sure no one was there, she began to release the pent-up energy. Small sparks of electricity started to flicker from her hands. The electricity grew stronger, enveloping her body in a brilliant, powerful blue light. Lightning danced across her fingertips, a sight both beautiful and dangerous. The tired expression from before vanished, replaced by excitement and strength as she controlled the current. Finally, she could be herself. A satisfied, slightly mad smile spread across Choi Sihi's lips. Suddenly, a voice echoed from the darkness. "Beautiful?" Choi Sihi flinched. The electricity around her went wild. Dain appeared from the alley. He stepped out in his familiar villain guise. Dain made an offer. "I've been looking for someone like you for a long time, MS Choi Sihi. Would you like to use that power to help me in my terrorist work?" At the word terrorist, Choi Sihi flew into rage. Her power flared violently again. She snarled, "You crazy bastard, do you think everyone with superpowers is a villain like you?" Dain merely smirked. He summoned his blazing red behemoth energy, challenging, "Then attack me, let's see how strong you really are." Not wanting to disappoint her opponent, Choi Sihi channeled all her power, the blue bolts of lightning around her growing larger, signaling a devastating attack. Immediately, she unleashed a massive flash of thunder, firing straight at Dain, who stood there arrogantly. However, her lightning strike was easily blocked and completely neutralized by Kim Dain's red strands of energy. The two energy streams collided, creating a horrific explosion that shattered everything around them. After the smoke cleared, Kim Dain still stood there unscathed. He let out a savage laugh, taunting Choi Sihi that this was all the power she had. Choi Sihi gritted her teeth in rage, but deep down she felt a strange sense of release. This was the first time she had been able to fight with full force without restraint. Despite her anger, she had to admit the feeling was exhilarating. Before leaving, Kim Den made an offer. saying it would be valid until next week, and told Choi Sehi to think carefully. Choi Sehi was stunned, not yet understanding what was happening when Kim Dae-in was already preparing to vanish. She hurriedly called him back, but it was too late. Kim Dae-in disappeared before her eyes, leaving Choi Sehi alone amid the rubble. She looked down at her hand, the sparks still flickering after the battle. Exhausted and confused, she could not deny that the fight had been truly satisfying. The scene shifted elsewhere, Kim Dae-in in his everyday guise appearing extremely pained and desperate. Lee Sub-in beside him, looking sorrowful, apologized and suggested that perhaps their relationship should end here. Kim Dae-in angrily turned to Seo-yoon, demanding how she could do this to him after everything he had done for her. Seo-yoon replied with a sinister smile and a cryptic goodbye. It turned out it was all a play while they were playing Monopoly. Kim Dae-in screamed in bitterness at losing, while Seo-yoon laughed with delight. Apparently Kim Dae-in had gone bankrupt in the game. Seo-yoon relentlessly mocked his pathetic state. As the loser, Kim Dae-in had to accept the punishment of washing a mountain-high pile of dishes for a family of 5 for 3 days. While Kim Dae-in trudged off to accept the penalty, Seo-yoon reminded him that 3 days had passed since they discussed recruiting a new member. She wondered why he was still idly playing around, but he responded indifferently. Seo-yoon watched him with a suspicious look, not understanding what Kim Dae-in was scheming. Kim Dae-in put on his gloves and wore a smug smile, confident that the bait he had laid for so long had surely been taken. Scene shifts to Choi Sehi's everyday life. She was working at a cafe, absent-mindedly taking customers' orders with a hollow expression. Fatigue was evident on her face, so much so that she accidentally spilled coffee while working. It seemed that everyday life was draining her energy. The kind manager sister noticed Choi Sehi's tiredness and advised her to go outside and rest for a bit. Sehi gratefully accepted and thanked her. She wearily flopped down on a bench outside. During the break, Choi Sehi took out her phone, her hand trembling as she searched for information about someone. She was curious about Egostic, the one everyone kept mentioning. She did not expect him to be such a formidable figure, the most influential villain in Korea, even having a fan cafe and more famous than most heroes. But what shocked her most was the information that Egostic's terrorist attacks caused no civilian casualties, only property damage, the casualty count always being 0. This made Choi Sehi wonder if he was truly a good person. The story returns to introduce her identity, a user of electrical powers who had never really used her full strength until meeting Egostic. The reason was that her parents hated people with superpowers and had tightly controlled Sehi's abilities since she was a child. That repression was like an overcharged battery. Tension building over time had turned into destructive impulses, a trait unique to Sehi. Amid the chaotic thoughts, Egostic's offer echoed in her mind, urging her to think carefully. She returned to work. 4 days had passed since Dane's offer. She continued working day after day. Day 5, then day 6. At this point, she suddenly froze. A name flashed in her head, Egostic. Her expression immediately shifted from cheerful to sheer terror. Finally, it was day 7, a week since their meeting. That night, Choi Sehi stood alone in a dark alley, seemingly waiting for someone. She bowed her head, her face full of determination, as if she had made an important decision. Suddenly she heard a sound. She looked up and happily called out Ego, but it was only a stray cat. It startled, puffed up, and let out a fierce cry. The cat quickly darted off into the darkness. Choi Sehi was embarrassed by her mistake. She clenched her fists, whispered Egostic's name with annoyance and anticipation. At that moment, Egostic actually appeared behind her and asked if she had thought about his offer. After a pause, Choi Sehi exhaled and decisively replied, "I will do it." Egostic could not hide his delight. Choi Sehi took his hand, reaffirming once more that whatever he asked, she would do. She blushed with excitement and begged, "Mad or whatever is fine, please let me smash something." "Hurry up, Dae-in, a bit sweaty at this girl," awkwardly replied, "Oh yes, yes." Not keeping her waiting, Egostic immediately teleported, preparing to take her to a special place. The place they arrived at was Ego Base, Dae-in's secret base. Upon arrival, Choi Sehi was introduced by Egostic to the members of his group. Egostic solemnly declared Choi Sehi the new member of the family, taken aback by the unexpected welcome. She awkwardly introduced her name. Everyone cheerfully reintroduced themselves. Sub-in in the middle waved hello. "Nice to meet you, I'm Lee Sub-in." Haru in a school uniform politely followed. "Hello, my name is Haru." Contrasting the warm welcome, Seo-yoon showed displeasure, muttering, "Another girl again." Dae-in, seeing this, helplessly introduced for her. "The kid's name is Seo-yoon." After introducing everyone, Egostic turned to Sehi and said, "As for me." He slowly removed his mask. He smiled and revealed his true identity. "It's Kim Dae-in." Choi Sehi was completely stunned. An image of a familiar young man, sitting and drinking at the cafe, where she worked flashed through her mind. She realized with astonishment that Egostick was the handsome guy who had come to her cafe last week. This surprising truth plunged the room into silence. Kim Dane was bewildered, Choi Sehi was embarrassed, and the other members were left speechless. Too shocked and ashamed, Choi Sehi could not control her power. A massive surge of electricity suddenly erupted from her body. The electrical surge was so strong that it caused Egostick's entire high-tech base to lose power completely. Everything plunged into darkness. In the darkness, the group panicked. Han Seo-yoon guessed that Sehi's electricity had caused the outage. Lee Subin felt a tingling in his body, while Lee Haru could only marvel at this incredible power. Everyone was stunned as a light shone in. The beam shone directly at Choi Sehi, causing her to shield her eyes with her hand. Amid the chaos, Ki-hyun appeared at the door holding a flashlight. The boy irritably asked what everyone was doing and demanded they turn the lights back on so he could do his homework. The scene outside showed the whole neighborhood had been plunged into darkness. Cut to Ha-yeol, who was reading something on her computer. She had just received a notification upgrading her membership in Egostick's fan cafe. She raked her hair and buried her face on the desk in helplessness. Blushing with embarrassment thinking of Icicle's teasing words, Ha-yeol was automatically promoted on Mangastick's fan cafe. Truly an elite member indeed. Ha-yeol told herself she should go to sleep. Then she jumped onto the bed, tossing and turning in thought. She angrily clenched her hands, worrying about Dain, and wondered to herself if that guy was okay. An image of Dain reappeared in her mind, along with the words "you owe me a favor" earlier. Ha-yeol's gaze fell. She anxiously called out Egostick, as if there were some invisible connection between them. After the chaotic incident, the warehouse door swung open. The group looked at the open box. Choi Sehi felt guilty and apologized to everyone, but Seo-yoon said it was fine. She was bored anyway. In that atmosphere, Kim Din suddenly placed a hand on Choi Sehi's shoulder. He whispered in her ear, suggesting she go somewhere alone with him. Choi Sehi was surprised by the unexpected proposal. She quietly walked after Kim Din. The two of them separated from the group and moved into a quieter area. They headed toward a large, luxurious mansion, hidden in the silent night. Choi Sehi's face showed a hint of worry and uncertainty as she continued to follow him. Kim Din led her to a wide courtyard. He turned, opened his arms, and said, "All right, there's no one here now, just the two of us." She looked at him and asked, "So what then?" With a provocative smile, he encouraged her. "Do it. Do whatever you want to do it, don't you, with all that power of yours?" Choi Sehi looked at him with determination, seemingly ready for what was about to happen. She let out a cry. Electricity began to surge violently around her. She looked straight at him and said, "So you avoid everything yourself, Ego?" Kim Din. Despite being called by his real name, Kim Din remained completely calm, not flinching. Immediately, Choi Sehi released all her pent-up power, while Din slowly activated his ability, emitting a purple light. Her eyes shone brilliantly, displaying the astonishing power being unleashed. Faced with the massive surge of power, Kim Din simply used his teleportation ability to avoid the attack. He laughed with delight, seemingly very impressed and amused by the power she displayed. Choi Sehi's power created a spectacular scene, an electrical storm that devoured everything around. After expending all her strength, Choi Sehi knelt on the shattered ground, panting. She was completely exhausted. Kim Din approached. Choi Sehi looked up and asked, "Your terrorist attacks don't hurt others, do they?" He nonchalantly replied, "Of course, I'm a pacifist after all." She sneered, clearly not believing him. "Nonsense. If it doesn't hurt others, then it's considered nonviolent." Then she suddenly changed the subject and asked his age. Kim Din theatrically raised his hand to count. "Let's see, I'm 22. No, this year I'm 23 already." Choi Sehi puffed her cheeks in annoyance. "What, we're the same age? Didn't you look me up before coming here? Then why speak so formally?" She smiled, handed him a bottle of water, and suggested, "Then drop the honorifics." Kim Din agreed and took her hand. A pact was made. Amid the rubble caused by her own power, Kim Din officially welcomed her to join. "Welcome to Team Ego." Choi Sehi appeared unimpressed by the name Kim Din gave. "Team Ego, what the hell is that? Is your nomming taste really that bad?" A month passed. Choi Sehi, now a member of Team Ego, was in a special training session with Kim Din. He guided her as she practiced grounding electricity into the ground. "Yes, now imagine wrapping electricity around your feet and shooting it into the ground." She tried to follow, but the unstable current threw her off balance, and she tumbled. Kim Din flinched and dodged to the side when she fell to the ground right beside him. Just then, Seo-yoon stepped out of the house, yawned, and asked, "Owa, it's early, what are you two doing?" Kim Din explained, "Special training, she's going to face Stardust in the next attack." Meanwhile, Choi Sehi, still lying flat on the ground, asked skeptically, Hey, are you sure this will work? Kim Din also began to feel confused. He mumbled, "That's strange." But then he suddenly remembered something important. "Right," he exclaimed. He excitedly explained again. "It's like wrapping electricity around your feet and shooting it into the ground. Got it, got it." But Choi Sehi still seemed vague. "Around my feet, huh? I'm not sure." After a moment of surprise, Choi Sehi seemed to grasp the key point of the matter, and she succeeded. The electricity stabilized around her feet, allowing her to hover in the air. Kim Din declared satisfactorily. "All right, that's enough for today." Behind them, Seo Yoon cheered in delight. After the session, Seo Yoon happily brought water to Choi Sehi. "Here's your water." Choi Sehi smiled, took it, and thanked her. She drained the whole bottle in one gulp, sweating heavily after the strenuous training. Noticing Kim Din's gaze, Choi Sehi turned and asked, "What are you looking at?" Kim Din pinched his nose and said, "Go take a shower, you smell like sweat." His remark immediately angered Choi Sehi. She yelled back angrily, "Of course I'm sweating, I was training." The anger of an S-rank talent is not something you want to face. She hurled the water bottle straight at Kim Din's face. Kim Din panicked. A thought flashed through his mind. "Sehi, are you about to tell me to deal with it?" Contrary to his alarm, Choi Sehi was thoroughly amused. She laughed and taunted. "Whoa, dive in then." Watching the two tease each other, Seo Yoon could only sigh in exasperation. "Ha, I wish they could act their age." The night before the operation, the team was highly focused on a game. Han Seo Yoon shouted, "Sis, 9 o'clock direction, go to 9 o'clock." The atmosphere was extremely tense and chaotic. Some yelled to press button, others screamed to shoot now. Choi Sehi, holding the controller, was confused, not knowing what to do amid the conflicting commands. Suddenly a noise made all three show clear expressions of alarm. The screen went dark. Kim Din shouted to put the controllers down, while Seo Yoon yelled for him to turn on the light. Lee Subin entered. She saw the three huddled under the dim lamp, planning for the next day. No longer noisy from gaming, the mood had turned serious. Seeing the team still awake as dawn approached, she couldn't help but sigh. "The terror event is today and you stayed up all night. Must be because it's been a while, so everyone's excited." At Lee Subin's reminder, the group broke out in nervous sweat. She gently said, "You've all worked very hard." The tension peaked when Lee Subin mentioned the name of this terror plan. "Red D, Red Edition 2. She smiled brightly and suggested, "Instead of this, why don't you all go to sleep right now?" Her smile terrified the other three. Hearing that, the group hurried back to their rooms. Choi Sehi awkwardly said good night, and Seo Yoon said she had to sleep to prepare for tomorrow. As Kim Din was about to leave, Lee Subin called him back sharply with a cold expression. "Durin, stay here." In the distance, Choi Sehi and Seo Yoon whispered to each other. "Subin, when angry, is really scary." Kim Din bowed apologetically. The next morning, an emergency alert was broadcast everywhere. A villain's terrorist attack had occurred in Seoul City. Notably, all civilians within a 250-meter radius had been evacuated with no casualties. And then the question was raised. Where is the hero Stardust? Stardust is on her way to the scene. She dives from the sky at breakneck speed. At the center of the attack site, amid the rubble, Choi Sehi looks up at Stardust flying in. Choi Sehi, in her new villain outfit, perches on a pile of bricks and greets sarcastically. "Hello, Stardust." Choi Sehi's villain alias is Elektra. Stardust lands, looking at Elektra with a cold, wary gaze. Stardust orders, "Villain, stop the attack and surrender. If you refuse, I will use force to subdue you." Hearing this, Elektra only smirks as sparks begin to dance in her hands. "Surrender, huh?" She shouts, "I won't," and unleashes a powerful bolt of electricity towards Stardust. Stardust is taken by surprise by this preemptive strike. With a confident smile and eyes shining with power, Elektra declares, "My name is Elektra. I came here because of him to face you." The battle between the two officially begins. The scene flashes back to a week before Elektra's attack. Dain is sitting in the park with Elektra. She wonders why they have to train when it was over yesterday. Dain says it's because he hasn't taught her the finishing move yet. Dain proudly introduces the new move he named, the Thunder Punch. Elektra hears it and thinks the name is terrible, mocking Dain's numbing talent as hopeless. She has no idea that Dain is upset because the one who named it was none other than Elektra herself. Dain begins instructing. Instead of projecting the electricity outward, imagine coiling it into your palm, clench it tight, and then throw a punch. Elektra follows along, focusing her will on her fist, concentrating all the electrical energy to the maximum limit. A massive electrical force emits from Elektra's hand, creating a terrifying explosion. She launches the punch forward. Its power levels an expansive stretch of land. Din watches the results from afar, asking Elektra how the thunder punch feels. Elektra can only exclaim that it's truly terrifying. Thus, during the remaining week before the attack, The two focus solely on training this technique. Dane teases her, telling her to try the move on Stardust. This remark excites Elektra a bit. She thinks he's too cruel. Dane then puts on an act, saying he's a villain with his own woes. Elektra is left speechless at this guy. Back in the present, Elektra is laughing manically, her whole body wrapped in a powerful electric aura. She wonders if an A-rank hero really only has this level of strength. Opposite her, Stardust is struggling to withstand Elektra's storm of attacks. She is continuously pushed backward. Despite that, Stardust keeps defending, waiting for an opportunity to counterattack. Meanwhile, Dane sits calmly in a safe spot, watching the match through binoculars while chewing popcorn. He treats it as a completely free show. Stardust grits her teeth through the continuous powerful electric shocks hitting her. Stardust realizes that to reach Elektra she must endure these tremendous shocks. Elektra finds it interesting that Stardust can surpass this tolerance. If so, an enormous amount of energy begins to gather at Elektra's feet. Elektra screams, "What about this move then?" Then she stomps the ground hard. A massive electric strike then hits Stardust directly, forcing her to brace herself. The aftershock of the attack shatters everything around them. Elektra realizes winning is easier than she expected. Excitement shows on her face. From within the electric field, a pair of legs slowly step out. Stardust's whole body radiates a brilliant golden energy. This is her form when she uses her full power. Elektra is astonished and a little panicked as she watches Stardust slowly approach. Stardust stands before Elektra, powerful energy enveloping her. Elektra quickly moves away so Stardust cannot close in. After landing, Elektra begins gasping for breath from exertion. Stardust charges in, wanting to end the fight quickly. Elektra looks at Stardust, thinking to herself that Stardust truly is a monster. Could it be that all this time Dane has been playing with an opponent like this? Dane in the distance also notices that Stardust seems to be gradually adapting to Elektra's attacks. Another thought crosses Dane's mind. The reason he has been wholeheartedly strengthening Sihi. It was to increase Stardust's endurance. He wanted Stardust to become stronger through battles like this. Compared to the trials she faced in the original story, this level was nothing, but Elektra still hadn't given up. She painfully forced herself up and continued to use her power. Stardust spoke, ordering Elektra to surrender, saying she would detain her without injury if she did. Elektra was greatly astonished to hear this. Elektra shouted angrily because Stardust dared to belittle her. Meanwhile, Stardust understood the other's meaning and replied, "That's something you brought on yourself." Immediately after, Stardust burst forward at full power. Elektra also prepared her finishing move, the Thunder Punch. The two sources of power collided, creating an earth-shattering explosion that split the space. The pressure from the fight tore everything apart. Dane, standing at a distance, also let out a shout. He was deeply moved by the power of the two. Then he used his ability to teleport elsewhere. Shortly after, Dane landed on the balcony of a house far from the attack. He couldn't help breaking out in a cold sweat at the pressure those two had just produced. He quickly checked the screen to see how the match was going. A camera wrapped by Dane's power still hovered at the scene undestroyed to record the battle. Now smoke and dust filled the air with only Stardust visible there. Her gaze was resolute, looking forward without letting down her guard. The ground cracked into a massive chasm, showing the terrifying destructive force of the recent attacks. Elektra, holding her injured arm, slowly emerged from the smoke. Stardust then asked who the he you mentioned earlier was. Stardust recalled Elektra's image and said she had come to face Stardust because of him. Stardust continued to question whether there was a mastermind behind Elektra. Elektra gritted her teeth. She refused to say a single word. Seeing this, Stardust said fine, then she would extract the information herself. Suddenly, a purple stream of energy appeared along with a hand that grabbed Elektra. Immediately after, Elektra disappeared. Stardust darkened at this familiar power. She wondered, could it be? Just as she finished thinking, a familiar voice rang out. "Hello, Miss Stardust." Stardust looked up. She was astonished, turning to find where the voice came from. In front of her, Dane was holding Elektra in his arms. Hovering in midair, he confidently replied, "Yes, it's me." Dane smiled smugly. He said, "Long time no see." At the same time, Dane's Ego Stream channel began broadcasting live. The viewer count skyrocketed as everyone was thrilled by his unexpected appearance. Viewers on the stream were very curious about the beautiful girl Dane was holding. They began to speculate about their relationship and even suggested it was an affair right in front of Stardust. Stardust was still stunned. She held her head and asked, "Egostisk, you are still alive?" Dane looked puzzled by Stardust's question. Then he laughed and replied, "Of course I'm still alive, though that is not good for you at all, ha ha." Stardust looked at Dane and said, "Is that so? How lucky." Dane seemed to realize something. Just now." Stardust flushed with anger and embarrassment. Dane didn't miss the chance to tease. Oh wow, I didn't expect Stardust to care about me so much. Should I announce my safety next time? Ha ha ha. Elektra weakly asked, Hey, why did you arrive so late? Dane smiled and said, Sorry, because I needed to watch until the very last moment. The image of Dane carrying Elektra was reflected in Stardust's eyes. She was trying to understand what was happening. Suddenly, Dane sensed a terrifying, murderous intent. He looked in surprise toward where the intent came from. Stardust appeared with blazing red eyes and her whole body on fire. She looked at Dane and Elektra with a glare of hatred. Elektra was horrified. She shouted, Hey, what's wrong with her? She looks terrifying. Dane held Elektra tightly. He assessed, let's see. It looks like she wants to rip apart the two villains standing before her. Dane continued to tease. Perhaps this is the hero's rage, which made Stardust shyly blush. Before Dane appeared, Stardust spoke up and asked, Why are you here, Ego Stick? Dane was holding the villainous Elektra in his arms. He wondered if he was the one being called, then answered himself that he came to rescue his teammates. Stardust lowered her face. She muttered the word teammate with a skeptical and puzzled look. Dane paid no mind to Stardust's attitude. He excitedly declared he would introduce everyone to his new teammates. Immediately, a huge three-dimensional screen appeared in midair, displaying the words Ego Stream, along with silhouettes of the group members. The heroine Stardust looked up in stunned silence. Din proudly proclaimed this was an alliance, a group of villains who would operate together under the name Ego Stream. Stardust was completely shocked. The idea of a villain alliance was unprecedented and left her astonished and aghast. Din continued his performance, hovering as he asserted he had teammates as powerful as Elektra in his arms. Forced to become evidence for Dane's words, Elektra showed clear annoyance. Meanwhile, Dane declared he would no longer terrorize alone. Dane issued a warning to Stardust, then corrected himself saying this warning was for all of Korea, which made Stardust even angrier. Right after, Dane excitedly ordered Elektra forward Aleku, discharge 1,000,000 volts. Elektra complied and released a powerful bolt of electricity. But she could not accept that name. She screamed in anger, I told you not to do that. The powerful electric bolt from Elektra struck downward, causing Stardust to be flung far away. Taking advantage of the chaos, Dane quickly escaped, leaving a taunt that Stardust was still too inexperienced to catch him. Mocked by his opponent and escaping before her eyes, Stardust could only helplessly scream in fury. To vent her anger, Stardust slammed a devastating punch into the ground, cracking the earth. Standing amid the rubble, Stardust felt a filth and shame like never before. She gritted her teeth and called out both Elektra and Ego Stick, deepening this hatred. In Stardust's imagination, it was entirely different from reality. She pictured Dane and Elektra being intimate, Dane proudly boasting he had many cute teammates, and of course the cutest was Aleku. While Elektra shyly replied, Oh, what are you saying? I told you not to do that. Thinking this, a flame of hatred burned within Stardust. She vowed that at their next encounter she would definitely destroy Ego Stick. The scene shifted to a dark alley. Dane arrived at a secret spot and stared at the brick wall, wondering if this was the place. Suddenly, Dane gathered strength in his fist and shouted, Come here. A powerful punch from Dane smashed the wall, causing it to crack and reveal a passage. After entering, Dane landed in a dim corridor. He looked around, then said, I've found the right spot. Dane walked down the ancient hallway lit by blue flame candles. This was a secret path hidden behind a false wall. At the end of the corridor, Dane faced a massive jet black door radiating brilliant and majestic light. The door slowly opened. Dane stepped into a completely different space. Upon entering, Dane spoke hello. It was a woman with mesmerizing green hair known as the Vine Witch. She sat amid an enchanted garden, looked up at the stranger and asked why he had come. Facing the Vine Witch, Din got straight to the point. He had come to ask her to use magic to seal his items. Din placed 2 journals and a chest on the table. One journal recorded every event that had happened in the world up to now, and the other would record what happened from now on. Vine Witch glanced at the red gem Din offered as payment. She appeared pleased, remarking it was a beautiful stone and agreeing to grant the request. Vine Witch asked about the duration of the sealing. Din answered decisively, requesting both items be sealed until his death. Din's request surprised Vine Witch somewhat. She closed her eyes and pondered this strange proposal. After a moment, Vine Witch began the ritual. She raised her hands above the journals, and a brilliant magic circle began to form. Din stood silently watching as Vine Witch, surrounded by plants and magic, chanted a complex spell. Green and gold magical energy poured from Vine Witch's hands, enveloping the journals and the chest. When the magic finished, a glowing sigil appeared on the books. Vine Witch announced that from now on no one could peek inside except their owner. Din politely thanked her. Transaction complete, Din turned and left. Vinewitch watched silently as smoke from her pipe curled through the air. As Daeun neared the exit, Vinewitch warned that the path he was choosing would be extremely difficult. Daeun paused. Din did not turn back. He was silent for a moment, then offered a faint smile, replying that it was a path someone had to take. Din appeared on the rooftop of a high-rise, purple energies, swirling around him against the city's blazing sunset. He looked down at the vast city and reflected. This was also where he decided his purpose in this world. On a large advertising screen, the image of the heroine Stardust appeared, and it seemed all of Daeun's thoughts were directed toward her. Din stretched and told himself that from now on truly amazing things would happen. In a moment of vulnerability and emotion, Daeun cried out desperately, begging Stardust to trust only him. Din's dramatic moment was cut short by a phone call. Seo-yoon shouted into the phone, urging him to come home for dinner because everyone was waiting. Harshly pulled back to reality, Daeun calmly answered that he would come home immediately. Seo-yoon on the other end angrily ordered him to be there in 3 seconds. After the call, Daeun regained his usual calm and confidence. He smiled faintly as he looked toward the sunset. He declared that now was the time for the final event of Stage 1. At the same time, on a highway in Korea, a truck was moving along normally, unaware of the disaster about to strike. In a secret control room, a group of scientists worked. An older man, seemingly their leader, announced that the final moment had arrived. Immediately, the highway surface violently broke from below, producing a massive explosion. From beneath the earth, a huge yellow mechanical component rose up, heralding the arrival of a new threat. The giant machine fully emerged from the ground. It was a massive yellow combat robot. It wreaked horrific destruction on the highway. Drivers panicked and screamed in despair. The elderly man leading the new villain group smiled wickedly. He spoke out, calling his comrades and declaring that this country Korea had oppressed them. The robot began attacking the city, causing large explosions from afar. Amid the chaos, the man's voice rang out, declaring that it was time to destroy everything. Back to a normal day in class, where students are whispering and chatting during the lesson. A male student is watching a video of the villain Elektra and can't help admiring her beauty. He turns to ask his friend whether Elektra is romantically involved with the criminal Egoistic. Hearing this, Stardust is slightly startled and sniffs. The other friend continues to speculate that Elektra is Egoistic's companion. Upon hearing this, Stardust breathes a small sigh of relief and lightly smiles. The discussion goes on. The student believes that Egoistic and Elektra's closeness on camera means they have feelings for each other. Moreover, he says no one would carry a girl like a princess. Hearing that, the brown-haired friend sarcastically asks if that's the level of those youths. Because they have no relationship, they dare to hug in front of the cameras. If it were someone they truly liked, they absolutely wouldn't dare. Stardust hears all these words. The friend agrees and tells him to continue. The student goes on to analyze that Egoistic's attitude has always been consistent and unchanged. Their next remark startles Stardust. Egoistic only has Stardust, that's it. The other friend replies that maybe that's why Stardust looks so pitiful. I watched the live stream and almost cried. From her perspective, Egoistic is just one of the villains, but still worth caring about. Witnessing Egoistic embrace another woman right in front of her, who could stand it? The friend concludes that their buddy has sunk too deep into delusion. Suddenly, the blue-haired male student speaks up, saying that he personally enthusiastically supports the Egoilec pairing because they seem more in tune. This comment is the last straw. Stardust is so enraged she snaps the pen in her hand. A murderous aura thickly emanates. The blue-haired student seems to realize he misspoke. Meanwhile, the desk mate whispers that the blonde girl appears to be a hardcore fan of the Egoistic Stardust pairing. The teacher enters the class and announces the lesson is starting. Birds flutter outside the window, signaling a day like any other. But the peace is quickly broken. Stardust suddenly stands up with a look of shock. An emergency alert appears on her phone screen. Without hesitation, Stardust bolts out of the classroom. The alert reports an unidentified massive weapon heading north from the southeast outskirts of Seoul, and orders the team to deploy immediately. She quickly moves to the headquarters of the Korean Ability Association. Upon arrival, Stardust is breathless. She has already changed into her hero costume. Before her is a horrifying scene. A giant robot is ravaging the city. The robot continues advancing, spreading chaos and destroying everything in its path. It raises a massive tripod-like leg, preparing to crush a car blocking its way. Ironically, inside that car, a family is still panicking and frightened. At the crucial moment, Stardust erupts with power and darts like a lightning bolt to rescue them. After pushing the car out of danger, she turns to assess the situation. Receiving thanks and cheers from classmates, Stardust feels reinvigorated. She concentrates her energy, eyes full of determination, then soars into the sky to confront the giant robot head-on. A voice rings out, mockingly calling Stardust a puppet of the government and the association as she rushes toward the robot. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the chairman of Hanun Corporation, who built the robot, watches the battle with a sinister smile, wondering if Stardust can defeat the last remnant of his company. Stardust unleashes a powerful energy, strikes straight at the enemy. However, her attack seems to have no effect on the robot. It counterattacks, sending Stardust flying downward. Stardust is astonished by the robot's resilience and overwhelming force, a blow capable of sending her crashing into a wall. Not stunned for long, Stardust immediately regains momentum and flies off. Stardust rushes at light speed, fear and determination in her eyes, when suddenly a shout, "Doctor," rings out from within the robot. Stardust is confused. She doesn't understand what's happening. Inside the robot, a panicked voice of a scientist is heard, saying what could it be, followed by a command, "Elect to advance from within." From within a flash of electricity comes a heart-rending scream. Suddenly the robot stops. Another voice interjects, "Hey, move aside, move aside." A voice calls out, "Can you hear me, Stardust?" Stardust is stunned as she recognizes the familiar voice and shouts, "Ego Stick." Dan confirms it's him. Inside the control cabin, the group of scientists have been completely restrained. Dane's voice continues, "My colleagues at Hanun Corporation created this magnificent machine." Ego Stick appears on the big screen, explaining that a real villain like him would be a shame not to use. In the control room, Elektra frowns in disdain. When he acts like this, he truly seems insane. Seo Yoon seems too familiar with this and replies calmly, "You'll get used to it soon." Dane continues his performance, taunting Stardust that he will use this beautiful toy to flatten the city and daring her to stop him. Contrary to Dane's expectations, Stardust does not falter. Instead, she bursts into confident laughter. With blazing eyes and a challenging smile, Stardust declares she will definitely stop his destruction and Ego Stick will pay. Then she rockets toward the robot at terrifying speed, determined to end the fight. Back at base, Seo Yoon reports that the machine's power tuning is complete. Ego Stick merely smiles. Din places his hand on the control bar and thinks to himself, "Ha Yul, today try releasing the full power once and see." Din becomes extremely excited. He shouts, "Here we go," and pulls the lever down decisively. The robot, under Dane's control, lifts its arm back and strikes straight at Stardust. The blow is unleashed with tremendous force and makes direct contact with Stardust, causing her to recoil in shock and be pushed far back. From his control cabin, Ego Stick laughs loudly and mocks Stardust, asking if she really thinks she can stop the giant octopus weapon with that little strength. Ego Stick orders Seo Yoon to increase the machine's speed further. Hearing this, Stardust also decides to give everything in this battle. The robot charges forward at breakneck speed, its mechanical arms turning into sharp drill points, attacking Stardust frantically. However, with her flexible body, Stardust is still able to dodge the attacks. Her speed becomes increasingly stable, and she can keep up with the robot's assaults. Seeing this, Dane instructs Seo Yoon to gradually raise the speed even more. This time Stardust nearly reaches the robot's maximum speed. She moves at lightning pace, skillfully evading the robot's strikes. Witnessing Stardust's performance, Dane cannot hide his excitement. He exclaims, "Yes, that's it." He gleefully thinks that today he can finally return home safely, no longer doomed to the tragic end of the past. Meanwhile, in a government building, a man reports that everything is ready. In front of him is a box containing an emergency red button. This man is the president of South Korea. He stands before an extremely difficult decision. With a resolute expression, he declares that to destroy the giant weapon, they have only one option left. Without hesitation, the president presses the red button. Immediately, alarm sirens blare throughout the control room, signaling an emergency. At the same time, in Ego Stick's control room, he panics and calls Seo Yoon while she frantically hammers the keys. On the main screen, the words "Max Speed Error" appear in red. Stardust now moves so fast it's like teleportation, easily evading every attack from the robot. She flashes a triumphant smile toward Din. A horrific explosion occurred. Fire and black smoke billowed from a building in the city, signaling an extremely violent terrorist attack. In the control room, where Din and his associate were directing, he ordered Han Seo Yoon to increase the robot's power by 1 level. Unlike the panic of the other 2 members, Seo Yoon happily complied. Immediately, a massive beam of energy was fired, creating a terrifying blast with tremendous destructive power. Stardust confronted it head-on without hesitation. Amid the chaos, the heroine Stardust still smiled confidently. Seemingly growing accustomed to this power, Dane quietly encouraged her. "She can do it, Stardust." With a shout of determination, Stardust leapt into battle, her body radiating a brilliant light. She quickly closed in and delivered a powerful strike to the robot, causing a huge explosion. The impact from Stardust's attack made Dane's control room shake violently, causing Elektra and Subin to scream in terror. While Seo Yoon was also startled, Dane appeared determined, roaring that there was no chance for Stardust. Having spoken, Dane stomped on the control pedal, deciding to engage Stardust himself. The giant robot under Dane's control began moving far more nimbly and agilely, charging forward at high speed. Dane was extremely excited, boasting about his arcade gaming skills and saying it was time to show off. He maneuvered the robot to launch a cunning attack towards Stardust, shouting her name loudly. Facing the attack, Stardust smiled again. She realized her power was gradually growing stronger. The more she fought, the more Stardust felt the energy within her surging powerfully. This was Dane's intention. Instead of fear, Stardust was exhilarated. She taunted Dane, wanting him to launch more attacks. Buffed with power, Stardust charged straight at the robot with terrifying speed, her body like a ball of fire. She easily landed on the giant robot's arm, showing the gap in speed and agility. Stardust executed a graceful somersault in the air, completely in control of the situation. She confidently declared that she was familiar with the robot's movements. With a sharp gaze, Stardust ordered Dane to stand still and wait for her finishing blow. Suddenly, Stardust's eyes flashed with surprise, and then an unexpected strike from the robot hit Stardust directly, causing her to lose balance and fly straight down to the ground. From the control room, Dane laughed maniacally, mocking Stardust's confidence and calling it her delusion, because everything was still going according to his plan. Hit by the sudden attack, she gritted her teeth and endured, snarling that Egostick's rambling drove her crazy. Then her whole body radiated fierce power. Dane explained that this Octopass robot's performance was designed to maximize against a single opponent. He had prepared this robot specifically for Stardust. At that moment, Stardust rushed forward like a projectile. Unfazed, Stardust shone brightly, lunged forward, and delivered an extremely powerful punch to the robot, causing one of its legs to explode. Stardust's attack caused damage. A red warning appeared on Dane's control screen, indicating a component of the robot was impaired. Seo Yoon shouted in panic, asking what Dane was doing. The backlash from the robot even startled Dane himself, but Dane quickly regained his confidence. He said this was the feeling Stardust should have, and now he would fight seriously. Saying that, Dane shouted, ordering the Octopass's power to be raised to maximum. Strangely, Stardust merely stood silently on top of the robot, as if waiting for something. Stardust's silence confused Dane. He wondered, then shouted to increase power again. But the team members just looked at each other in silence. Seo Yoon sighed and typed reluctantly, carrying out Dane's insane command. The robot began to transform, its parts moving and reassembling, preparing for a new combat form. Stardust frowned. She sensed the change. Dane taunted, asking whether Stardust could adapt to this speed. The robot started to move. It closed in and attacked Stardust. This time she could not dodge as easily as before. Stardust was flung away. The robot's power and speed exceeded her expectations. She landed on the ground, panting, clearly struggling against Octopass's new form. The battle was broadcast live, and the audience was ecstatic. They commented on the high-level fight and hoped Stardust would be promoted to S rank. Meanwhile, Dane wanted to push Stardust even further. The robot moved chaotically. It seemed Dane was having trouble controlling it at maximum power. Seo Yoon shouted for him to focus. Stardust looked at the robot, and she had one more reason to take it down. It was for Egostick's girls. Stardust clenched her fists. She realized an ironic truth. If Egostick hadn't been here, constantly pushing her to the limit, then defeating this giant robot might have been impossible. It was thanks to him that her power had been unleashed. With renewed determination, Stardust declared that now they could do it. She surged forward, ready for a decisive strike. Her power rushed violently into the robot. In the control room, Dane gritted his teeth and endured. The recent attack had put great pressure on everyone. Elektra was astonished that Stardust seemed even stronger than before. Seo Yoon anxiously reported that the robot's power could only be maintained for 10 more minutes. Despite the warning, Dane laughed and said he would stubbornly enjoy this fight until the last minute. His recklessness angered Elektra. Elektra angrily shouted at Dane, calling him crazy and warning the robot would explode. Yet Dane was ecstatic and urged Han Seo Yoon to continue. The violent shaking made Subin complain she was motion sick. As for Stardust, after regaining her balance, she landed firmly on one of the robot's arms, ready for the next assault. She channeled her strength, unleashing a series of rapid punches into the robot's body, each blow carrying destructive energy. Stardust's gaze sharpened. She had located the cockpit where Dane was inside. Over there, he's there. Just as Stardust prepared to strike, an urgent voice blared in her earpiece ordering her to leave the area immediately. Stardust froze, not understanding what was happening. By reflex, she jumped back, kept her distance from the robot, and asked why there was such a sudden order. And then a horrifying piece of news was revealed. The president had ordered a small nuclear missile to be fired at the robot's location. Stardust was utterly shocked. Her commander at the control center confirmed the information. He looked at the screen showing a red dot racing toward them and warned Stardust she would die if caught in the blast. She couldn't believe this crazy decision. Stardust angrily challenged them. She argued she could take down the robot herself, and that launching the missile would endanger civilians. The commander explained this was a political decision. The president didn't want to be criticized for doing nothing. Stardust continued to argue about the recklessness of the action, but the commander cut her off, shouting that she was not to argue and must leave immediately. While Stardust was still stunned, Din, unaware of the impending danger, mocked her, asking how long she would dawdle, and saying his punch was itching to land. Stardust looked toward the robot. She realized Dane had stopped attacking and was waiting for her. A strangely considerate act for a villain. She knew he was unaware of the missile. A major decision formed in her mind. Stardust uttered an apology, then decisively removed her earpiece, cutting off all orders from above. In the command center, everyone shouted her name in astonishment. Instead of retreating, Stardust shot up into the sky, heading toward the greater threat. At the association headquarters, staff panicked seeing Stardust discard her comms, but her manager remained calm. He believed that, as always, Stardust would find the answer. With absolute faith in the heroine, he nonchalantly ate popcorn and said, "Let's wait and see," despite his subordinates' extreme worry. Dane saw Stardust fly off and misunderstood. He shouted, asking where she was going, thinking she was fleeing in defeat. But Stardust paid him no mind. She flew higher, her mind now focused only on Dane. He was an A-rank terrorist, and the state had every reason to eliminate him, but for some reason, Stardust realized she did not hate him. A faint smile appeared as she made her decision. This time she would save him. Stardust flew toward the missile. Stardust rocketed straight into the sky, quickly locking onto the target she needed. It was the small nuclear missile the government had launched. An image of Dane suddenly popped into her head. No more hesitation. She rammed straight into that small missile. The pain made Stardust grit her teeth and endure. Those inside Dane's robot saw the scene and gaped, buzzing with talk. Something coming over there. What the heck is that, and why is Stardust? Isn't that a missile? Dane stared, unbelieving. Stardust, why? Up above, the tug-of-war was reaching its finale. Stardust shouted for thrust, just as the rocket's tail energy began to falter. She quickly grabbed the missile's nose, changed its course, and yanked it away. Inside the robot, Dane frantically shouted, "Seo-yoon, did you trace what that was?" Han Seo-yoon, sweating, yelled back, "I'm looking, stop rushing me." A second later, the screen switched to the Parliament building. "Report back, found it. It was launched from the presidential residence. The disarm code is no time left, 10 seconds to detonation." Dane gaped, "What? 9 seconds left." The old president smiled cheerfully. 8 seconds, 7 seconds. Stardust had carried the missile to another spot. 654. Icicle was still out shopping with a bodyguard. 3 seconds, Dane stared blankly at Stardust's screen. 2 seconds, Stardust successfully redirected the missile upward. 1 second, she heaved with all her strength and flung it into the sky. The moment the timer hit 0, a cataclysmic explosion rocked everything. The sky turned blazing red, making the students outside stare in dumbfounded amazement. The sight even made Old Park stop eating his popcorn. The smile on the South Korean president's face froze stiff. Han Seo-yoon hesitated. "It exploded." Electra jumped up, asking, "Where's her Stardust?" Dane ran off shouting, "Over here." Stardust passed out and is falling. Immediately, a hand shot out and grabbed her. He held her in his arms, utterly bewildered about what had just happened. Stardust weakly opened her eyes. Before she could speak, he demanded, "Who told you to stop that missile? What if you had died because of it?" But she didn't answer and closed her eyes. Seeing this, Dane felt a pang in his chest. She unleashed such terrifying power, and now her body was so limp like this. "She looks like she's about to be mad at me." While he was still thinking, Stardust opened her eyes again. The look she gave him was puzzling. "Why are you looking at me like that? Right now you're being held in the arms of a villain, you know." Realizing this, he started to play a part. "I thought you were just going to run. You can distract this fast. You stopped a missile." Glancing over, it seemed she had been aiming at something. As he said that, a thought hit him. That massive weapon was right at the brink of detonation. If the missile fell, there'd be no saving it. If she hadn't noticed in time and dove to stop it, at the last moment both of us would have been wiped out together. So why on earth did she stop that missile? As if reading his thoughts, Stardust murmured, "I just wanted to, also, like this." consider it a debt paid. Saying that, Stardust forced a smile once more and drifted off in his arms. Egoistic stared at her, puzzled. What did that smile mean? Could it be she finally realized, I'm not the villain? He gently set her down and checked her over before feeling relief. Fortunately, it looked like her life wasn't in danger. She was tough, after all. Suddenly, someone called at his ear. Egoistic tapped Seo Yoon. On the line, Seo Yoon? Seo Yoon reported back. I checked, it's the president who ordered it directly. He'd guessed as much and simply nodded. Truly an unpredictable world. Clearly, the whole world had seen Stardust stop the missile. Even now, people still couldn't make sense of our connection. This situation couldn't continue. Thinking that, he concluded, Seo Yoon, broadcast it. Seo Yoon, who'd been cracking her wrists waiting, had been waiting for this line. Immediately, Egoistic's broadcast went live. Hello everyone, I'm Egoistic. Instantly 67,000 viewers joined and the comments flooded in. Oh, sudden live? Why only live now? The fight made my heart swell, I haven't seen it yet. Where? You cut the stream when Stardust flew up, what happened? Where did Stardust go? Why did Stardust's blonde get so intense earlier? I'm dying to know. He casually said to the camera. Where did Stardust go? You guys are curious, right? The feed immediately showed Stardust lying unconscious. Viewers buzzed. What, Stardust lost? Egoistic is so cruel, OMG, insane. He fired back at once. I'm not the one who did this to her. The presidential residence says they'll arrest me. They launched a nuclear missile at Seoul. Yes, that very president of the Republic of Korea, just to wipe out a villain like me. To capture me, they sacrificed the entire population of Seoul. Immediately, comments exploded non-stop. The South Korean president was left gaping in disbelief. A barrage of gunfire then rained down on the building, streaming his live. After the incident, countless news outlets began reporting. Since the new government took office, we're facing the worst crisis in history. Amid calls to impeach the president, another bulletin continued. At the International Hero Association, foreign media reported they were discussing promoting the hero Stardust to S-rank. Icicle, who was relaxing in her office and hearing the news, Egoistic remarked, Our Haru is really something. Next report. Rumor has it villain Egoistic is also being considered for promotion to S-rank. Unlike Stardust, who's only just being discussed, Egoistic's case has been under consideration for months. Association officials say there might be an official announcement by the end of the month. At that moment, a voice called from outside. Miss Ciala, may I come in? She grabbed the remote, turned off the TV, and said, Come in. She calmly continued stroking her pet. She was the heiress of the SAO ICE conglomerate, A-rank hero Icicle. The secretary stepped in to report. I've bribed the presidential candidates for the next term. They've pledged to follow the orders of the Stardust Corporation. She nodded with satisfaction. Good. And the other matters? The secretary replied. The chairman has declared he will delegate everything to Miss Ciala. Ciala spread a calculating smile, finally. Then she returned to her composed state. You may go out now. The secretary bowed and turned to leave. The room suddenly fell into an odd, heavy silence. After a moment, Ciala broke into a delighted smile. Thanks, Egoistic, for giving me the chance to swallow Korea whole. I'll make good use of it. He cut back to Dane's mansion. At that moment, he blurted out in a panic. Hey guys, something big's happening. His words grabbed everyone's attention. He continued in a worried tone. It seems Stardust is starting to suspect you. Seo Yoon asked, Suspect what? He answered that she thinks you're not really a villain. He put on a skeptical face and blurted, Are you stupid? Seo Yoon continued, No way, right? You still think you're a villain? He chewing as she thought to herself. This guy's brain short-circuited. Under continuous attacks from the girls, he jumped and exclaimed, What me? What about me bored so I go terrorize people? The number of hostages I've taken is countless, right? Haru cut him off. You already released them all. Hearing that, he spluttered, I also kidnapped people and killed a lot of villains too. He puckered her lips. You literally said you killed a ton of villains. Seo Yoon chimed in. Thanks so much, A-rank hero Egoistic. He went on to explain. Anyway, you've tried really hard in life, whether as a villain or as a person, same thing. This made Sihi puzzled. What does trying hard have to do with anything? You really are messed up. Sihi added, All this time you've been trying to look like a villain. Huh, Dane shouted. Well, of course. Hearing that only stoked Sihi's rage, she shouted, Trying to look like a villain was the mistake from the start. It's obvious at a glance you can't possibly be mistaken. She pressed on. Why do you think I accepted your recruitment offer? Look at last time. If you let that gigantic machine plow straight into Seoul, what would happen to you? If it attacked with full force from the start, could little Stardust stop it? Seo Yoon shook her head and added, No way she could stop that, not even close. Lee Subin, peeling an apple, asked, but Dane stopped it for her. He even fought and adjusted the fire control. Seo Yoon sneered. If you don't admit it, you're truly an idiot. He was tongue-tied but tried to explain. Just because of that kid, right? Maybe you guys still don't get it. Stardust is the embodiment of justice. Based on that one scene, to doubt a level S terrorist, a ruthless, inhuman guy like you is impossible. See, he narrowed her eyes. So what? Embodiment of justice, my ass. Do you think Stardust is stupid? No matter how you look at it, you're definitely not a villain. Those words hit Dan like a punch to the face, leaving him dazed. Then she turned to Seo Yoon. You're right, aren't you? Seo Yoon agreed. Of course, someone had to point it out. What a relief, he thought to himself. If she knew my evil acts weren't from madness, but actually to protect her and this world. If Stardust truly knew that, she couldn't give her all when fighting me. Thus, she obviously wouldn't grow. And in that state, there'd be no stopping the apocalypse. He clenched his fist and shouted, "That can't happen." But his shout startled little Seo Yoon. He put on a confident look. Oh, right, Stardust needs someone constantly reminding her that I'm an incredibly evil person. Having thought that, he shot off immediately, warning, "You guys stay here, I'm heading to Busan." Cut to Shin Haru. She's standing in front of a high-rise building. She was utterly delighted by the sights around her. As she stepped in, a receptionist approached and bowed. "Hello, are you Shin Haru?" She nodded gently. "Yes." The receptionist reached for her backpack. "I'll carry your luggage up to your room," she cheerfully replied. "Thank you." She fretted to herself, "Maybe this will be even better." A soft voice called in her ear, "Shin Haru." Recognizing the familiar voice, she turned around happily and exclaimed, "Siala." The two of them stepped forward and embraced warmly. "Siala, teasing you, look, you got even prettier." She blushed and answered, "You too." "Really? Stop it." "Siala, make a suggestion. Today we have to have fun." She took Shin Haru's hand and raised it in a toast. "Congratulations on the birth of Korea's first S-rank female hero." After that, the two moved toward Siala's mansion. They moved into Siala's mansion. Looking out from the balcony, Shin Haru let out an excited little cry. "The view is absolutely amazing." Siala stepped up behind her, smiling. "Pretty great, huh?" Shin Haru nodded in agreement. Siala pointed inside and invited, "Come in." In the dining room, chefs were laying out a plethora of delicious dishes. Shin Haru's eyes landed on one item and she exclaimed, "Mango slice? Snow-blended mango." She immediately popped the mango into her mouth. Chewing with delight, opposite her, Siala teased, "You like mango that much? How cute." She grew a bit curious. "Mango reminds me of Egoistic, doesn't it?" Hearing that familiar name, Shin Haru flinched a little. Siala, continue. "Honestly, I want a specialized villain like you. Everyone here is so weak. How are we supposed to reach S-rank? So, maybe I'll move up to Seoul for this occasion. I also want to try facing Egoistic once," Haru immediately said, then was cut off. "No, you can't." She hurriedly explained. "Huh, oh no, you know he's obsessed with me. He called me out, and if someone else suddenly shows up to fight him, who knows what rash move he'll make. Like that terrorist incident on the Seoul Bridge, remember? That guy sometimes causes uncontrollable trouble." Siala thought that made sense. "He has no reason to call me out anyway." Shin Haru continued. "That's another reason, and more importantly, if you go, who will protect Busan?" Suddenly, Siala's watch buzzed with a red alert. She gasped inwardly. "Someone touched the desk in my office." She immediately stood up and turned to leave. "Haru, I have an urgent contact and need to stop by the office. You keep playing for now." Haru replied, "Okay, go ahead." Siala worried inwardly. What's happening? She arrived at the company right away. Examining the situation, she wondered, just a system error, huh? Then her little cat let out a soft meow, startling her a bit. A familiar voice then spoke up. "It's not an error." Looking at the person who appeared before her, Siala gasped. "You are that person," he continued. "I triggered the security protocol to meet you." "Hello, Ms. Lee Siala, I'm Egoistic." Siala frowned and asked bluntly if Egoistic had come here to surrender. The question made him burst out laughing. What a ridiculous notion. Egoistic leaned in close and said he came out of curiosity about her true face, the one really behind the Yuseong Corporation. Siala sneered, as if to say she thought the villain who babysits Stardust would finally go sit in jail. Their laughter echoed through the spacious office. Even the white cat nearby yawned lazily, completely uninterested in the conversation. Egoistic privately assessed that Siala really was the mastermind from the original story. Far from simple. Meanwhile, she wondered what plots this mysterious man was scheming. Egoistic suddenly proposed a partnership, leaving Siala taken aback. He sat back casually, crossed his legs, and directly invited her to join his side. A partnership, his smile peeking from beneath a mask of calculation. At the same time elsewhere, Shin Haru shivered while eating, sensing an ominous chill. Stardust looked around puzzled, unsure where that uneasy feeling came from. Back at the office, the atmosphere between the two ambitious people grew thick and tense. On the big screen, Icicle smiled and waved at the citizens like a righteous hero. Ciala sat with her arms crossed, leaning back, keeping the cold expression of a hero. But Egostic insisted that that heroic label was just a mask, hiding ambitions to dominate the country. He smirked and declared he'd be the one to help her achieve that goal. Ciala slammed the table and sprang up, snapping that those were baseless conjectures. A chill of cold air emanated from her, as she threatened to punish him on the spot if he kept babbling. In response to her anger, Egostic silently placed a USB on the table. He turned his back and reminded her that she had been secretly pulling strings with the new government. He told her to consider it a small gesture of goodwill toward their relationship. Then he vanished into thin air, leaving a promise to return in a week. Ciala collapsed onto the table, her hands trembling from the tremendous pressure he'd just exerted. She gasped, feeling her heart skip a beat for a moment. Her eyes remained fixed where Egostic had disappeared, her mind a total mess. The tiny USB lay there, silent, on the shiny tabletop. The name Egostic now haunted her thoughts more than ever. He was a villain, wielding enormous influence over both Korean politics and culture. His power didn't come from violence, but from how he manipulated public opinion and the media. Ciala realized Egostic was more of an anti-hero, and that he held leverage over her ambitions. Staring at the USB before her, she understood she didn't really have the option to refuse. Ciala decided to plug the USB into the computer to see what was inside. A folder popped up with a shocking name: Files necessary for Ciala to take over Korea. She stared in disbelief, unable to believe what she was seeing. Inside were a series of extremely detailed and valuable data files. A smile slowly formed on Ciala's lips. She knew she could succeed sooner than expected. Ambition rose up. She laughed aloud at the thought that the whole country would soon be at her feet. A week later, Doin, in ordinary clothes, appeared at Busan Station with a suitcase in hand. He returned to Ciala's office building just as he had promised. Egostic nonchalantly stroked the cat, then turned and asked if Ciala was satisfied with the gift. Ciala said she wouldn't question the source of that pile of information anymore. Egostic asked back, what about his proposal for cooperation? She nodded, admitting there was no reason to turn down such a lucrative deal, much to his satisfaction. Holding the stack of documents, Ciala realized this guy was starting to skip normal social formalities. Egostic sat perched, petting the cat, saying that since they were allies now she should relax. He urged her to quickly check the terms in the contract he just handed over. Egostic froze when he read a line: must meet at least once every week. Ciala casually said that as teammates, frequent meetings were only natural. He broke into a sweat when she demanded he trekked down to Busan once a week. They began a tense haggling over meeting frequency, from 1 month down to 10 days, then settling on 2 weeks. Finally, Ciala closed the deal at once every 2 weeks with a knowing smile. She suddenly probed deeper, asking why he seemed so obsessed with Haru. Ciala realized that all his villainous activities seemed aimed at helping Shin Haru level up faster. Egostic thought to himself that she was sharp, while she admitted she felt a pang of jealousy. She said that whenever he caused trouble, Haru's fame shot up, so she wanted to ask him for a favor too. Ciala made the bizarre request. She wanted him to terrorize her the same way he did Haru. Egostic froze for a few seconds, unable to believe his ears at that request. A loud noise broke the silence between them. Ciala clutched her forehead and wailed, complaining that his snap had hurt like hell. He sighed, saying no one normally begs a criminal to come attack them like that. Ciala angrily insisted he wasn't truly a bad guy, and it was unfair he only prioritized Stardust. Egostic noticed Ciala was weaker than in the original story, and agreed to help her grow stronger. He smirked and agreed, making her excitedly fire off questions about when he'd take action. Egostic said it would be soon, but in return she had to fulfill a small request for him. The condition was that whenever she met or called Shin Haru, Ciala had to constantly badmouth and berate him. Meanwhile, Stardust elsewhere scrolled through social media with a bored expression. Ciala looked at him with contempt, wondering if this guy was some kind of weirdo with strange tastes. Ciala folded her arms and repeated the man's bizarre request. Basically, he wanted her to go around slandering him in front of Shin Haru. Egostic casually stroked the white cat, insisting she smear him as badly as possible. He wanted the heroine to see him as the sleaziest, most perverted villain imaginable. Hearing self-bestowed titles like narcissist, Ciala began to worry about this guy's sanity. He just smiled confidently and told her to trust him. Turns out Ciala wasn't to be underestimated either. She was a hardcore Stardust fan, had watched every episode, and was sure she understood Haru's righteousness better than anyone. For the partners' shared goal, She clicked her tongue and agreed to give it a shot. Deal sealed. Egostic looked utterly pleased, while the white cat hopped down onto the table. He extended his hand for a formal handshake to confirm their alliance. Siala blinked, staring at those black gloves. Egostic adjusted his cowboy hat and flashed a mysterious smile beneath the mask. He said everything depended on her. She had no choice but to take his hand, officially boarding the villain's ship. A handshake between hero and villain. Dramatic in concept, but shiny and idle drama glamorous in execution. No sooner had she turned away than she looked flustered, realizing she'd just signed a strange pact with this lunatic. Siala tore at her hair, starting to regret her impulsiveness. Then she broke into a sly smile. To her, Egostic was a big, rare catch. Cheeks flushed, Siala clenched her fist with determination. She didn't just want to cooperate, she wanted to make him hers. That night, at Haru's apartment, the doorbell rang loudly along with the chirpy calls of an uninvited big sister. Haru froze as soon as he opened the door and saw Siala looming there. Siala beamed and blew an airy kiss, as if they were the best of buddies. She didn't come alone. She brought a squad of bodyguards and a pile of luggage, as if planning to move in. Siala made herself at home, kicked off her high heels, and demanded to hang out. Haru was still bewildered, asking about the Busan duty she was supposed to cover. She nonchalantly said those minor roles could be left to B and C-listers. She needed to make room for junior stars to shine. 2 birds with 1 stone, she claimed. The bodyguards bowed respectfully and left, leaving Haru scratching his head at his sister's overfamiliarity. As soon as she entered the room, Siala leapt onto Haru's bed and rolled around like a cat. She inhaled deeply and praised how nicely Haru's bed smelled. Haru could only scream in helplessness at his senior's weirdness. She spun around and suggested a few drinks, since she'd gone to the trouble of bringing good stuff from home. Haru was speechless, truly unable to fathom her erratic personality. Seeing Siala keep praising the scent, Haru sniffed himself to see if he smelled weird too. Siala gleefully showed off 2 bottles of liquor she had brought, grinning and urging Haru to drink with her. Oh well, since she was already there, Haru shrugged and agreed. Might as well blow off some steam. Cans of beer and bottles of booze began to be opened on the tea table. Siala cleared her throat, got serious, and began the act of smearing as per Egostic's request. She went full performance mode, calling Egostic a narcissist and the worst kind of trash, even scoffing that she couldn't believe a pervert like him had a fan cafe. Haru broke out in a cold sweat. He never expected his sister to have such a vicious take on that villain. Sitting across from each other, Siala continued her tirade, claiming the guy was just staging those terror acts to grab everyone's attention. The more she spoke, the heavier her insults got. Society's trash. Above the law, leaving Haru bowing her head, unable to respond in time. At the peak, she slammed the table and shouted that scum like him deserved to be torn limb from limb. Haru began to feel it was going too far. She hesitated, noticing her senior's unusually over-enthusiastic behavior today. Unable to stay silent, Haru defended him, reminding Siala that Egostic once risked his life to save her. Even as a villain, he wasn't as awful as Siala claimed. Haru looked at the beer can thoughtfully. She didn't think Egostic was the self-centered type her sister had just spat at. After speaking, she noticed Siala had collapsed on the table some time ago, still muttering that he was extremely evil. Turns out she'd gotten plastered after overacting, and was sound asleep amid a pile of empty cans. Haru sighed and scooped her senior up to carry her to bed. Watching Siala sleep, Haru couldn't stop wondering why she'd suddenly unleashed such a vicious rant about Egostic. Standing over Siala on the bed, Haru realized her sister's insults earlier had sounded utterly insincere. Haru glanced at her phone screen still lit up. It was Egostic's official fan cafe page, and she was even in the Mango Squad group. Haru began to worry about when the next attack would happen. Cut to a luxurious villa on a bright, sunny morning. Little Chael hurriedly slurped the last of his soup to make it to school on time. Egostic's crew gathered around the breakfast table in a warm scene. Chael waved to everyone and dashed off to school. Deun Sehi and Subin cheerfully waved the boy goodbye. Seo Yoon ambled in wearing pajamas, yawning non-stop. Then didn't forget to remind Chael to be careful at school. Seeing Seo Yoon yawning like she'd been up all night, Den teasingly asked what the hell she'd been doing to look like a walking corpse. While shoveling rice, Seo Yoon whispered that it was personal. Den just stared at her, full of suspicion. Knocking the table lightly, Den asked everyone to focus on the new plan, telling Seo Yoon she could eat as she listened. With a serious face, Den announced the next attack would take place next week in Busan. Seo Yoon was a bit surprised, wondering if Stardust might show up there to stop them. Din wondered what had driven the fan club leader to trek all the way there. Meanwhile, Seo Yoon kept focusing on her bowl. He revealed they now had a partner in Busan, who had requested a terror attack. Seo-yoon was stunned by the partner's bizarre request. At the same time, Seala slept dreamily, completely unaware of the upcoming plot. A week later at Busan Beach, the atmosphere turned gloomy with pitch-black clouds. People on the shore began to murmur and point at the sky with terrified faces. A giant pirate ship hovered right above the city. People started screaming and scattering in panic. Egostic appeared proudly on the ship's prow with a microphone in hand, loudly declaring his presence in Busan. He called out loudly to his co-star, "Now then, make your entrance, Icicle." Loud explosions rang out along the pirate ship's flank. From above, a barrage of giant black spheres plummeted like rain. Those bombs were falling straight down onto the densely populated areas below. Suddenly, a massive pillar of ice erupted from the ground to block the barrage. Icicle stood proudly atop that ice column. A freezing power spread everywhere, freezing all the black spheres midair. Seala pointed at the ship and bellowed, "There's the villain." She looked every bit the righteous heroine, but secretly she was thrilled, blushing as she thought, "Finally I get to say these badass lines." Haru happened to see the scene on a giant screen on a building. She froze when she realized Icicle was in Busan too, and immediately decided to head there. A golden streak tore through Busan's sky as Haru sped toward the scene at maximum velocity. Landing, Haru gritted her teeth in fury at the chaos before her. She roared, not understanding what the hell was going on. In Busan's sky, the flying ship Alice of the pirate crew Lappy's Dan sailed arrogantly through the clouds. Yellow sat polishing his gun, still in disbelief that their crew had pulled off something so spectacular. Blue stood with arms folded, lost in thought, looking contemplative. The whole gang was quietly ecstatic. Who knew they'd nab a top-tier ship and pull off a successful terror stunt? Blue admitted his heart was pounding from excitement too. Captain Red, the guy with the red bunny hat, shouted to hype the crew up, readying them to pillage all over Busan. "Aye, aye, Captain," the bunch replied in enthusiastic unison. Red was pumped, declaring their style was to grab whatever they saw and run. When suddenly a stranger's voice cut in, "Belongs to Egostic." Red and Yellow jumped, not understanding what was happening behind them. Egostic appeared looming with his trademark grin and declared bluntly, "This ship is mine now." Red pulled his gun, barking at the man to explain where he popped out from to act so brazen. But seconds later, the three captains were on their knees bawling, guns tossed aside. Egostic casually told them to relax and not get too tense. He announced some good news. From now on, Lappy's Dan officially became an ally of Egostream. Red pulled a grimace, not looking thrilled at being forced into this. But before Electra's overwhelming presence, the crew had to shout that they were happy and ecstatic. Egostic began assigning positions, ordering everyone to be ready for the upcoming terror act. The amateur pirates ran about whining, secretly cursing Egostic as truly wicked. Egostic ordered Subin to take the helm. The assistant agreed immediately with professional composure. Sehi awkwardly asked what she should do, and Egostic told her to go to the cabin and watch the show to relax. Everything was set to head toward Hyundai Beach. Sehi was still bewildered, not knowing who was behind this scheme. At that moment, Icicle appeared in the sky, the very image of a heroine delivering justice. Seala overacted dramatically, smiling and pointing straight at the villain for the cameras. The Egostream live broadcast exploded. Netizens went into a frenzy at the sight of the new villain alliance. Viewers began scrutinizing Lappy's Dan, wondering why these guys looked so wrecked, like they'd been completely drained. Egostic grabbed the mic and played the villain, taunting Busan's pride to try stopping him if they're so capable. Icicle wasn't having it either, declaring she'd freeze every last one of them. Then fake explosions started rocking Busan streets exactly as scripted. Icicle swooped in like an icy whirlwind across the sky. Massive ice blocks shot up, towering and giving viewers an absolutely gorgeous visual feast. Stream viewers went wild, spamming comments calling out the duo Manga Stick. Seala launched an attack, determined not to let the villain Egostic escape. She leapt high into the air, aiming straight for the flying ship Alice. Her performance was ridiculously perfect for a meticulously staged action scene. Egostic watched from the ship, secretly praising Seala's steadily improving acting chops. Meanwhile, Stardust streaked by like a blazing golden comet, tearing the sky apart. At headquarters, superiors reported Icicle had handled it and told her to return, but she ignored them. Haru's eyes were full of resolve. She was sure she'd have to go there herself to feel at ease. A golden streak shot off at terrifying speed, heading straight for Busan. On the ship, Yellow kept firing his gun to script, shouting, "Die." Seala unleashed a wide area freeze, a surreal blue aura spreading out. That serious look made it obvious she was fully immersed in her hero-saving-the-world role. With a soaring leap, Seala aimed at the flying ship, charging forward with an icy beam. Egostic stood on deck observing, thinking Ciala controlled her power better than he'd expected. A wildly skillful aerial flip left the pirate crew below with their jaws on the floor. The two Lappies Dan captains matched the drama, yelling at Icicle to stay away. Ciala closed in at breakneck speed, leaving glittering trails across the sky. Then Egostic shouted, playing the villain protecting his crew, "You won't be taking my people that easily." A powerful blast of frost collided with the ship's defenses, causing a massive explosion. Ciala poured in more force, deciding to end the act with the biggest strike yet. Snow and ice began spreading rapidly, covering part of the Alice's hull. The 1,000-weight heft of the ice tilted the ship to one side, choking the air with dust and smoke. Egostic watched, stunned. He hadn't expected Ciala to go all out like this. Ciala flashed a triumphant grin, the very image of a heroine who just scored big. A colossal ice pillar shot up from the ground, locking the flying ship suspended midair. The Alice now looked like a gigantic ice sculpture hanging in the sky. Egostic clutched his head, acting defeated and berating himself for letting Icicle strike the ship directly. Ciala scoffed and asked what he planned to do now that the ship was about to explode. Egostic shouted, "We retreat," as the ship began to shake violently on the verge of collapse. Icicle kept up the act, yelling he wouldn't get away and reaching out to block him in vain. Egostic collapsed to the floor, muttering that terrorizing Busan wasn't easy, then quietly cut the live stream. The moment the stream went off, they both sighed in relief, and Egostic lavishly praised Ciala's top-tier acting. He even reminded her to defrost Yellow, who was stuck. Poor guy looked pitiful. They were enjoying themselves when Egostic suddenly froze, sensing something was very wrong. Ciala noticed his abrupt silence and looked over, curious, not understanding what was up. Egostic broke into a cold sweat, muttering, "No way, you've got to be kidding me. Why is she here?" A blazing golden streak like a meteor tore through the clouds, hurtling toward the ship at terrifying speed. Stardust appeared with a face full of fury, leaving both Egostic and Icicle frozen in shock. Ciala was racing along on her ice power and told herself to stay calm right now. Her gaze sharpened, fully focused and ready for the worst possible scenario. A blinding light flared ahead. Stardust stood alone in that halo, facing Ciala. Stardust stood motionless as the lights faded, her expression deadly serious. She looked up at the sky, where Egostic's ship Alice was disappearing behind gray clouds. Ciala hurried over, unable to hide her surprise that Stardust had shown up here now. Stardust simply hung her head, her hair hiding her eyes and making the air feel heavy. Without a word, she strolled along the shoreline, leaving Ciala watching anxiously. Suddenly, Stardust turned and asked, startling Ciala, "What have you two been talking about?" Ciala forced a smile to diffuse it, saying it was nothing, just a bit of back-and-forth scolding. But Stardust closed in with a razor gaze, insisting she saw them laughing together very happily. Ciala started sweating bullets, caught red-handed and falling silent. She tried to explain she was only mocking him, nothing fun about it. Seeing Stardust eerily quiet, Ciala began to feel genuinely worried. Stardust suddenly bent down, making Ciala jump. She thought Stardust was about to do something. Ciala hurriedly grabbed Stardust's hand to stop whatever move she might make next. She peppered her with questions, asking if Stardust intended to chase after Egostic. Stardust snapped around with an angry look, demanding Ciala let go immediately. Ciala refused to release her, thinking that if Stardust went, things would get terribly bad. She reminded Stardust of his threat. If anyone chased him, he'd bomb the whole city flat. Stardust went still. Ciala kept pleading that she think of the innocent civilians' safety. Stardust hesitated, seemingly realizing she had no choice but to stop. She silently turned and walked away. Ciala exhaled in relief, glad she'd finally reined her temper in. Stardust announced she'd head back to Seoul immediately, and told Ciala to take care while staying behind. Ciala waved her off, reminding her to call as soon as she got back safe. No sooner had Stardust left than Ciala grabbed her head, complaining she just aged 10 years from the stress. She watched Stardust walk away, still puzzled by that strange vibe from earlier. Ciala stood dazed, staring up at the sky where the ship had just vanished. A sudden thought flashed through her mind, and she blinked, wondering, could that really have happened? Ciala snickered to herself, thinking Stardust's jealous side was oddly cute. Meanwhile, Stardust streaked across the sea at light speed, leaving a massive spray of water behind her. Images of Egostic kept circling in her head, refusing to go away. She clenched her fist, quietly deciding he was her very own villain. Back at base, Dun looked sheepish as Subin scolded him for disappearing and making everyone worry. The news on TV went into chaos over Egostic suddenly shifting his attack target to Icicle instead of Stardust like usual. Reporters even sensationalized it as a sign the villain was entering some new romantic phase. Sehi was furious enough to spit sparks, She couldn't believe the press could be this ridiculous. She and Seo-yoon glared at Daeun like missile locks, and he just sat there sweating bullets. Subin didn't bother with that. She marched in and told everyone to eat some chilled mangoes to cool off. Daeun, still dazed, suddenly had a bright yellow slice of mango shoved in front of him. It was Lee Subin, smiling radiantly, though the atmosphere around her felt icily intense. Subin popped the mango into Daeun's mouth before he could react. The familial warmth was, oddly cozy. Daeun then turned to tell Subin to come along with him, leaving her face blank with confusion at his plan. Their destination was the Excal auction house, where the world's rich and flashy congregated. As soon as they entered, Daeun put on a solemn face, saying this place breeds tragic villains, which made Subin panic. On stage, the host introduced the next lot while Daeun smirked confidently. It was the ring of a deceased B-class hero, up for a starting bid of $10,000. But Daeun knew beneath that ordinary appearance lay a power that could create an S-class villain, and he quietly planned his next move. An old man opened the bidding at $25,000 with a smug look. Without hesitation, Daeun raised his paddle to a cool 100,000, giving everyone, especially Subin, a heart attack. The old man trembled in rage at being outbid, while Daeun whispered triumphantly that he'd just stopped a future villain. The old man grimaced and tried to scrape together another 5,000, sweat dripping down his face. Daeun, not feeling charitable, shot back with 150,000, leaving the rivals speechless. In the end, the ring was Daeun's. He pushed up his glasses and sneered that the item was his now. Back home, Sehee and Seo-yoon were in an uproar over 200 million won, suddenly disappearing from the account. They stood with hands on hips grilling Daeun and Subin, while he calmly asked if they wanted to know where the money went. He flashed his hand to reveal the newly purchased ring with a wildly smug expression. Sehee looked at the ring and scoffed that it was ugly, but Daeun insisted it wasn't ordinary. He began twisting the ring on his finger to prepare to activate the hidden power inside. Instantly, a deep purple gloom burst forth from the ring, making Daeun look eerily mysterious. The girls recoiled in panic as the ominous energy filled the room. A vortex of darkness appeared midair like a gateway to the realm of the dead. From the void, cold metal plates and blazing eyes gradually took shape. A gigantic knight strode out, radiating a fearsome presence, and asked who had roused him from his long sleep. Subin, Sehee, and Seo-yoon were frozen solid, blood draining from their faces at the terrifying entity. Daeun stared at the knight for a moment, then casually asked, "You Death Knight, are you?" The knight was about to announce his grand name, but Daeun brushed it off and labeled him Death Knight. Not content with that, the kid shortened it to Dzik to make it snappier and cooler, leaving the knight gobsmacked. A purple glow flared from the ring on Daeun's hand. A summoning ritual was underway. Through the purple smoke, a hulking figure in horned armor and a demon mask stepped out. He took a deep breath, marveling at the air and sunlight of the outside world. Daeun lounged back in his chair, called him Dzik, and told him to get to work. The demon looked around dazed, utterly confused. Dzik muttered about being some kind of holy being when Daeun tightened his grip on the ring's control. A purple aura wrapped him. The new subordinate screamed in pain as he was forcibly subdued. Daeun didn't care, keeping a calm expression. Choi Sehee nearby asked exasperatedly what Daeun was up to. He grinned smugly and said he was just training it. Dzik dropped to his knees, trembling as he begged his master never to lock him back in that ring again. Tough-looking fellow, obvious coward. He complained it was pitch black and unbearably cramped in there. Daeun just hummed and moved on. Daeun promised to find him a proper opponent to entertain him after his long imprisonment. Dzik perked up at that. Daeun flashed a sly smile, saying Dzik would be doing a lot of heavy lifting for him. Sehee panicked and asked if Daeun really planned to send the smoke armor to fight Stardust. She couldn't believe her eyes. Sehee warned that Stardust was terrifyingly strong. How long would that thing even last against her? Daeun remained supremely confident. He egged Dzik on, telling him to prove his worth to Sehee and show he wasn't a lightweight. Immediately, a giant axe materialized in Dzik's hands. He was ready to obey his master's order. Dzik gripped the axe handle, preparing to display his power. Thick purple energy radiated out. He began swinging the axe in wild arcs across the yard, slicing through the air itself. The force of the swing shook the ground and sent dust billowing. This guy was no joke. A sweeping slash cut across the entire garden, blowing everything in its path away. Purple energy flooded the area. Sehee gaped in astonishment. Dzik laughed loudly, claiming these were only his basic skills. Daeun revealed Dzik was originally an S-class villain, so the power made sense. He looked very pleased. Suddenly a piercing scream rang out, making Daeun jump. Sehee turned around worriedly. It turned out Hale was sobbing at the sight of the ruined garden. Behind her, another woman stood trembling with anger. Hale spun at Daeun, shouting whether he knew how much work it took to replant the mess they'd just wrecked during training. Dain and Sehi started sweating bullets. Dain quickly dumped all the blame on Dzik. The henchman naively asked if Master wanted him to do it again. Yeah, adding fuel to the fire. Dzik stood there clueless at everyone's reaction. He still didn't get what he'd done wrong. In the end, Hale punished Dzik with group exercise in the yard, forcing him to hold straight arms during push-ups. Dain and Sehi watched, too scared to intervene. The next morning the base was peaceful again, with birds chirping. Seemed like everything had calmed down for now. On social media, netizens buzzed over the new photos. Some were even jealous of the suddenly popular couple. A photo of Egostic and Icicle together was spreading like wildfire, and people started pairing them up as a duo. The affectionate pics sent fans into a frenzy. They praised the duo's chemistry and cheered them on enthusiastically. Meanwhile, Haru was furiously typing. She was royally annoyed to see the Egostic X-Icicle ship steamroll her own ship. Haru trembled with anger, unable to believe this new ship was getting so much support. Jealousy boiled inside the heroine. Scene shifts to the Heroes Association headquarters, a modern, imposing building in the heart of the city. A well-dressed female staffer walked the corridor. Haru was there too in her usual hero outfit. The staffer greeted her warmly and asked why Haru was here. Haru replied she was standing by, awaiting deployment orders. The staffer wished Haru luck and left. Haru forced a smile, though her mind was all over the place. Haru's gaze hardened. She worried that if Egostic kept attacking Busan, what would she even do? She pressed her lips together, fighting spirit rising. Haru vowed that if he showed up again, she would. Right then, alarms blared through the building. A terrorist attack was reported in Central Seoul. Haru broke into a knowing smile. This was the opportunity she'd been waiting for. Haru shot off with a blaze of golden energy, streaking past skyscrapers at breakneck speed. Her destination, an old apartment complex slated for demolition, choking in dust and smoke. The upcoming showdown wouldn't be simple. Stardust landed at the attack site. Dust from the demolition clouded the air and limited visibility. She froze as a heavy pressure approached. This enemy didn't seem like an ordinary criminal. Dzik emerged in deep purple armor, proclaiming himself the Dark Knight of Ego Stream, arrogantly daring anyone to face him. Meanwhile, back at the base, Dain munched popcorn, excitedly watching the battle livestream. Sehi sat beside him speechless at her brother's cluelessness. Dzik loudly declared he was the opponent Stardust must overcome today, and the purple energy around him kept intensifying. Stardust narrowed her eyes, studying the new enemy. She didn't seem particularly impressed by the grandstanding. They collided instantly. Impacts rocked the air, shaking the entire area. Dzik swung his giant axe in relentless assaults, forcing Stardust onto the defensive. Stardust's face was chillingly cold. The only thing on her mind was where Egostic actually was. An enormous energy explosion erupted as their powers smashed together, creating a blinding sphere of light. Consecutive explosions rocked the demolition zone. The fight was insanely intense, and nobody was backing down. Stardust's power slammed into the Death Knight's purple energy, sparking bolts of electricity everywhere. Dzik laughed uproariously, thrilled and a bit surprised by the young heroine's stubborn strength. In the livestream chat, viewers started complaining about missing Egostic's commentary. Stardust herself felt the match was missing something crucial. She began to seethe. Was Egostic going to focus only on Busan and ignore Seoul from now on? Powerful blows kept flying from both sides, destroying everything around the scene. Dzik channeled everything into a long-range energy strike, launching it at Stardust with terrifying speed. He laughed as he admitted Egostic was right to rate her as a very strong opponent. Stardust ground her teeth in anger. She couldn't accept that Egostic sent only a lackey when she'd steeled herself to face him. She shouted, asking where Egostic was. Was he hiding nearby watching from some corner? Dzik sneered, dousing her hopes with cold water. Egostic wasn't coming because he alone was more than enough. Haru froze in shock for a few seconds. Those words stabbed at the pride of a top hero. She muttered in utter disappointment. He really isn't coming. The feeling of abandonment hurt more than the enemy's blows. Dzik began gathering a massive purple energy sphere in his hands, readying a finishing blow to end the fight. He urged her to finish the duel quickly. He'd lost patience for playtime. Stardust suddenly laughed, a crazy, bitter sound. She remembered how last time he'd brought an entire battleship to Busan just to face her, and now he'd sent a single lackey. Haru felt blatantly disrespected, like she meant nothing to him anymore. Back at the base, Dain went pale and broke into a sweat. He realized something was very wrong when he saw a strange, awakening effect on the livestream. Stardust erupted with power, a blazing aura surrounding her. Her eyes went ghostly white with killing intent. vowing to show Egoistic she wasn't someone to be looked down on. Back in the earlier time, Dane had been sitting on the ground, instructing the summoned lackey on an important plan. He told him to hold back his power against Stardust, then at the right moment pretend to lose and withdraw immediately. Hearing that, the Dark Knight felt deeply insulted. How could a noble stoop to putting on an act for humans? But under his master's sharp gaze, he reluctantly agreed, saying the task wouldn't be difficult. Back at the battle, Stardust dove down from above with blazing momentum. Dane's lackey wasn't weak either. He decided to show off a bit of real skill. The knight swung his spear in challenge, inviting Stardust to charge into the fight. Watching from afar, Dane could only sigh at his subordinate's excessive enthusiasm. Through the mask slit, the knight saw Stardust coming at him like a blazing comet. She threw an incredibly powerful punch that left him unable to react. A horrific collision sent shockwaves that blasted everything around and knocked Dzik to the ground. Stardust landed with full force, while the Dark Knight began to dissolve into nothingness. Before vanishing, he didn't forget to leave a few melodramatic, wuxia-style threats claiming he was immortal. The purple smoke slowly dispersed, leaving behind a promise to return for revenge next time. Stardust watched the retreating silhouette, while the lackey murmured that his master certainly knew how to make things difficult. She stood motionless amid the rubble, her eyes showing the fatigue of battle. Night fell, wrapping the quiet villa in darkness. On Stardust's fan forum, the battle video was uploaded and spread at breakneck speed. Dane was lounging at his computer, planning to check out the netizen comments. But his smile died when he saw a strange message on the screen. Fans were gossiping that Stardust's awakening wasn't due to a strong opponent, but because they'd heard Egoistic wouldn't show up today. Dane flew into a rage and furiously typed warnings, threatening to ban anyone who spouted nonsense on his channel. After venting, he pondered why Stardust had suddenly grown so strong out of nowhere. He'd clearly told Dzik to hold back as much as possible, after all. Just then Dane's phone rang, shattering the quiet atmosphere. On the other end was Siala, scolding him for sending someone else instead of showing up himself. She reminded him of their appointment tomorrow, and Dane could only click his tongue and let it pass. Call over, Siala sat in her dark office with a calculating look. She propped her chin and smiled, apparently very pleased with what she was doing. Lights from the high-rises still gleamed against the cold night. Contrary to her tough exterior, Stardust now tossed and turned in bed, muttering her nemesis's name, Egoistic. The next morning at the Yuseong Corporation headquarters, the atmosphere was rather solemn. Inside the luxurious office, Dane, dressed as Egoistic, was already seated on the sofa waiting. A strange object flew through the air, and he snatched it with one practiced hand. It was a USB containing important information that Siala had just tossed to him. She insisted this was the final dossier he'd requested. Dane took the item, smoothly praised her, then told her to handle the rest of the plan. Siala stepped closer with a mysterious smile, as if everything was under control. Dane wondered how she'd obtained classified info that even big corporations couldn't find. He hesitated slightly when he noticed a somewhat odd expression on her face. Siala blushed and faltered, asking if she could come over to his place sometime. Without a second thought, Dane flatly refused, leaving her embarrassed and fuming. Siala pressed him for the real name of the villain sitting in front of her. Dane acted indifferent, saying it sounded odd to keep calling him by his alias. She even complained that his mask looked cumbersome and annoying. Dane remained silent, his eyes behind the mask still full of mystery. Siala snapped, asking if he really thought she was the kind of person who would betray her teammates. He thought to himself that revealing his identity wouldn't be a big deal, except she was way too close to Stardust. Seeing he didn't answer, she huffed and told him to just forget it and be done with it. Siala asked about the upcoming plan, but Dane's only response was a clueless shake of the head. He intended to rest and relax until the end of the year, waiting for a big event to happen. She was stunned. She hadn't expected this guy to plan such an extended vacation. Dane stepped into the teleport gate, not forgetting to tell Siala to visit Stardust often. She stood there bewildered when he suddenly stopped, as if remembering something. "From now on, call me Dane," he said softly, uttering his real name. Siala was completely stunned. She couldn't believe this careful villain would reveal his identity. He vanished in a swirl of purple smoke, leaving her standing dazed alone in the vast office. Siala's heels clicked on the wooden floor as she walked away. She returned to her desk, fingers flying over the keyboard with a focused expression. A mysterious smile spread across her lips. Things seemed to be going exactly as she wanted. The phone on the desk suddenly vibrated, signaling an incoming call. On the other end, a pair of hands also held a phone, waiting for a response. Stardust, sitting at her computer, was startled by the ringing phone. She picked up, and Siala's excited voice blurted out an invitation to hang out right away. Siala cheerfully announced she was in Seoul, and wanted to meet her best friend. But Stardust felt something off. Her intuition warned that trouble was brewing. Back home, Ciala stood arms wide, beaming as she welcomed Haru. Haru rushed in and hugged her sister tight, all her fatigue melting away. Knowing her sister, Ciala pulled a bowl of mango shaved ice from the fridge to appease her. Haru hesitated, like she had something to say. She bowed her head and apologized. Ciala set the overflowing bowl on the table and asked what she'd done wrong. Haru was still tormented by what had happened in Busan, especially by her own cold attitude toward Ciala at that time. Ciala gently took Haru's hand and told her not to dwell on such trifles. She comforted her, saying anyone would react the same way in that situation, so just relax and eat. Hearing that, Haru finally looked up with a less worried expression. Late at night, Ciala sat alone with a glass of wine, quietly staring at the city lights. Haru slept soundly after a long day, but Ciala still couldn't fall asleep. Egostic's gaze and smile from that day kept floating through her mind. She guessed he'd probably keep quiet until the end of the year. But Ciala had a hunch this criminal was plotting something huge for next year. The scene shifted to a gloomy space where the Moonlight sect was holding a ritual. Ancient murals flickered into view under the torchlight. Beneath dark stone steps, the sect leader proclaimed that this world needed cleansing. He raised his staff high, calling for power from the moonlight. All the followers below screamed wildly in response to the leader's words. The leader suddenly raised his hand and ordered the crowd to be silent. The great door slowly opened, releasing a bone-chilling cold. The arrival of this person made the cultists tremble in fear. Teeth-chattering sounds echoed throughout the shrine. A young woman walked slowly up toward the high dais. All eyes fell on that mysterious figure's back. The cult leader broke into a sly, malicious grin. He declared that, when the yin energy cloaked the world, the moon priestess, with her blazing red eyes, would carry out punishment upon humanity. Back with Dane, the guy was shivering from the winter cold. Breakfast at the Egostic base began. Subin explained that Cheon had gone on duty early. Subin brought a steaming bowl of rice, urging everyone to eat quickly before it cooled. But the peace shattered when Subin yelled upon seeing Seo-yoon sneak beans out of her bowl. Over on that side, Sehi did the same but got caught. Dane sat to the side, sweating as he stared at the pile of beans in his bowl. He felt a strange déjà vu, like being scolded by his mother at home. Only then did Dane notice how reliable the team members really were. Seo-yoon, who possesses super intellect, must be an S-rank. Ha-yeol, with the unique healing ability in all of Korea, is also an S-rank. Choi Sehi, in charge of combat, is an A-rank now but will grow stronger and become S-rank. As for Dazik, if he was S-rank in the original, he's S-rank now too. Dane smiled inwardly. His lineup was now top tier. Lee Hail politely greeted everyone, then hurried off to school. Subin stood nearby, reminding her to study hard, while Dane could only watch and marvel at her diligence. Sehi watched the girl's retreating figure with nostalgic emotion, while cheering Hail on. Seo-yoon excitedly cheered, the base now feeling just like a real family. After eating, Subin started clearing the dishes. She urged Seo-yoon and Sehi to hurry down to the basement to begin work. Subin wondered what those two had been sneaking around down there lately, since they were never seen. Watching the two girls barreling down the stairs, Dane thought it was getting dark sooner, and the season's first snow was about to fall. Outside the window, Death Knight still stood guard silently. Dane knew the Moonlight sect would strike when the snow began to fall. He turned to call Subin's name, while she was still busy with household chores. Dane gave a sly smile, declaring that even if he wasn't sure about the sunshine, he'd make them taste plenty of moonlight. Subin could only look back with a skeptical eye, not understanding what her boss was rambling about. The scene abruptly shifted to a cold night, accompanied by a blood-curdling scream. Turns out Seo-yoon was shivering on the rooftop from the cold. Dane sighed and reminded her to wear another layer next time. Choi Sehi grumbled too, asking if Dane had called everyone out at night just to romantically admire the city lights. Dane's face grew serious as he asked the two girls if they'd ever heard of the Moonlight sect's reputation. He explained they were a brutal band of fanatics planning to flatten the country soon. The claim that no one in the nation could stop them left the two girls pale with shock. But then Dane broke into a cocky grin. Aside from him, nobody had the skill to pull it off. He told Seo-yoon to quickly pull the special protective goggles out of her backpack. The specialized goggles were quickly ready. Dane told everyone to put them on to see the magic circles the cult had secretly spread across Seoul. With the goggles on, he excitedly asked if the crew could see the wonder appearing before their eyes. But Seo-yoon and Sehi fell utterly silent, frozen by the horrifying sight. Choi Sehi snapped, calling him an idiot. Through the lenses, all of Seoul blazed with giant magic circles like a landmine field ready to blow. The entire city was covered by the cult's magic, a sign of a catastrophic disaster about to strike unseen. In the dead of night, Sehi shivered from the bone-deep cold, whining that everything was so bright she couldn't spot the glowing circle. Dane hovered beside her, telling her to widen Chinese letter. Sorry, widen her field of view and look again. He told her to squint a bit to focus the view. Seo-yoon focused, peering through the specialized goggles. The radar screen lit up with a strange point of light. She'd seemingly found the target. Seo-yoon pointed toward the city's edge, where a faint glow flickered. Overjoyed, Dane scooped his little sister up and showered her with praise. Suddenly lifted, Seo-yoon screamed in panic. She turned betrayed, demanding the weirdo brother put her down at once. Seo-yoon muttered, calling Dane an idiot, while Choi said he still hadn't a clue what was going on. The kid turned her face away, sulking openly. The group landed in an alley. Sehi gaped at golden magic sigils blazing across the walls. Dane explained these were the Moonlight Sect's handiwork. They'd been secretly painting them all over Seoul for years. According to him, anyone who touched these magic rings would lose their memory or have their powers diminished. The thing that caused the heroes' disastrous defeat in the original tale. That event once left Seoul in ruins and drove Stardust into utter despair. Sehi asked if they should erase it all, but Dane had another idea. Suddenly, a burst of purple light erupted in the alley. Sehi jumped when a strange woman appeared out of nowhere. Dane introduced her as the Vine Witch, the one who would help him tweak the magic ring to his liking. The Vine Witch looked at Dane with a loaded gaze. Seo-yoon and Sehi began to smell trouble. Sehi studied the seductive woman closely, thinking she was the type she'd never met before. The Vine Witch strolled up to the glowing wall. She placed her hand on the magic ring, causing the characters to shift and change. A surge of green energy spread powerfully, enveloping the entire alley. The Vine Witch cast an ancient spell, creating vines of light. She suddenly touched her finger to Dane's chest, making Sehi scream in alarm. The Vine Witch's magical energy slowly flowed into Dane's body. When the spell finished, Dane asked if everything was done. The Vine Witch explained that now, when the magic ring activated, Dane would be completely free within its bounds. He smiled smugly, pleased that the plan was on track. The Vine Witch drilled her gaze into Dane's eyes and said he already knew the result, so why ask? She glanced at the two sulking sisters behind him and guessed they were his associates. Dane clapped enthusiastically, told everyone they'd done well, and said it was time to go shower and sleep. Seo-yoon and Sehi still scowled, demanding Dane take them out for something delicious tomorrow as compensation. The Vine Witch watched the rowdy family scene in silence. Suddenly she leaned down and planted a loud, smacky kiss on Dane's cheek. Dane froze, bringing a hand to his cheek in stunned disbelief. The Vine Witch grinned mischievously, saying she'd always support him. The two girls behind screamed at the cultural shock. Cut to another place. A burly man ground his teeth as he crushed a rock in his hand. He spat with contempt. This A-rank villain laughed with glee, proclaiming his body enhancement had succeeded brilliantly. Fresh from enhancement and bristling with murderous intent, his veins bulging, he declared he'd wipe out anyone who stood in his way. Meanwhile, at the base, the atmosphere felt fairly peaceful after a long day. Dane munched popcorn and stared at the news, stunned to see Stardust end a fight with a single blow. Han Seo-yoon beside him confirmed it. The image of Stardust, standing amid magical smoke, after defeating the enemy, so swiftly earned everyone's respect. The group lounged on the sofa while Dane sighed heavily, worried about the current situation. He leaned back, despondent that Shin Haru had become unnaturally strong. At this rate, she'd skip necessary training and grow complacent. Dane muttered calculations, convinced the biggest disaster would hit on the first snowfall. Seo-yoon mumbled about outfits and destructive power. Dane asked what she'd been so busy with, glued to her phone all day. The hacker girl ignored him, her fingers still flying over the keys. Dane blinked as Seo-yoon suddenly thrust her phone screen in his face. It turned out she just launched an official fan cafe for Egoistic called Mango Squad, dubbing herself the group's white-haired hacker genius. Having said that, Seo-yoon dashed off to finish her work, leaving Dane scratching his head in confusion. Choi Sehi stuck out her tongue to tease her brother. Dane decided not to care and sat at the table to focus on his important work. He diligently wrote an anonymous letter to the chairman of the Heroes Association, warning them to prepare civilian evacuations for a major terror attack on the first snowfall. At that moment, Lee Subin arrived. Subin teased Dane for suddenly getting all sentimental while he wrote the letter. The group then went out to celebrate Hail finishing an important exam. Hail, in her school uniform, smiled brightly and offered heartfelt thanks to everyone. The party was wild. Dane told Hale to just enjoy the meal and worry about grades later. While they ate, Dane curiously asked which department she planned to apply to for university. Hale shyly revealed she'd applied to medical school. Dane and Sehi gaped. Who would have thought a healer would choose that path? The fun meal hit a snag when Seo-yoon started nitpicking. Dane snapped, telling her to eat and stop being nosy. Just then Dane's phone buzzed violently in his pocket, catching him off guard. It was Siala calling, inviting Dane to dinner. He flat out refused. He was busy eating with his family. But Dane's face changed the moment she mentioned snow. He blurted, "What? You mean the first snow is falling?" Outside the window, a wind carried strange pink snowflakes that began to blanket Seoul's streets. Dane's expression hardened. He knew the grand act had officially begun. Amid the blazing pink snow, a woman with glowing red eyes appeared, radiating menace. She was the Moonlight High Priestess, the one who would trigger the coming pink snow catastrophe. A pink energy vortex chewed up the ground, ripping up all kinds of debris. Shadow Walker stood at the storm's center, looking awful. He was slammed into the ground, bursts of shadow power spraying out like thin mud. Shadow Walker looked up in daze, muttering that he had no idea why this was happening. Icicle rushed over. In the distance, Shadow Walker was screaming in pain. He gritted his teeth, realizing his power was utterly useless against this bizarre energy. Icicle glanced back, his face taut with stress as he saw his comrade being tormented. The pink storm continued its rampage, turning cars and houses into heaps of wreckage. Shadow Walker was hurled like a rag doll, completely defenseless. Icicle tried to hold the line with gigantic ice pillars, but they were quickly swallowed by that mass of pink energy. Shadow Walker screamed in despair as he was sucked into the swirling haze. Watching that, Icicle could only stand frozen in shock. A blast of energy erupted, devastating a wide area. A pillar of golden light descended, as if intent on leveling everything. Icicle shouted as he realized the thing that had just flown past him was none other than Stardust. She was knocked to the ground, forcing herself up through clenched teeth. The heroine looked up with steely determination, despite the grim situation. Contrasting the battlefield, Dane's group sat calmly in a noodle shop. On TV, netizens were in an uproar calling out Egostic's name. Seoan screamed to go rescue people, while Dane kept nonchalantly slurping his black noodles like nothing was happening. Everyone gathered around the table watched the TV with worry. Only Dane remained loyal to his bowl. He smiled brightly, telling them to keep eating because it wasn't his time to show up yet. Dane began outlining the plan. They had to let the Holy Maiden cause a bit more chaos to make her easier to bait. He even claimed it was for Stardust's own good, while the TV still showed her getting pummeled. Dane waved his chopsticks, arguing that heroes must taste suffering so they don't get lazy and complacent. Seeing Dane's philosophical face, Seoan and the others were speechless, thinking their bro was totally bonkers. Back at the battle, Icicle skimmed across the runway to dodge the deadly energy beams. She focused power into her hands, preparing to unleash a large-scale attack. A gigantic ice spear fired off, slicing through the rubble with impressive force. Too bad it didn't hold up. Touching the pink energy, it shattered into 100 pieces. Another pink vortex closed in around Icicle. She jerked around, startled to find someone right on her flank. Waves of energy bombarded in succession, destroying the icy structures she'd just raised. Icicle was flung away, panic etched across her face. She tried to make an ice slide to dampen the impact, but it barely helped. Sweat poured off her like a shower. She realized at this rate the whole team would be wiped out. Suddenly, Stardust streaked past Icicle. Right after that, Stardust lunged straight into the eye of the vortex. Stardust hurled herself into the center of the blast, paying no mind to the danger. A brutal collision sent her flying, spinning through the air. Stardust braced to regain her balance amid the dazzling beams of light. She stared in disbelief, wondering what the heck these energies were and why they were so terrifying. Without overthinking, she swung her powerful fists at the vortex. Moments later, Stardust's eyes widened in surprise. She hadn't expected them to pursue so relentlessly. Stardust was stunned to realize these rocket-like blasts had leveled an entire block. She gritted her teeth, fighting to keep her wits amid the dense barrage of energy. Looking toward the storm's center, she gasped in shock at the silhouette of a child there. The heroine darted through the air, trying to dodge attacks aimed straight at her. A hit threw her off balance, making her cry out in pain. Stardust hit the ground, staggering under the tremendous pressure of the pink vortex. Suddenly, a blinding flash surged in, catching her off guard. A massive beam of energy struck Stardust, making her scream in agony. A huge explosion ripped out, dust and rubble flying everywhere. When the smoke cleared, the sight of 3 heroes lying fallen on the cold ground was revealed. Icicle and Shadow Walker looked toward Stardust with faces full of worry. Stardust slumped down, dazed as she stared at the wreckage before her. She panted, a painful truth flashing through her mind. Egostic had apparently been going easy on her all along. The pink beams continued to churn the ground, destroying everything left standing. Amid that hellish scene, civilians screamed and scattered, fleeing in vain. Stardust dropped to her knees. She realized she'd been overconfident facing Egostic's games. Against this cataclysmic power, past terror attacks now seemed like child's play. Her eyes trembled violently. The collapse of her spirit began to show on her face. Icicle stared at the desperate scene, trembling as she wondered how they could stop this thing. Then she jolted when she noticed a strange look on her teammate's face. Stardust couldn't hold it in any longer. Tears began streaming down her mud-smeared face. At the restaurant, Din went pale at the sight and let out a pained shout. He completely lost control and tried to bolt outside to save his crush, despite the team's desperate attempts to stop him. Han Seo-yoon and the others had to swarm and hold Din down as he screamed Haru's name like a lunatic. Seeing things get tense, Choi Se-hee stepped forward with electricity crackling from her hands, telling everyone to clear out so she could handle it. A massive electric jolt made Din's bones show, and his scream echoed through the restaurant. While Din lay face down, the others had to apologize to nearby diners for the commotion. He lay unconscious on the floor, still muttering Haru's name in his delirium. Meanwhile, Stardust was sobbing amid the wreckage, utterly helpless. Seoul lay in ruins after the attack, news rolling in about massive damage. No deaths yet, but people were devastated by the loss of their homes. The moment of Stardust's tears was everywhere on the airwaves. Everyone was shocked to see her so vulnerable. Standing amid the rubble, Han Seo-yoon lamented the sheer scale of the destruction. Seo-yoon repeated the villain's threat that they'd come back. Han Dun nodded solemnly, admitting it. She anxiously asked Dun if he planned to act, since Stardust would get beaten again at this rate. Seo-yoon admitted she kind of enjoyed seeing her cry, but was still worried. Dane firmly insisted Stardust wouldn't fall. Seo-yoon looked at him puzzled. He just had a meltdown and cried earlier. He smiled brightly, proudly calling Stardust his hero. Seo-yoon got goosebumps at his deadpan face while spouting that cheesy line. Dane grew curious about what Stardust was up to now. Seo-yoon couldn't care less. Seo-yoon snorted, imagining Stardust curled up somewhere having a good cry over her failure. In reality, Stardust was frantically training, lifting enormous weights. She'd already hit over 12,000 reps. But then a pink vortex suddenly appeared over Seoul. This was the third attack, and the heroes still had no effective counter. A terrifying, strange voice echoed across the city. The Moonlight Sect had launched a new terror campaign. Icicle charged straight toward the storm center through flying debris. Icicle panted, exhausted as she watched Shadow Walker collapse in helplessness. He blamed himself for being useless. A brilliant pink light erupted in the city center. Icicle screamed Stardust's name as a colossal pillar of light struck the ground. Stardust forced herself up from the rubble, breathing heavily from the pain. Icicle tried desperately to stop her, saying Stardust had reached her limit and couldn't take any more. But Stardust didn't want to stop. She clenched her fists and mustered her strength. Ignoring the warning, Stardust tensed and gathered energy, light enveloping her. She shot into the heart of the pink vortex, tearing the air apart at top speed. Stardust gritted her teeth, enduring the tremendous pressure of the energy storm. Blasts slammed into her again and again, but she stubbornly pushed forward. Her body was nearly spent, collapsing amid the shattered battlefield. Stardust's eyes still burned with resolve. She knew she was the only one who could protect the people here right now. The pink energy flared up violently again. Alone, she marched into the encirclement of enemies. She told herself she had to get through this trial no matter what. Stardust shot straight up, heading into the eye of the storm where the ringleader waited. At base, Dane was cheering like mad when he saw Stardust wake up again, and whining about how balancing power for a world-ending scenario was just so hard. So he wondered what would happen if Stardust actually managed to beat the Holy Maiden. Subin accidentally spilled that they'd recruited a new member, the Moonlight Holy Maiden. Seo-yoon immediately freaked out at the news of yet another girl. The brat cross-examined why Din hadn't told her. Dane scrambled, claiming he thought she was too busy. Seo-yoon glared and warned that if he ditched her again, he'd pay. Dane broke into a sweat and apologized fervently. He pulled everyone's attention back to the screen as Stardust closed in on the storm's center. Stardust faced the hazy silhouette of the Moonlight Holy Maiden high in the sky. Choi Se-hee curiously asked whether the Holy Maiden would be easy to capture. Din laughed so hard he nearly cried, saying if she were that easy he'd have it solved already. The girls stared at him, utterly speechless. The Moonlight Holy Maiden appeared looking solemn and melancholic. Stardust realized the opponent's power was terrifying when she saw her standing inside a massive magic circle. The heroine broke out in a cold sweat, feeling the crushing pressure the moment they met. The Moonlight Holy Maiden bowed her head and murmured an apology. Stardust froze, baffled that the enemy was apologizing at a moment like this. The Holy Maiden reached out and repeated the apology, saying it was all because of her. Countless pink energy spheres hovered around the Holy Maiden, radiating terrifying pressure. Horror flashed across Stardust's face as the destructive power took shape. The Holy Maiden swung her hand, releasing all the stored energy toward her opponent. A colossal pink pillar of light shot straight down at Stardust's position. Stardust couldn't dodge in time. The energy barreled down right in front of her. The direct hit caused a horrific explosion that swallowed the heroine. Stardust was flung, slammed hard, and crashed down onto the ruined ground. She lay motionless among the debris as Icicle dashed over in panic to check on her teammate. Dust and smoke billowed, cloaking the deep crater left by the killing blow. Icicle looked up at the sky with a worried face, unsure what worse thing might come next. The Moonlight Holy Maiden still hovered in midair, surrounded by brilliant pink sparks. Her face retained a sad, weary expression despite the overwhelming victory. The energy orbs above flared intensely, covering a swath of Soul's sky. Stardust remained in a deep coma after the devastating blow. Back at base, Dan watched the screen in silence. The air felt unusually heavy. Sehi watched him with worry. The whole group turned their attention to Dane when his back radiated a rare seriousness. He suddenly shot to his feet, fists clenched tight, fury written all over him. Dane declared the time had come and called out his squad's name. He shouted a dramatic rallying order, while the girls around him covered their faces in mortified embarrassment. Stardust wearily trudged down the corridor, her shoulders heavy after so many battles. Her face was drawn, her eyes glazed from lack of sleep and exhaustion. A staffer hurried over to ask how she was, but she just turned away in silence. Stardust wondered where things would go now that her strength had hit rock bottom. She leaned her head against the wall, trying to scrape together the last of her energy in the quiet hall. Suddenly the alarms blared, announcing a new terrorist incident. Stardust gritted her teeth. News of a pink vortex in Yongnam district made it impossible for her to stay put. Despite her battered body, she shot into the sky, trailing a brilliant aura. Before her was a true catastrophe, a towering vortex ripping everything away. Stardust thought Egoistic wouldn't come to save her this time. She'd have to handle it herself. But above, a gigantic pirate ship was slowly emerging from the clouds. The Lappy's crew, wearing rabbit masks, saluted in unison at Egoistic's command. Din glanced over his motley crew of underlings and asked about Hayul's whereabouts. He was pleased to see his savior was ready. Lee Hayul appeared in a stunning evening gown, still a little bashful. Din smiled beneath his mask, preparing for the upcoming show. The ship turned and charged straight into the heart of the deadly pink storm. Meanwhile, Han Seo-yoon grumbled in displeasure about this debut. Subin grabbed Seo-yoon's cheek and reminded her to mind her manners. Hayul anxiously asked if she'd do okay standing beside Egoistic. She still wasn't used to taking part in missions like this. Din nodded, his face turning serious as he looked down at the chaos below. He watched the shards of crystal swirling wildly in the vortex. Din placed a hand on Hayul's head to reassure her, declaring they'd go help the other one. Hayul blushed at the unexpected gesture of concern from the big boss. Inside the crystal was an image of Stardust in pain. Dane winced for her. He realized the situation was more serious than he'd thought. Below, Stardust was straining to fend off the razor-sharp crystal shard. Din ordered the Lappy's team to pilot the ship closer to the storm's eye. The whole vessel shook violently as it plunged deeper into danger. The wind was so fierce it even made Egoistic stagger. His gaze remained fixed on Stardust's lone figure. Stardust was completely spent. She began to fall freely within the storm. Din lunged to the ship's edge, reaching out to do something, probably very stupid. His face tightened with tension when he saw Stardust in danger. A colossal beam of light suddenly descended, blotting out all vision. After the impact, Stardust lay sprawled on the ground, coughing amid the rubble. She tried to force herself up, but her legs no longer obeyed. Despair filled her eyes as she realized she might die here. On the ship, the crew stared in bewilderment as their leader suddenly vanished. A magic circle flared on the deck, marking Dane's teleportation. Stardust dropped to her knees, breath ragged, her mind reduced to a hollow void. She collapsed to the ground, gasping. She quietly wondered if this was hell. Before her, the pink vortex swallowed everything. She felt helpless. Seoul, maybe even the whole country, was collapsing. She couldn't stop this villain. All she could do was lie there and watch the disaster unfold in despair. It all seemed about to end. Stardust squeezed her eyes shut, waiting for the finale. Suddenly a shadow appeared, gently catching her amid the choking dust. A familiar voice whispered in her ear, "Miss Stardust, you did well." It was Egoistic. Stardust snapped awake, her dull blue eyes looking up in astonishment. Him, she croaked, asking why he was here now. Wasn't he a villain? Egoistic curled a smug smile, saying when his hero is in trouble, an opponent like him can't just sit still. He teased that she still had the strength to smile, even if she looked like rubbish. His hand gently ruffled her tangled hair, a rare bit of comfort. Egoistic told Stardust to rest, He'd handle everything from now on. He rose and strode confidently toward the storm's center, leaving a dazed Stardust behind. He nonchalantly stepped into the vortex as if it were just a breeze. Watching the villain's back, Stardust's heart raced. A strange feeling crept into her. Stardust stared blankly after him, a warm sensation rising inside her. Reporters were live on the scene. The world held its breath watching Egostic's move. They weren't sure if this was a provocation or the start of another massacre by the crime boss. A tense association official watched the screen, trying to guess Egostic's plan. The pink storm howled. Crystal shards circled Egostic but couldn't touch him. Egostic's eyes showed through the mask, cold and resolute. The script was set. He recalled meeting the Vine Witch to ask about the plan's readiness. Vine Witch explained that once the spell field activated, he would have full control inside it. Din smiled confidently. Everything was unfolding exactly as he'd arranged. The witch smiled cryptically, saying he already knew exactly what he would become. Back in the present, a brilliant green energy began enveloping Egostic's body. Inside this spellfield he was. Divine power erupted, creating a terrifying pressure that forced all creation to kneel. Egostic snapped his fingers casually, shattering the crystalline barrier in his path. A true god had revealed himself. A blazing green aura flared as he strode through the wreckage like a battlefield lord. He breezily uttered, "Ah, Tilda." His eyes glowed an authoritative red. Egostic sneered and quipped why so many flies and gnats were buzzing around here.